Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601, Recognize Your Own Face. Class 8, Grade 12. Math teacher Gao Hishuoi walked quickly into Class 8. With the appearance of his majestic figure, all the noise faded away, and everything returned to peace. He looked around, and locked onto Wu Zhaoqi, who was sitting in the last row of the classroom. Because he got up at 4 in the morning every day to play basketball, and lacked sleep for a long time, Wu Zhaoqi always made up for it during class. Gao Hishuoi's facial muscles twitched, and he said loudly, "Wu Zhaoqi, wake up." The words echoed in the classroom, but Wu Zhaoqi was still snoring, with saliva flowing and meandering on the textbook. Gao Hishuoi shouted again, and the huge sound spread to class 9 next door, shocking the transfer student Ji Zuan. Are teachers in number 4 middle school so irritable? Scolding students early in the morning. Gao Hishuoi yelled several times in a row, which gave the whole class a headache. He took a breath. He was a little tired from yelling, and he just couldn't wake Wu Zhaoqi up. In anger, Gao Hishuoi wanted to beat Wu Zhaoqi up, but unfortunately, the current campus environment does not allow beating students, otherwise it will definitely affect his career after being exposed. Gao Hishuoi suppressed his anger and said, "Mao Zhe, wake him up." Mao Zhe adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and he looked a bit gentle. He used to wear old-fashioned plastic black-framed glasses, but after asking Lukichi for transformation strategies, his appearance changed drastically. Mao Zhe did not shoot, and he called out, "Wu Zhaoqi." Gao Hishuoi frowned. "What do you mean? You are also perfunctory, right?" Only to hear Mao Zhe's next sentence, "Get up and play basketball." Wu Zhaoqi woke up instantly. He jumped up from his seat, looked around, and said in a hurried tone, "I heard someone called me to play basketball." Gao Hishuoi roared, "Get out." Wu Zhaoqi picked up the basketball. "Get out if you want to." He gave himself a physical education class again. Looking at his back, Gao Hishuoi was shaking with anger. He pointed at the students in class 8 with shaking hands, hating them for not fighting. "You are a generation of spoiled people. You can't be beaten or scolded." He scolded for 2 or 3 minutes before he started teaching. Gao Hishuoi's classroom atmosphere was very serious. Even Cuiyu and Meng Jiui didn't dare to watch the movie. Instead, they took a draft book and played the stupid tic-tac-toe game with a ballpoint pen. Compared with their ignorance, Kao-kun listened to the class half seriously. Although he failed to enter the experimental class after his class was disbanded, in terms of personal performance, he was definitely in the upper middle level of the grade. There was no problem with the second book, and the first book depended on luck. When Kao-kun was listening to the class, he suddenly found that Meng Xian on his right was a little unnatural. She was fidgeting, and her expression on her face was also unnatural, with a hint of embarrassment and embarrassment. Kao-kun was Meng Xian's pursuer. After more than a year of getting a long day and night, he thought he understood Meng Xian very well. He thought for a while, and the knowledge he had known before suddenly appeared in his mind. Based on his understanding of Meng Xian, she must be having her period. A vague premonition appeared in Kao-kun's mind. It was right. It must be right. At this moment, like hundreds of boats merging into a torrent, Kao-kun realized that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. His eyes passed over Qiang Li and Song Sheng in front of him, and fell on the back of Deng Qingfeng's head diagonally opposite. "I have 2 enemies in my life. One is myself, and the other is Deng Qingfeng. They are both my nightmares," Kao-kun told himself. In the former class 5, he was the most dazzling boy in the class. No man could compete with him. Meng Xian was destined to be his. But after coming to class 8, the world changed. Deng Qingfeng's threats were aggressive. He dreamed more than once that Meng Xian fell from the sky, from his arms, and slipped into Deng Qingfeng's arms. From then on, he lost his love. At this moment, Kao-kun asked himself, "Do I still have a chance?" The opportunity is now. Kao-kun got a response from the unknown. He should do something to win back Meng Xian's heart. Kyo-kun slowly raised the textbook in his hand, covering his handsome face and Gaohi's handsome eyes. Meng Xian looked at him in surprise, and Jiuo-kun on the right also felt very strange. Kyo-kun watched Meng Xian from the corner of his eye. Seeing her looking at him, Kyo-kun's hands began to tremble. He began to be afraid and wanted to retreat, but when he thought of Dong Qingfeng, his belief was firm. I have been walking on thin ice all my life. Now, I want to break the ice. Kyo-kun swung his fist and hit his nose hard. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Jiuo-kun and Meng Xian were stunned. Is your brain sick? The next moment, Kyo-kun was beaten to tears. At the same time, blood flowed from his nostrils, bright red. Kyo-kun wiped away his tears and raised his hand to interrupt Gao Hishuo's lecture. Teacher, my nose suddenly bleeds. I'll go to the infirmary to deal with it. Gao Hishuo felt puzzled, but since the student was injured, he still agreed. Kyo-kun went out excitedly. He ran to the bathroom to wash his nose, and then ran to the small supermarket on campus, and picked a pack of sanitary napkins for Meng Xian. Then he returned like a god, and when he sat down, he took out the sanitary napkin from the black plastic bag, like a victorious general, and excitedly handed it to Meng Xian. Meng Xian was stunned for a moment, and then she understood what he did. Kyo-kun smiled brightly, and then a stream of blood flowed out of his nose again, and he quickly wiped it with a tissue. In fact, Meng Xian could borrow from others, but seeing Kyo-kun's appearance at this moment, she was still a little moved, and she really felt a little guilty. How proud he was before. Meng Xian thought to herself. Damn, I learned it. Jiuo-kun, who witnessed the whole process, secretly took note and prepared to try it out when he had the chance in the future. After class, Yuwen went to the back row to chat with Lukiki. Liu Chuandao crossed the podium and ran to the corridor outside to find Shang Kei-wei, who was relaxing her eyes. He moved closer and smiled. Wei, I found that I like you a little bit. Do you like me? Shang Kei-wei panicked, and her speech was messy. I don't want to fall in love for 3 years in high school. Why? Liu Chuandao deliberately tossed his hair while speaking, and his face was full of confidence. Isn't my brother handsome? Yang Sheng next to him mocked. No. Liu Chuandao didn't care at all. He said, I don't believe you. You are drooling behind me, right? And you are still stubborn? Yang Sheng was disgusted. Dr. Diamond Ring is so beautiful. Yuan exclaimed. Yanan, Kiki, look. She showed the screen, and Jiang Yanan's exclamation sounded. The diamond ring on the screen was a 6-petal branch-shaped snowflake, which looked extremely pure and romantic. The twisted arm design made the beauty of the diamond ring stand out. Kiki, it's better looking than the gold ring on your hand, isn't it? Yuan suddenly said. Last time, Lukiki's boyfriend bought her a gold ring, and he showed it off in front of her a lot, which made Yuan feel uncomfortable. What's the big deal? Lukiki's face was a little unnatural, and she could only nod. Yes, it looks good. Yuan, and there is a rule for Dr. Diamond Rings. A man can only customize one in his lifetime, which symbolizes loving only one person in his life. This has a lot of lethality to many adolescent girls. Lukiki retorted. It only says that men can only order one in their lifetime, but there is no rule that women can only receive one in their lifetime, so the logic is not valid. Yuan was choked and said, anyway, diamond rings are more beautiful. When I get married in the future, I must make him buy me a diamond ring. Jiuo-kun is a farmer's child and has no good impression of diamond rings. He said, diamond rings are unnecessary. They don't maintain their value. If you buy them, you will lose half of the price. It's better to buy gold. Lukiki, who originally had opinions about diamond rings, saw a boy interrupting her. Her face changed, and her position suddenly changed. Why are diamond rings unnecessary? Jiuo-kun, you should know from studying chemistry that diamond rings and charcoal are the same element, and have no value. Lukiki, haha, the meaning of diamonds is not the diamond itself. What we girls want is an attitude. Shan Kei-kun spoke up for his good brother. Brother Nan is right. Diamonds are not a scarce resource. Nowadays, more and more artificial diamonds are indeed charcoal in essence. Yuan sneered. G-Dragon is the same person as you? Why is he a celebrity and taller, richer and more handsome than you? Kwanzilong is a star of a Korean group. He is very popular in this era and the dream of countless girls. Jiuo Kanan wanted to debate with him, but he was speechless. Although he did not agree with Quan Zilong and thought he was trash, in fact, he was taller, richer and more handsome than him. Shan Kaikwun said, "We are discussing diamonds, a simple substance." Shan Kaikwun gave various examples to show the uselessness of diamonds, but Yuwen always raised her chin and said condescendingly, "Quan Zilong is a human being like you." She always said this. The voice became louder and louder, and many students in the classroom heard it. Deng Qingfeng walked to the back row and saw that Jiuo Kanan looked unhappy. He waved his hand and signaled to stop arguing. He smiled and said, "Diamonds do not have actual value, but they are tokens of love, just like flowers and luxury bags. When we buy diamonds, we don't buy them to pawn them. They are a symbol of love. One day in the future, the girl you like wants to marry you. If she asks you for diamonds, you have two choices. One is to agree to buy her diamonds. The other is to reject her in her expectant eyes and tell her that diamonds are a waste of money. Then watch her eyes dim a little bit. Which one will you choose?" Lukaki spoke at the right time, slowly and leisurely. "So you boys have fallen into a misunderstanding and always make us rational. But once we girls become rational, will we choose you?" Yuwen curled her lips and returned to her original rebuttal. "It's funny, you also said that diamonds are like charcoal, and Quan Zilong is a human being like you." As soon as this was said, Shan Kaikwun and Jiuo Kanan, who were present, all felt an indescribable sense of frustration. In this atmosphere, Ma Shichen raised his head and stared at Yuwen, and he said, "So you are not worthy of Quan Zilong, and you are not worthy of diamonds." During the break of the second class in the morning, Jiuo Kanan went to the playground to relax. He was accompanied by Shan Kaikwun, Ma Shichen, Wang Longlong, Cuiu, Mengi, and Liu Chuandao, who followed Shang Kaiwei. "Brother Quan, I'm so upset." Jiuo Kanan held his breath in his heart. Since he pretended to be Huang Zhongfei and chatted with Manman, he suffered a serious blow and was very unconfident about his appearance. As a result, today Yuwen used the Korean group star Quan Zilong to suppress him. Jiuo Kanan now has appearance anxiety. "Brothers, am I really ugly?" Jiuo Kanan asked. Ma Shichen, "Not ugly, actually okay." Wang Longlong, "Brother Nan, apart from his dark spots, is actually a bit handsome." Shan Kaikwun, "Right." Although he was a little happy to hear the answer, Jiuo Kanan was still not confident. He said, "The main thing is that I don't know what kind of comments my appearance will receive from girls over there. I think a face like Quan Zilong is too feminine, but girls like it." He gave an example. Ma Shichen scanned the students on the red track and suddenly found a girl. The girl had a pretty face, but the key was that she exuded a sense of foxy charm. As the saying goes, appearance is determined by the heart. Ma Shichen did not choose to believe in physiognomy. He asked Longlong, "Introduce her." Wang Longlong whispered, "Shang Wanqing from class 15 of senior 1. It is said that she is very careless and often loses her library card. Then she asks boys to send it to the dormitory for her. If he is handsome, she will meet him once, but if he is ugly, she will directly give up the library card. She is a talent." Ma Shichen commented. He stared at Shang Wanqing for a while, thinking, "Since you often tease the brothers for fun, don't blame the brothers for treating you as a touchstone." Ma Shichen gathered a few people around him. "If any of you want to know what you look like, I have a way." "What method?" Not only Jiuo Kanan, but Cuiu and Liu Chuandao also came closer. Most high school students are more narcissistic. Like Liu Chuandao, they think they are the most handsome in the world. Well, Ma Shichen used to think so too, but now he doesn't care about appearance. "You guys do this." Ma Shichen said the method, and then looked at the few people who dares to go first. Jiuo Kanan took a deep breath. "I'll do it." After saying this, he immediately regretted it, but he couldn't let his brothers watch the fun, so Jiuo Kanan gritted his teeth and went on. Shang Wanqing and her female classmates were relaxing on the playground, and the two of them were talking. At this time, Jiuo Kanan trotted to the two girls. Shang Wanqing and her sisters stopped talking and looked at him. Jiuo Kanan bravely said, "Hello, I think you are very beautiful. Can I ask if you have a boyfriend?" The female classmate tilted her head and said, Wanking, you are so charming. People also chat with you when you walk on the street, ha ha ha. Shang Wanking said coquettishly, I'm sorry, brother, I'm in a long distance relationship with my boyfriend. Jiuo Kanan said embarrassedly, oh, I see. He left a little disappointed. Returning to the brothers, Cuiu learned the answer and laughed at him without hiding his tongue. He clicked his tongue. It's my turn. Cuiu ran to chat with Shang Wanking. A minute later, he came back, cursing. She is in love with her boyfriend. Chuandoliu stroked his hair, his round face full of confidence. Ha ha ha, you guys are too much. I have to go up. With my height of 1.8 meters, I'll show you what real handsomeness is. He walked with high spirits. A minute later, Chuandoliu said angrily, fuck, she said she and her boyfriend are about to get engaged. This woman is talking nonsense. Chuandoliu was furious. Ma Shicheng said, it shows the reliability of the judgment. After several people finished brushing the boss, after comparison, Jiuo Kanan felt a little comforted. It turns out that I'm not bad. I'm the most handsome. It happened that Jiang Ning brought the twins to the playground for a walk. He had a handsome posture, straight and tough, and his temperament was indifferent. It was easy to notice him in the crowd. Jiuo Kanan's eyes moved, thinking of Jiang Ning's usual popularity with women. He suddenly felt a sense of comparison. This mentality made him run to Jiang Ning. Brother Ning, can you do me a favor? As a classmate, Jiang Ning asked, what favor? Jiuo Kanan glanced at the twins, wanting to say something but stopping himself. It was not good to say such things in front of girls. Chen Xiaoyu took her sister's hand and prepared to step aside. Jiang Ning raised his hand. No need. Chen Xiaoyu was delighted when she saw this. Even when he talked to other boys, he did not send them away in a chauvinistic way. This trust made people feel relieved. However, she still happily withdrew with her sister. It's like this, Jiuo Kanan said. Okay. Jiang Ning said. It was just chatting up girls. For him, it was a novel experience. He picked up his steps and appeared in front of Shang Wanking. Shang Wanking was very disgusted when she saw someone coming again. What's going on? Are you looking for me one by one today? She raised her head impatiently and then met a pair of eyes. These eyes seemed like a flowing ink painting, rendering endless ancient charm. The girl was in a trance for a moment and fell into this vast ink world. How did she answer? Jiuo Kanan hurried forward, waiting for Jiang Ning's answer. Cuiu and Pastor Liu were also very eager, especially Pastor Liu. He always thought he was the most handsome and looked down on other boys in the class. Jiang Ning looked calm. She said she had never been in love, and now she especially wanted to have a sweet love, and she also added my WeChat. Cuiu's steps were shaky, unable to bear the blow. Zio Gizzy, help me up. Jiuo Kanan was surprised. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? Wang Lang said slowly, you don't understand. This is called looking at people to serve dishes. Chapter 602. Avoid disaster. The bell rang. Students who were leaving school crowded together, forming a crowd that filled the corridor outside. Jiang Ning stayed quietly in his seat, not because he didn't want to get up and go to the cafeteria, but because Zhu Yuantong, who was squatting in his seat, hindered his pace of eating. Usually at this time, Zhu Yuantong was always half asleep, and he needed his guidance to find the way to the cafeteria. But today, Zhu Yuantong's face showed pain. Jiang Ning, I have cramps. It was comfortable to sleep in class, but she had a cramp in her calf, which made her feel sore and painful. She almost bit Jiang Ning in pain. Seeing her sick appearance, Jiang Ning said, but it means you are in the growth period and you are going to grow taller. Zhu Yuantong, who was in pain, was excited when he heard this. Really? I haven't grown taller for almost half a year. Jiang Ning, it's very likely. During the period when I was growing taller, I often had leg cramps. Okay. Jiang Ning is so tall, and he has the right to speak about growing taller, which represents authority. This stimulant made Zhu Yuantong glow again. When she thought about growing taller, her calves didn't hurt so much anymore. Now she should consider more important things. She was so excited, but then she was a little worried. Do you think I can't wear my current clothes after I grow taller? Yes, they will become shorter, Jiang Ning said. Then I have to buy a lot of new clothes, which is a lot of money. Zhu Yuantang felt a little sorry, as she has always been a frugal person. The old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. Jiang Ning comforted. Hey, if I grow taller, no one can say I'm short anymore. Zhu Yuantang imagined that she would not hate the big Tang Fu so much in the future. There was no way, when she rose, her elm would also rise. When the students in the corridor outside gradually became sparse, Zhu Yuantang's legs and feet didn't hurt anymore, and she followed Jiang Ning out, chattering all the way, talking about the scene after growing taller. She deliberately tiptoed and raised her sight to experience that world in advance. Jiang Ning looked towards the east. His consciousness passed over the teaching road, over the playground, and extended to Nanhang Road in the distance. This road was not only his way home, but also the way home for Zhu Chuchu from number 2 middle school. In his consciousness range, Zhu Chuchu was riding a battery car. The old-fashioned helmet could not cover her beauty. Her long hair fluttered gently in the wind, and she was graceful. Jiang Ning smiled knowingly, and the next second, his smile weakened slightly, because a few dozen meters behind Zhu Chuchu, the driver of a cool motorcycle was staring at Zhu Chuchu closely. The driver was a tattooed guy with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. He was not strong, and had a somewhat fierce look. I'm afraid it's not good. Jiang Ning thought so. Chuchu has been targeted. But Jiang Ning didn't worry too much. The river dam was not an uninhabited area. There were often people walking on it, and there were also passing cyclists. Zhu Chuchu was quite smart, and would never deliberately take a remote road. Otherwise, with her appearance, I'm afraid she would have encountered many misfortunes. A girl with such a beautiful appearance could walk out of the chaotic town middle school in the tens safely, avoiding those vicious gangsters and the more vicious and jealous female gangsters, and enter the best high school in Yazhou. Jiang Ning believed in her ability to avoid disaster. However, a wise man will always have a mistake. There are many dangers in society. In order to prevent unexpected situations, Jiang Ning reinforced Chuchu's jade pendant's protective formation last time. However, with Chuchu's intelligence, if the jade pendant showed its spirit, she might be able to detect something. Considering this, Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power, gathered it at his fingertips, and then took out a talisman. He flicked it gently, and the invisible talisman turned into a stream of light, and flew to the east. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it was fixed on the surface of the cool motorcycle. Jiang Ning said, I don't allow anyone to ride a more handsome bike than me. After doing this, he walked to the cafeteria with peace of mind. River Dam. Galzi was riding a new motorcycle, the engine roaring. To him, it was simply the most beautiful music in the world. He twisted the throttle, and felt the surging power. At this moment, he felt that he could fly into the sky easily with just a little effort. It's so cool. This car is so cool. Galzi shouted in his heart. As for Yanbo's initial warning to him, that his brother broke his leg riding this motorcycle, Galzi thought it was nonsense. Only noobs break their legs. He is the king of motorcycles. Of course, it was cool, but Galzi didn't forget today's mission. Yanbo said that, as long as the mission was completed beautifully today, the motorcycle would be his. Galzi realized the benefits of this motorcycle and absolutely looked down on the ghost fire in the past. He will be a motorcycle party in the future. When he thought of riding this motorcycle to find the girl at the gate of the electronics factory, the scene made him extremely excited. Galzi stared at the figure of the girl in front of him. It's so beautiful. If he hadn't been spotted by Yanbo, he would definitely have tried to flirt with her, and the other party was a student from the second middle school. If he could get her, he would show off in front of his brothers. I don't know how cool it would be. But since Yanbo was favored, Galzi had to suppress his thoughts. He drove the motorcycle steadily, passing the big official poplar trees on both sides. The green dragon tattoo on his neck was waving its claws and fangs, like a living thing. His task was very simple. He rode past the girl quickly, forced her to slow down, and then kicked her. After the kick, he ran away, and his brother Bo followed behind. When the time came, Bojack came out to save the beauty, and took her to the hospital to bandage her wounds. Buzz buzz buzz, the noise of the motorcycle gradually increased, and pedestrians on the river dam paid attention. Galzi enjoyed the eyes of others. He twisted the accelerator again, and the car body rushed out in an instant and rushed forward. Zuchachu had already noticed the other party through the rearview mirror, and she slowly slowed down to prevent accidents. After all, her electric car only had a speed of 60, which was definitely not faster than the motorcycle. Zuchachu slowed down to about 20, and Gaozi, who was behind her, became suspicious when he saw this. He felt that he was being suspected. But, even if he was suspected, so what? Gaozi rushed in front of Zuchachu at a very fast speed, then slowed down, and rode diagonally to the right, forcing Zuchachu's electric bike to the side of the road. As an elite player of playing with ghost lights, Gaozi was very skilled in dirty tricks, and ordinary people would definitely be furious if they met him. Zuchachu had no expression on her face. She probably guessed the other party's intention, which was to play a trick on her. Zuchachu pressed the brakes and stopped the car on her own initiative, wanting to see what the other party was planning. Gaozi wanted to kick, but the girl's bike stopped, so kicking like this would not be cool enough. Only when the other party was riding a bike, he kicked up and knocked the other party over with the bike, which would be domineering enough. So Gaozi twisted the accelerator again, accompanied by a violent buzzing sound, which made Zuchachu's ears uncomfortable. The motorcycle accelerated suddenly. A few hundred meters behind, Yanbo was driving his BMW, steering with one hand and holding a telescope with the other, observing the situation. Fuck, what is Gaozi doing? Yanbo was angry, and he didn't take action when he should have. Zuchachu saw the other party driving away, so she started the battery bike again and rode towards home. At this time, she could already see the bungalow. As long as she got home, she would not cause any more trouble. She took a breath and drove towards home. Gaozi fell behind, looking at the girl's back. His eyes gradually narrowed. In ancient times, Guan Yunchang rode a horse to kill a famous general, and now he, Gao Jie, is riding a car to kick a beauty. Go. Buzz buzz buzz, the motorcycle rushed out. Gaozi increased the speed to the maximum, and the motorcycle turned into a phantom, sprinting madly. Fast. Too fast. In just a few seconds, he caught up with the battery bike. Gaozi's face was grim. He had imagined the glorious scene. Come on, come on. He roared in his heart, staring at the beautiful figure in front of him, with a cruel smile on his lips. Destroy beautiful things. The scenery on both sides quickly retreated, and the fierce wind whistled, making people's hair numb, giving people an illusion. Gaozi accurately judged the distance, position, and angle of his kick. Finally, the roaring motorcycle brought him to Zuchachu's side. Fuck. Gaozi shouted. At the same time, in the cafeteria of the 4th middle school, Jiang Ning silently said, explode. Gaozi adjusted his center of gravity and approached Zuchachu. The next second, the handlebars of the motorcycle suddenly swung wildly, as if they were coated with 100 times more lubricant. The motorcycle immediately lost control, like a wild horse running away. Frantically and restlessly, the front of the car trembled wildly, and Gaozi couldn't hold the car down at all. Zuchachu looked sideways and saw the motorcycle passing her like crazy, shaking its head wildly, shaking faster and faster, and then bang. It fell to the ground. Unknown parts fell out, but Zuchachu reacted quickly and dodged by the edge. Gaozi was hit by the heavy motorcycle and was in severe pain. He screamed miserably, "Ah! My leg." He looked back and shouted, Brother Bo, save me." Yanbo saw this scene with a telescope and cursed. Waste. 4th middle school cafeteria. After finishing their meal, Jiuo Kunan, Shan Keikun and Hu Jun went back to the dormitory to rest. As soon as they walked out of the cafeteria, Zhang Kai chased them from behind. He warmly put his arm around Jiuo Kunan's shoulders and forced a smile. "Brother Nan, how are you doing recently?" Jiuo Kunan was not in a good mood. This morning, he was tested on the playground and was defeated by Jiang Ning in seconds. "Not very good," he replied. "Zhang Kai, I'm planning to buy a tablet recently. Do you know tablets? Tablets are a scarce thing these days. The only brand that can be put on the table is Apple. It is not like the later flourishing of 100 flowers. Many Android tablets are quite good in the price range of 2,000 yuan. Jiuo Kunan did not care about his tablet, but replied, "I didn't borrow money. Zankai's face froze, but he still smiled. Brother Nan, let's not talk about anything else. I have a good ability to make money recently. Are you worried that I can't pay it back? Hu-jun next to him muttered in his heart, I'm not worried that you can't pay it back. I'm worried that you won't pay it back. In school days, people who owe money and don't pay it back are particularly hateful. Gyuo-kun, I really don't have any money. Zankai chatted with him for a while and found that Gyuo-kun refused to lend a penny. He turned to Shankei-kun again. Brother Kwan, can you lend me some money? When I buy a tablet, I will lend it to you to watch movies. It will be very cool to watch movies on the big screen of the tablet. Shankei-kun said calmly, sure, I will discuss it with my girlfriend. Zankai was stunned when he heard this, and he was unbelievable. Don't you have no girlfriend? Shankei-kun, yes, so there is no room for negotiation. Zankai cursed inwardly and looked at the last Hu-jun. Before he could speak, Hu-jun said, my mobile phone screen is cracked. I'm going to fix the screen recently, but I don't have any extra money. Zankai failed to get the wool, but he was not frustrated. Anyway, he was just trying it out and there was nothing to lose. Can you repair the screen? The screen of my old mobile phone is broken. Can you fix it? Zankai's old mobile phone had a broken screen and he planned to sell it, but the mobile phone was not worth much, and the screen was broken, which made it even less worthwhile. He had planned to fix it and sell it on Xianyu, but when he inquired, he found out that it would cost 80 yuan to replace the screen. What's the point of repairing it? Hu-jun said, it can be repaired. Our phone is an Android phone, and the inner and outer screens are not fully bonded, so it's not difficult to repair it. Zankai, then can you help me fix it? You know my phone screen is broken. Hu-jun, sure, but you have to pay me, right? Zankai shook his head. The trust between people is gone. Hu-jun was happy and looked at him without saying anything. Zankai, how much? He planned not to repair it if it was too expensive. Hu-jun, 30. Zankai was tempted and continued to bargain. So expensive? It's very cheap. Give me the money first, and I'll fix it for you. Hu-jun said. Zankai thought about it and felt that the price was indeed not expensive, much cheaper than outside the school. He took out a 20 yuan note and a 10 yuan note and handed them to Hu-jun. After Hu-jun received the money, he returned the 10 yuan to him. Zankai was puzzled. Didn't you say 30? Why did you return me 10? Hu-jun said. First, I don't know how to repair the screen. Second, you owe me this 20. Heba bungalow. Jiang Ning parked the electric car at the door and let it bask in the sun. He stood at the door for a while, first used his spiritual sense to check Chachu's body to make sure she was safe. Play with Tang Tang for a while first, and then cut them off later. Jiang Ning thought to himself. Zhu Yuantang trotted home, dawdling for more than 10 minutes, and came out with a frosted teapot and 2 exquisite and simple cups. Jiang Ning set up the tea table and got 2 recliners. She and Jiang Ning lay opposite each other, drinking tea together, basking in the sun, and they were very comfortable. Comfortable? She sighed. Yeah. Are you comfortable? She asked again. Comfortable. Jiang Ning grabbed a handful of pine nuts from his pocket and sprinkled them on the small tea table. Zhu Yuantang lay on the chair and reached out to touch, but his arm was too short to touch. She had no choice but to sit up, took a few, peeled them leisurely, and enjoyed the nuts inside. The two spent a wonderful afternoon. In the farmhouse next door, Uncle Yang's father-in-law was strolling and happened to pass by here. Yang Fei suggested, Dad, didn't you invite a chess player to practice chess recently? How about it? He looked at the little Zhu Yuantang next to him, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Zhu Yuantang caught this sentence and opened his eyes lazily. Tang Yaohan was looking at her and happened to catch a glimpse of this scene. He recalled the pain of being cut into a bald veteran that day. He quickly quickened his pace and walked quickly through this section of the road. It was not until the gaze behind him disappeared that Tang Yaohan took a breath and calmed his heart. He said, Xiao Yang, you know that I love my daughter the most. Your property will be indispensable in the future. Don't be too anxious. Recommend a book Infinite Demon Upgrade Introduction. Get out of the way and upgrade Horizontal Push, Infinite Demon Upgrade, and blow them all up. This is a human city dominated by demons. All power comes from a special substance called demon factor. The higher the concentration of demon factor, the stronger the power. Martial artists practiced martial arts crazily, just to increase the concentration of factors in their bodies and gain demon-like power. However, Lu Zeng, who traveled through time, found that the factors in his body were devouring each other, gradually promoted to the unprecedented 2nd level demon factor. Do you want to promote to the 10th level demon factor? Yes. Lu Zeng looked at the Starfleet approaching from a distance and slowly pressed the button. Pursuing the power of demons is to fall into the abyss, but Lu Zeng fell and became a saint. Chapter 603. Shouldn't read. In the afternoon, the bright sunshine fell on the cement floor in front of the bungalow, on the tea table, and blended with a faint tea fragrance from the teacup. Jiang Ning, who was sitting on the recliner, closed his eyes and was getting sleepy. On the recliner next to him, Zhu Yuantang was not so quiet. She picked up a few pine nuts and peeled them one by one. In the brown shell of the pine nut kernel showed a natural ivory white. The fragrance was much stronger than that of melon seeds, and the taste was very crisp. Zhu Yuantang peeled several, and then encountered a closed pine nut, and she had no idea where to start. The pine nut shell was very hard. Zhu Yuantang wanted to bite it with her teeth, but she was afraid of breaking her teeth. She was very afraid of such accidents. There was an old man in the village before, whose teeth were very powerful. He could even open a beer bottle with his teeth. The old man was proud of this. Later, during a banquet, his teeth broke, and the scene was very brutal. Zhu Yuantang is now grown up, and no longer a child. If the deciduous teeth fall out, they can grow again, but if the permanent teeth fall out, they are really gone. Thinking of the scene of being laughed at by Jiang Ning for speaking out of turn, Zhu Yuantang completely gave up the idea of biting through the pine nut shell. Moreover, without teeth, it would affect her eating. Zhu Yuantang turned her attention to Jiang Ning, and she coughed lightly. Jiang Ning slightly raised her eyelids. Zhu Yuantang did not eat the pine nuts anymore. She picked up the small teacup, facing the sun in the sky, and gently rotated it, as if it was filled with flowing sunlight. How much is a pound of pine nuts? Last time I went to the street, I saw it selling for 40 yuan a pound. She knew the prices very well, and knew them by heart. Ripe pine nuts were too expensive, so Zhu Yuantang planned to buy some raw pine nuts and fry them at home, to save half the money. I don't know. Jiang Ning responded. Zhu Yuantang frowned. How can you not know? Don't you buy things without looking at the price? Although you have money, you can't be so generous. Jiang Ning listened to the instructions quietly, and then said, Tang Fu gave it to me. That big fool. Zhu Yuantang had never expected the big fool actually gave Jiang Ning pine nuts to eat. When she thought of this, she wanted to crush the pine nuts in her hand. Unfortunately, she couldn't crush them. Zhu Yuantang felt strange for a while, and then she felt relieved. She forgave Tang Fu's rashness. Alas, there is no way. After all, she will become a tall girl in the future. A few bungalows next door, Zhu Chachu had just finished her meal and walked out of the house. She happened to see the scene at Tang Tang's house. She saw Jiang Ning lying lazily, Tang Tang talking with a stern face, and the sunlight jumping on them, sometimes bright, sometimes soft, like a vivid picture. At this moment, Zhu Chachu felt particularly peaceful in her heart. She forgot about the heavy schoolwork and the troubles she encountered after school at noon. She even wanted to join in. However, there was no place on both sides of the tea table. The seat that used to belong to her seemed to have become Jiang Ning's exclusive seat. He was more suitable than herself. Zhu Chachu turned around. Only Guhan was left, and her pots and bowls were not washed yet. Zhu Yuantang gathered the unopened pine nuts in his palm. Jiang Ning, let's play a game. I have normal pine nuts in one hand, and unopened pine nuts in the other. You choose one. Zhu Yuantang stretched out her little hand in front of him. Jiang Ning he knew that Zhu Yuantang's two hands were full of unopened pine nuts without using his spiritual sense. However, for the sake of caution, he still scanned with his spiritual sense. Right hand, he said deliberately. He sat on the left side of Tang Tang. If he chose the right hand, Tang Tang would need to turn around and give her the pine nuts in his right hand, which would be a little more tiring. Zhu Yuantang was completely unaware of this and was complacent. She used her wisdom to play tricks on Jiang Ning again. Haha, no matter how powerful he is outside, he is still my plaything. Zhu Yuantang happily handed over the pine nuts. All the pine nuts were unopened. Jiang Ning pinched a pine nut with 2 fingers, drawing a flowing trace, and then slightly pinched it. Crack, the pine nut shell cracked, and the kernel inside was exposed. Is my brother powerful? Jiang Ning threw the kernel into his mouth. Zhu Yuantang said insincerely, TSK, just so. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang immediately came closer. Really? If she could learn it, she would definitely shock Chachu and the twins by showing it in front of them. Jiang Ning said, no. Zhu Yuantang's white face tightened again, and she drank 2 big gulps of tea with hatred. The 2 of them basked in the sun for a whole afternoon, and Tang fell asleep during this time. Before going to school, Jiang Ning got up from the chair and pulled her up from lying to sitting. Tang sat on the chair blankly. Her hair was slightly scattered, and her eyes were a little distracted. She recovered for a while before returning to smart mode again. Jiang Ning urged, didn't you say you wanted to ride a mountain bike to school today? The tire is flat. Go to your house to get an air pump. When Zhu Yuantang heard about pumping up the tire, she became interested. She slid down from the chair, put on her shoes, and ran back home nimbly. When she took the air pump and went out, Jiang Ning had already pushed the mountain bike out the door. After connecting the air needle, Zhu Yuantang stepped on the pedal of the air pump and pumped it hard, having a lot of fun. Unfortunately, happy times are always short-lived. She was responsible for the rear wheel, and Jiang Ning was responsible for the front wheel. This was insurmountable, because she had discussed the issue of mountain bikes with Jiang Ning, and finally defined that the rear wheel belonged to her jurisdiction. Jiang Ning connected the air needle and slowly pumped up the tire. At this moment, he would always recall his childhood, when he would pump up the family bicycle every 2 or 3 days, and every time he pumped up the tire, he would always volunteer. Jiang Ning was playing, and Zhu Yuantang was watching from the side. During this time, Jiang Ning was having fun. She pouted her lips to show her unhappiness to the world, but Jiang Ning didn't see it. Zhu Yuantang was a little unhappy. Above her red mouth was a pair of smart eyes. She looked down and found Jiang Ning's shadow. The sun was shining brightly at noon, and the shadows of the 2 were clearly visible. Zhu Yuantang reached out and used her shadow to quietly pinch Jiang Ning's shadow. Zhu Yuantang's pouting lips were so happy that she happily retracted them with a bit of mischief and cuteness at the corners of her mouth. Chachu next door pushed the battery car out of the door. From her perspective, Tang was very close to Jiang Ning, and the movement of her little mouth seemed like a kiss. If I'm not mistaken, Zhu Chachu's mood fluctuated. Tang actually wanted to kiss Jiang Ning secretly. How could she do this? She's still a child. Just at this moment, Tang found Chachu, and in an instant, their eyes met. Zhu Chachu was so upset that she subconsciously pushed the car back into the house and shouted, I didn't see anything just now. The bell rang for the second class in the afternoon. Jiang Ning stood up from his seat and said to Bei Yuxia, who was sitting in front of him, if Tang wakes up in the next class, tell her that I bought something, and let her go to the cafeteria by herself. Buy something? From Jiang Ning's tone, he seemed to be planning not to come back for the whole class. What kind of thing would take so much time to buy? Bei Yuxia rarely saw him miss a whole class. Her expression did not change, and she simply replied, okay. She did not ask Jiang Ning's purpose, because in her cognition, if the other party was willing to let her know what to do, then he would definitely choose to tell her. Until she saw Jiang Ning climbing out the window and leaving, Bei Yuxia still couldn't wait for Jiang Ning to tell her. She held the ink pen, her fair and beautiful hands, and was unable to write. Bei Yuxia's indifferent face flashed a trace of helplessness, and she suddenly regretted it a little. I should have asked him earlier. As the class was about to start, monitors in Yaoling was called away by the class leaders of other classes to attend a meeting in the conference room. This class was the last class in the afternoon, and it was a self-study class. Without the suppression of the mascot, the classroom suddenly fell into a carnival. The most excited person among them was Preacher Liu. He escaped directly from the dark cage, moved all the way south, and arrived at Xinyao seat. Jiuo Kanan was very upset to see that the fragrant seat of his beloved woman was actually occupied by the dirty preacher Liu. Shan Keikun and preacher Liu had a conflict before. At that time, he wanted to help brother Quan to deal with preacher Liu, but unfortunately he was stopped by director Wang and failed. No, this is the monitor seat. If I can't even protect her seat, how can I protect the monitor? Jiuo Kanan asked himself. So, he had to take action. Jiuo Kanan secretly sent a message to his good brother, take this thing away. Shan Keikun and Brother Nan were real good brothers. They understood each other with just a few words. He took out the chess box from the hole in the table and walked to Xinyao seat with a swagger. Brother, let me play chess. Shan Keikun said. Why? Chuandao Liu asked back. This is the seat of the beautiful class monitor, and it is not far from Zhenglu, Chen Xiaoyu, Bei Yuxia and others. Maybe he can find a chance to pick up girls. Even if there is no chance to pick up girls, he does not want to return to the abyss. What's more, he has a grudge against Shan Keikun. If he retreats, he will appear so incompetent. Where will he put his face? So Chuandao Liu will definitely not leave. Shan Keikun is not unreasonable. He did not have a conflict with Chuandao Liu. After all, violence is not advisable. Although he is not afraid of Chuandao Liu, if he can use an easier method to crush Chuandao Liu, why not do it? Shan Keikun, brother, can you play chess? He looked a little contemptuous. In terms of chess skills, there are less than 3 people in class 8 who can beat him. Chuandao Liu got angry when he saw his expression, who can't play chess. Shan Keikun stretched out a finger. One game determines the outcome. Whoever loses goes. Do you dare? He spoke quite loudly and all the students around him could hear him. Songsheng, Kayang Li, Kaokun, Meng Xian and many other students who were watching the fun cast their eyes over. Well, now that things have gotten out of hand, Pastor Liu can no longer back down. Jiuo Kanan gave his seat to brother Quan, and a game of chess began. Jiuo Kanan said to the people around him, just watch the game of chess without saying a word. Shan Keikun galloped into the territory of Liu Chuandao, messed up his formation, and ate his rook. In terms of chess skills, Liu Chuandao is far inferior to Shan Keikun. However, in terms of character, Shan Keikun is far inferior to Liu Chuandao. There are so many girls watching the game around. Jiang Ning, Meng Xian, Shen Qinj, all girls that Liu Chuandao likes. If he loses to Shan Keikun in public, where will he put his face? High school students are not like people in society. They value face the most. Sometimes they are even willing to give up everything for face. The rook was eaten, and Liu Chuandao was anxious. In a rage, he took out the key from his pocket, slammed it on the chessboard, and flew over with the key to kill Shan Keikun's pawn. The classmates around were stunned. Before Shan Keikun could speak, Jiuo Kanan scolded, "What are you doing? Are you cheating? Liu Chuandao, you didn't say that I can't use external objects?" Jiuo Kanan was so angry that he was confused. Then how can you use the key to eat the soldier? Ha ha ha, this is my car key, isn't it a car? Liu Chuandao was extremely shameless, and the students around him were shocked. This is too awesome. Qin Hui in ancient times had 2 or 3 good friends. Duan Shigang said, I support Daojet, within the rules. Zhang Kai was fooled by Shan Keikun when he borrowed money at noon. At this moment, he also openly sang the opposite tune. Yes, Chuandao did the right thing. Ha ha ha. Liu Chuandao got the support of the votes and laughed loudly. Shan Keikun's face was gloomy. Okay. His gloom turned into a smile, and he was domineering. I give you a car. So what? Do you have the ability to win? Liu Chuandao cursed. Damn. Arrogant. After 3 rounds, he used the car key and cooperated with the soldiers to kill Shan Keikun's elephant, and said with a smile, Quanzi, you have lost your partner. Shan Keikun was in control. Liu Chuandao ate his horse again and laughed. Your horse is gone. Shan Keikun shot down his horse with a cannon, and then ate his general. You are an orphan now. Fuck. Liu Chuandao stood up suddenly, pointed at Shan Keikun's nose, looking for trouble, right? Shan Kaiquan slapped his hand away and said coldly, let the people around you judge. Who is looking for trouble? Liu Chuandao suddenly asked back. Gangzi, who is looking for trouble? Duan Shigang, Shan Kaiquan. Such behavior is really too shameless. Shan Kaiquan, you have no integrity at all. Now I know that you can't afford to play with me. After saying this, Shan Kaiquan turned around and left. The students in class 8 cast contemptuous glances at him, and Liu Chuandao looked ugly. Stop. Liu Chuandao shouted, his tone stiff. Who do you say can't afford to play with me? He walked from his seat to the river and walked towards Shan Kaiquan step by step. His whole body was tense, ready to kick at any time. The atmosphere in the class was a little frozen. Wang Lang Lang yelled, where is the monitor? Where is the monitor? Cuiu shouted, whoever can maintain class peace will be the monitor. Shan Kaiquan also turned around and stared at Liu Chuandao. Liu Chuandao's steps were getting faster and faster, ready to give a flying kick to let Shan Kaiquan know who is the king of class 8. Bai Yuxia was originally very interested, but suddenly, she found something wrong. She used to be able to watch the excitement because Jiang Ning protected this area. Now that Jiang Ning is not here, if a fight breaks out with the Linup of both sides, the class will definitely be in chaos, and I don't know how many desks will fall down and how many piles of books will be damaged. Fists and feet have no eyes, and she might be affected. Thinking of this, Bai Yuxia dissuaded, Zhu Yuantang is sleeping, you go back to your seats. Chuandao Liu was so angry that he didn't care about anyone. He said, who does she think she is? Jiang Yanan suddenly shouted, Jiang Ning will be unhappy. Hearing this name, the students in the old class 8 were all horrified. Chapter 604, coming to the door. As Jiang Ning's name sounded, the originally noisy classroom stopped for a moment. The sound and time stopped, and even the flowing air calmed down. All the students in the old 8th class had witnessed Jiang Ning teaching Deng Xiang and his group a lesson. Many people still can't figure out why he can be so fierce as a student. Later, in the sports meet, Jiang Ning broke the record 3 times and won the marathon championship. These achievements were achieved time and time again with strength, not bragging. However, Liu Chuandao was a student in the 2nd year of high school and didn't know Jiang Ning's strength. In his impression, Jiang Ning was just handsome, popular with women, and had better grades. Such boys are usually very popular, but in the world of force, they are vulnerable. Bench press 140 kilograms? What a joke. Does fighting depend on strength? Liu Chuandao, who loves martial arts, once studied Chinese martial arts. He once followed a Taikai master who used Taikai push hands to easily defeat the European MMA champion. No matter how strong Jiang Ning is, can he compare with the European MMA champion? Liu Chuandao stood in the classroom and looked around. He looked at the students' silence and couldn't help laughing. The only overlord of this class in the old days was Pang Jiao. He and Pang Jiao had a shocking battle. People like Song Shen could only flee cowardly. In the end, Jiang Ning was lucky and saved his face. Now, under his calculation, Pang Jiao was punished and was not a big deal. He had been immersed in it for too long. It was time to let this class see who was the real overlord. Liu Chuandao's face was full of arrogance. He said slowly, Jiang Ning? Ha ha ha. What does it have to do with him? If I fight in the classroom, I can beat whoever I want. Jiang Yanan repeated, if you touch his desk, he will definitely be unhappy. If he is unhappy, he might attack again. Cuiu encouraged, Jiang Ning is very strong. He used to. Before Cuiu finished speaking, Liu Chuandao's face was stern. His eyes were shining, and he declared domineeringly, Jiang Ning is a rookie. Why compare with me? I'm the only hero in the world. Cuiu, damn, you are really not afraid of death. Haha, if you have the guts to say this while he is here. Yuwen was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Provoked by the female classmate, Liu Chuandao instantly got excited. He glanced at Jiang Ning's seat and said, you should be thankful that he is not here now. Maybe he has heard something. After that, Liu Chuandao turned his gaze back to Shan Kaiquan. I will deal with you first, and then deal with other things. Wang Lang Lang righteously rebuked, you are fighting in front of the whole class. You are too disrespectful to the class monitor. He took this opportunity to weaken Xin Yaoling's authority, which was not much. Liu Chuandao really fell into the trap. I find it funny when you talk about the class monitor. He laughed twice again, and his face became solemn again. He bent his fingers, making a series of crisp sounds, showing his toughness, and shook his shoulders to stretch his muscles and bones to facilitate his performance later. After a short silence, the battle resumed again. Chen Xiaoyu, who was in the front row, was ready to watch the battle. She glanced at Zhu Yuantang inadvertently and suddenly found that every time there was a fight in the class, Tang Tang was always sleeping. This won't do. How could she miss such an interesting thing? So, Chen Xiaoyu patted Zhu Yuantang and signaled her to get up and watch the fight. Zhu Yuantang was touched by an external object and woke up in a daze. She rubbed her eyes and found that the class was in a mess, so she asked, "Hasn't the class started yet?" The voice of this sentence was neither too loud nor too soft, and Liu Chuandao heard it. He immediately laughed. "I think you are confused after sleeping." Liu Chuandao didn't have any thoughts about this girl, who slept all day. He liked beautiful girls. Zhu Yuantang stopped talking immediately after being said something. Chen Xiaoyu introduced her. "The class has started. Liu Chuandao is preparing to fight with Shan Keiquan, and the fight hasn't started yet." Zhu Yuantang asked, "When will the fight start?" Chen Xiaoyu estimated, "It should be soon, so I called you to get up." Zhu Yuantang was very polite. "Oh, thank you Xiaoyu. You're welcome. There are pumpkin cakes in the cafeteria in the evening. Just give me your piece," Chen Xiaoyu said. Zhu Yuantang declined. "No, no." Liu Chuandao heard the conversation between the two. Why did the battle that was brewing, the battle of all-out efforts, the battle to lay the foundation for the class hegemony, the battle that shocked the whole class, become so ridiculous in the eyes of the two? Liu Chuandao even felt that the topic the two women talked about was like watching a performance, and they were full of contempt for him. Liu Chuandao couldn't stand this kind of drama at all. He turned around and scolded the two people, "Please show some respect." At the same time, in the conference room of Building 4, a meeting on class civilization was held. From the first to the third grade of high school, dozens of class leaders gathered here and listened carefully. In the back, Xin Yaoling was in the conference room, concerned about the class. "Will there be trouble in the class after I leave?" Xin Yaoling was a little worried, so that the bag under her eyes made her look lovable. Immediately, Xin Yaoling remembered the backup plan she had arranged in the class. Although the man had a bad character, he was definitely capable. Xin Yaoling, who had the ability to judge people, believed that he could do a good job. Class 8 classroom. Zhang Kai stared at Liu Chuandao's arrogant posture. He quietly took out his mobile phone, looked at the call records with the class teacher, and the text messages he sent, and smiled sinisterly. For wealth and honor, everything can be sold. Chen Xiaoyu was very interested in discussing with Zhu Yuantang, but was scolded by Liu Chuandao, and the two of them stopped talking for a while. "Wang Long Long, you dare to yell at her? Don't you know she is the best in the school?" Ha ha ha. Liu Chuandao laughed non-stop. "Is it great to be the best in the grade? It's not like I haven't beaten the best in the grade before." His arrogant laughter resounded throughout the class. Zhu Yuantang remained silent. At this time, a calm voice sounded from behind. "Oh, you want to beat the first in the grade?" The tone was inexplicably familiar. Liu Chuandao didn't remember who it was for a moment, but now he was in a stage of high spirits, and immediately replied arrogantly, "Even if I beat the first in the grade, so what? What are the consequences? Can she jump up and hit me? Ha ha ha." After saying that, Liu Chuandao thought of the funny scene, and found it very funny. He couldn't help laughing out loud, especially happy. Liu Chuandao felt that he was really talented in comedy. He could actually say such funny words. He was simply a genius. He laughed several times, and suddenly found that the class was unusually quiet. He pointed at his classmates. "Why don't you laugh?" Wang Long Long held back his laughter and said, "I don't like to laugh by nature." Liu Chuandao, ha ha ha. He turned his head and tried to find the person who had just spoken, and then met Shan Qingrang's terrifying eyes. It is impossible to describe the feeling at this moment. It was like falling into a cold ice cave in the scorching summer. Liu Chuandeo's smiling face froze in an instant. His scalp was numb and stiff, and his soul was so scared that it wanted to escape from his body. Shan Qingrang asked coldly, "Why don't you laugh? Are you born not to like laughing?" He slapped Liu Chuandeo's head hard, kicked Liu Chuandeo to the back of the classroom, and then grabbed Liu Chuandeo's collar and threw him to the corridor outside. The classmates in the classroom heard the angry shouts outside. "You still want to beat the first in the grade? Have you grown up?" Another slap sounded, and it hurt just to hear it. Hu Jun in the back row stretched his head to watch, secretly shocked. The teacher is so cruel. Wang Lang remembered that when he and Mao Zhe had a fight at the beginning of the school year, he was taken to the office by the head teacher. After he admitted his mistake, he stood by and watched Shan Qingrang beat Mao Zhe, and the beating was also quite fierce. Ma Shiqing, it has been said on the forum that Shan Qingrang is a smiling tiger. He is usually friendly, but when he really fights, he is unambiguous. On the north bank of Zuhe Lake, there is a rich villa area. Yan boasted at the door of the duplex villa, cutting the flower bed beside the door. As he cut, pieces of rotten leaves fell. He was depressed, and he couldn't cut them off no matter what. The action at noon today was foolproof, but Gaozi, that loser, just wanted to achieve the best results, and messed it up. Now, Gaozi's leg is broken. His broken leg is a small matter, but it delayed him from flirting with girls, which is a big deal. Thinking of Zhu Chuchu's charming appearance, if everything went well today, he might be accompanying her in the hospital for an fourth trip now, instead of staying here alone. Yanbo couldn't help but curse. Waste. He looked at the broken motorcycle in the yard and wondered, is there a curse on the broken car? 2 people broke their legs in a row? Alas. Now without Gaozi's help, Yanbo didn't know how long it would take to implement the next plan. Gaozi's ability was average, but he was loyal enough. He only had one such person under him. Yanbo's eyes flickered, and he tried to find some other plans. He must get a girl like Zhu Chuchu, no matter what the price. If Zhu Chuchu is not okay, then find a breakthrough from the people around her. In an instant, several figures appeared in his mind, such as the little girl, or Zhu Chuchu's family. In the highly open modern society, except for the top officials and rich people, as long as you are willing to spend time and energy, you can get in touch with them. Just as Yanbo was planning, a person beyond his expectations pushed open the iron door of the villa. Jiang Ning closed the door with his backhand, and a spell popped up to activate the formation. Yanbo was stunned when he saw the boy. He clearly recognized that the other party was the boy fishing in the pond, and he had a good relationship with Zhu Chuchu. Numerous thoughts filled his mind. Yanbo was curious and a little wary. How did you find this place? Jiang Ning strolled leisurely, as if he was walking in his own courtyard. He looked at the surrounding layout and made a judgment. Your villa is not good. It is far worse than the one in Huqi Mountain. Yanbo, what does my house have to do with you? Don't you still live in a broken river dam? You are so arrogant. You can't afford this house, even if you work for 10 years in the future. Jiang Ning was a little happy. He felt that his words were still too conservative. After all, it was a duplex villa. The price of villas in Yuzhou in the future was more than 10,000 yuan per square meter. The area of this villa was estimated to be more than 300 square meters, and the total price in the future market was close to 4 million. You are right. Let alone 10 years, I can't afford it, even if I work for a lifetime. Jiang Ning said calmly. Yanbo felt that this kid was exaggerating. The purchase price of his house was just over 3,000 yuan, and the total price was only about 1 million yuan. But, of course, he would not let down his dignity. Yanbo, you are self-aware. Have you finished talking? Yanbo asked. Get out if you have finished talking. Your behavior is illegal now. Although Yanbo was not afraid of the other party, he was a little scared. It was too weird. He was at home, and the other party came to his door. How weird. You also know that it is illegal. When you set up the plan at noon, why didn't you know it was illegal? Jiang Ning said calmly. Hearing this, Yanbo's first reaction was that Gaozi betrayed him. He was shocked and angry. Fuck, cut off Gaozi's medical expenses immediately. You dared to betray me. Then, he began to look for opportunities to deal with the man in front of him. He said disdainfully, "You say I'm breaking the law, so it is illegal? Funny, do you have evidence?" His communication with Gaozi was offline. He could ensure that Gaozi did not record the video. As for the recording, he could not guarantee it, but he would not admit the recording. Before, he had hooked up with a girl from a technical secondary school. Her parents came to seek revenge, so he hired a lawyer and sent the couple to jail. So he knew more about the law. Brother, to be honest, you can't do me without evidence. Yanbo had other concerns. He was afraid that the other party would talk nonsense in front of Zuchachu, and if that happened, all his efforts would be wasted. He didn't want to see a situation similar to what happened to Jiuo Ran last time, so he had to stop it in advance. Yanbo had a camera at home, so he had an idea and deliberately said, "You may not understand the situation. Let me get you some money, and you can go out and have fun and eat." Yanbo pretended to turn around and walk back, one to get the money, and the other to get the weapon. He needed to prevent the other party from going to extremes. Jiang Ning smiled and said, "I know the situation very well. Don't worry, I can deal with you." Yanbo asked back, "Do you have money to hire a lawyer?" He pointed to the flower pot at the door and said, "Do you see this flower pot? I spent 180,000 yuan on this flower and the flower pot. If I sell it and use the 180,000 yuan to hire a lawyer, guess how long I can play with you?" "Brother, you are too naive." Yanbo shook his head and sighed. Jiang Ning suddenly kicked the flower pot with a clean and sharp kick, smashing it to pieces, and the ground was full of fragments and leaves. He said, "Okay, now, your flower pot is gone." Damn it. Yanbo was very angry at first and wanted to kill the other party. Soon, his mood calmed down and was replaced by surprise. The flower pot was not worth 180,000 yuan, but it was worth 80,000 yuan, which was enough for the other party to drink a pot. Yanbo's idea was not to get the other party in, but to mean that he could use the compensation and Jiang Ning to get close to Zuchachu. Yanbo had no doubt whether the other party would compromise. A high school student who had been living in a bungalow in the river dam must have a poor family background. 80,000 yuan is undoubtedly a huge sum of money for an ordinary family. By then, the other party's parents will come forward, and the pressure from the elders can instantly crush a high school student. He can then use this to threaten Jiang Ning and achieve his goal. Thinking of this, Yanbo's expression became extremely comfortable, and he said, "We can have a good talk now." Chapter 605 Give a Chance. The north bank of Zuho Lake, Villa area. Compared with the previous nervousness, Yanbo is now much calmer. "Let's talk about compensation." Jiang Ning asked leisurely. "Compensation? What do I need to compensate?" Hearing this, Yanbo felt funny inside. He pointed to the broken flower pots and said, "As a matter of course I have to compensate for my flower pots. Do you really think I'm kidding?" His expression gradually became strange, as if he was surprised and incredible, and finally turned into a smile. "No way, no way. Do you think I'm deceiving you? Please, this flower pot is really valuable." Yanbo explained. "It's a rare variety shipped from foreign countries. Many rich people in Yuzhou like to place it at the door as a decoration." Jiang Ning was unmoved. He glanced at the messy yard. "If you want me to compensate, there must be evidence. Empty words are not enough." Yanbo pointed to the camera above. "From the moment you entered the yard, all your actions have been recorded." He seemed to be talking freely, but in fact, his muscles were tense to prevent Jiang Ning from jumping off the wall and doing extreme things. Yanbo was not powerless to resist. The reason why he dropped out of school was because he blinded someone's eye, and his parents paid the other person 250,000 yuan to settle the matter. If Yanbo only had money, it would be difficult to suppress a ruffian like Gaozi. He relies more on his own strength. Jiang Ning took out a small stone and threw it at the camera. Bang! The camera was smashed to pieces. "Okay, now you have no evidence," Jiang Ning said. Yanbo's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted angrily, "You don't want to save your face. I gave you a chance. Since you don't want it, Before he finished speaking, Yanbo stepped back violently, took a few steps, stretched out his hand and quickly opened the cabinet next to the door, and pulled out a shiny steel pipe, weighing the heaviness of the steel pipe. At this moment, all of Yanbo's uneasiness disappeared. He stared at Jiang Ning, and his tone became 3 points harder. I don't care why you found where I live, but you broke my flower pots and invaded my house. These are not trivial matters. Yanbo said playfully, you don't understand the importance of money. It doesn't matter. Your parents do. 180,000 yuan. Guess how much your parents can save in a year. Guess again. How will your parents treat you, a good son, after knowing that you have caused a big disaster? Yanbo felt comfortable physically and mentally. You don't even have the opportunity to talk to me now. See you at the police station tonight. He likes the feeling of being in control of everything now. Yanbo held the steel pipe to prevent any mistakes. He would restrain Jiang Ning later, then call the police, restrict his personal freedom, prevent him from contacting Zhu Chuchu, and expose his plan with Gaozi. Then wait for Jiang Ning's parents to arrive, and then threaten him with compensation and the crime of invading the house. Countless thoughts jumped in Yanbo's mind, and finally connected into a line, and at the end of the line, he got Zhu Chuchu. You are quite dramatic. Jiang Ning pinched a photo between his fingers, and swung it casually, and the photo flew in front of Yanbo. Yanbo reached out and grabbed it, and after just one look, his face was shocked. The photo was taken at a busy night market. There are 2 people in the photo, one is him, and the other is a technical secondary school girl. In an instant, countless memories came to his mind. Yanbo has always wondered why he and the technical secondary school girl did such a good job of keeping secrets, so they were discovered by the other party's parents. Later, after his ribs were broken, he specifically asked Gaozi to investigate, but unfortunately he couldn't find the reason, so he could only swallow his anger. Now after seeing this photo and Jiang Ning who suddenly came to his door, Yanbo finally understood. Fuck you. Yanbo's eyes were red. If it weren't for the photo, he might have succeeded in getting Guo Ran now. So it was you who was plotting against me, and you dare to come to my house. Yanbo squeezed out these words from his throat, and endless anger filled his chest. He had been very successful since he was a child, but because of Jiang Ning's trick, his ribs were broken, and he missed Guo Ran. At this moment, he wanted to kill Jiang Ning. Yes, it was me. Jiang Ning raised the corner of his mouth. Are you angry? I'll kill you. Yanbo rushed over suddenly, his movements were crisp and sharp, and the heavy steel pipe cut through the air, making a whistling sound, and slammed into Jiang Ning's arm. When the steel pipe fell, Yanbo was 100% sure that it would definitely break his bones. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. As for the consequences of violence, the last scene captured by the villa camera was smashed by Jiang Ning. The other party invaded his house, and Yanbo was just defending himself, which was a bit intense at most. Yanbo's eyes were violent, and he really wanted to destroy Jiang Ning and make him a useless person in the future. The fierce stick shadow drew a fan-shaped pattern. Jiang Ning stepped on his toes and dodged backwards. The steel pipe passed by him at a distance of a millimeter. Taking advantage of the gap in Yanbo's movement, Jiang Ning stretched out his hand and rushed back at a faster speed, grabbed the steel pipe, and snatched it directly. Yanbo swung the steel pipe and found that the weapon had changed hands. He was stunned and couldn't believe it. Jiang Ning weighed the weapon and said, "Thank you for the steel pipe." He sent the steel pipe backwards, leaving enough distance, and then swung it violently, which made a crackling sonic boom. Yanbo watched with his own eyes as a black shadow attacked at an extremely fast speed. The terrifying formation made his hair explode. At the moment, before he thought his head was about to be smashed to pieces, Jiang Ning stopped his movement, and the steel pipe stopped next to his temple. The cold airflow poured down and blew his hair. All of Yanbo's fury was instantly sobered up by the cold wind. The relief of surviving the disaster made him tremble. He raised his head and dodged his eyes and saw Jiang Ning's mouth corners raised. "Are you qualified to negotiate with me?" This sentence almost aroused Yanbo's anger again, but he had to bow his head under the eaves. He was young, well-fed, and well-clothed, and had a good life waiting for him to enjoy. He couldn't die. There was no need to fight with a psychopath. Yes, yes, there is no need. He kept admonishing himself. Yanbo's previous unruly and unruly nature disappeared. The great terror between life and death made his desire to survive extremely strong. He forced a smile. Brother, I'm joking. Don't take it to heart. His smile was a bit flattering. Jiang Ning, weren't you very crazy just now? Not crazy anymore. Not crazy anymore. Yanbo continued to please, but he hated Jiang Ning in his heart. As long as he survived this disaster today safely, he would definitely return it 100-fold. Although the camera was broken, the saved images were still there, so he could still sue Jiang Ning. He admitted that he had underestimated Jiang Ning just now, but now that society is functioning, personal force is not worth mentioning at all. Money and social connections are the kingly way, and Yanbo has all these things. As long as he endures it, everything will be fine. Hansen could endure the humiliation under his crotch back then, so what if he, Yanbo, endures a little humiliation? Jiang Ning swept his spiritual sense and locked onto the nearby motorcycle. He said, do you want me to let you go? Yanbo was unsure. How about this, you ride the motorcycle and run away. If I catch up with you, I will break your legs. Jiang Ning stated the rules of the game. Yanbo looked at the motorcycle, a little unsure. This motorcycle caused his brother's leg to break, and Gaozi's leg was also broken. Now it's his turn. No way. Yanbo thought that he was just riding a bike and not showing off his skills, so he shouldn't break his legs, right? If you don't want to play games, I'll break your legs. Jiang Ning gestured with a steel pipe. Yanbo gritted his teeth. Okay, I agree. Under Jiang Ning's gaze, he got on the motorcycle, started the accelerator, and slowly drove out of the villa and onto the flat cement road. Yanbo rode on the motorcycle, feeling the surging power, and he was surprised. I escaped. I'm okay. The next second, he suddenly twisted the handlebars, and the motorcycle ran like a wild horse. Yanbo rushed through the gate of the villa, stared at Jiang Ning's face, and made a goodbye mouth shape. His expression became ferocious. Buzz buzz buzz, the motorcycle rushed out in an instant. 3 seconds later, Jiang Ning raised his palm and suddenly clenched his fist. Bang bang sounded, and the motorcycle suddenly exploded. At this time, the body of the motorcycle was accelerating at 100 meters. Due to the effect of inertia, Yanbo flew out smoothly from the body of the motorcycle, like a sandbag, rushing forward along the cement ground, and blood wiped out a bright mark along the way. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and the hard drive connected to the camera flew out of the villa. Classroom 8. Liu Chuandao was scolded by Shan Qingrang in the classroom, beaten in the corridor, and then taken to the office to be beaten again. The classroom returned to peace. Jiuo Kanan looked at the newly opened 20 yuan data refueling package and was a little excited. He opened the people nearby on questions and set the filter option to only women, hoping to meet love. Lukaki suddenly turned around and said, I plan to browse Taobao. Lend me your phone. Jiuo Kanan's hunting journey was forced to stop, but he was not sad. Instead, he was a little excited. When he was a student, many ordinary male classmates were rarely asked to chat by girls. Therefore, even if he met a girl for help, he would be surprised, because he felt the value of being needed. Just play. Jiuo Kanan was very generous. Thank you, you are a good person, unlike Ma Shicheng, who is very stingy. While Lukaki praised him, she also ridiculed the person sitting behind him. Ma Shicheng raised his voice, I'm not your father. Lukaki knew it was difficult to scold dying Ma Shicheng, so she didn't make a fuss and happily browsed Taobao. It is scary for women to browse Taobao, especially in this era, when data is so precious. When get out of class was about to end, Jiuo Kanan took back his phone, and was shocked to find that the 20 yuan data refueling package he had just opened had been used up by Lukaki. Jiuo Kanan. It was the break time after school in the afternoon. Jiuo Kanan complained, data is too expensive now, I can't afford it at all. While he was talking, Zhu Yuantang in the front row was holding an iPad and playing games happily. Wang Lang passed by and took a few glances. He had rich experience watching people play games, and he could tell the uniqueness of this game at a glance. Mobile MOBA game. Zhu Yuantang killed someone and replied, yes, Dota Westward Journey. Wang Lang Lang quickly called Brother Ma and watched half of the game. Ma Shicheng judged, this game is not very good, it's missing something. What exactly do you say? Wang Lang Lang asked. Ma Shicheng said, it's not fun, and a lot of things are copied, and the key is to copy the bad parts of others. Smartphone users like them especially hope that a real mobile MOBA game can appear on the mobile platform. Unfortunately, Ma Shicheng has played a lot, including Fingertip Dota and Vainglory, but none of them are good enough. Dong Qingfeng was attracted by the iPad, and he also watched it for a while, and made a judgment. It's far worse than LOL. A crude imitation. Dong Qingfeng defined it. Talking about games, Ma Shicheng said, I've always felt that, if a decent MOBA game appeared on mobile phones, it would definitely be a hit given the portability of mobile phones. Dong Qingfeng, no matter how popular it is, mobile MOBA is destined to not be comparable to LOL. Ma Shicheng, there is no need to compare it with LOL. Given the popularity of smartphones, once that game is really born, the number of users will definitely surpass LOL, and it may be more popular than LOL. Previously, what limited mobile MOBA games were the phone configuration and network. Now the Snapdragon 801 is very powerful, and 4G networks are beginning to become popular. He fantasized, maybe one day we can play 5-man games in the classroom. Dong Qingfeng did not refute this. He smiled and said, class too often brags that they have LOL masters in their class. When the time comes, we will use our mobile phones to play against them in the classroom. Wang Lang Lang, then I'll watch you guys deal with class 2. Zenkai came to watch. He really wanted to buy an iPad, but unfortunately he had no money. He watched Zhu Yuantang play games for a while and was surprised. How do you have Wi-Fi? Zhu Yuantang didn't even raise his head. The head teacher turned it on for me. Zenkai looked surprised. The few people were chatting happily, and Liu Chuandao walked into the classroom with a swollen face. Seeing his bruised face, the classmates couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. CUIU, Brother Dao, be careful when you walk next time. The ground is slippery, don't fall. Liu Chuandao was angry, but he couldn't get angry, so he could only return to his seat gloomily. Who knew that the entrance to the abyss was blocked by Pang Zhao? The homeless Liu Chuandao could only turn to the big family in the back row. Che Wei reviewed the afternoon conflict with a flickering look in his eyes. The reason why Liu Chuandao was beaten by the head teacher was because he openly shouted in the class and provoked Zhu Yuantang. But from Liu Chuandao's behavior, Che Wei discovered that this person was extremely hostile to Jiang Ning. Che Wei hated Liu Chuandao, but he hated Jiang Ning even more. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Che Wei propped up his crutches, limped to the back row, and said to Liu Chuandao, let's go out and talk. After saying that, he didn't wait for the other party's reply and limped to the east corridor outside the classroom. Half a minute later, Liu Chuandao came to the appointment. Che Wei's face was solemn, and the first sentence he said was, you were beaten by Shan Qingrong, and I have great sympathy for you. He came up to reveal the scar, which made Liu Chuandao angry. Damn it, I will beat you again tonight. He had to vent this injustice in his heart, and Che Wei was his best target. Che Wei, but, have you ever thought about why Shan Qingrong beat you? Liu Chuandao, why? Che Wei said, as far as I know, Jiang Ning was absent from the last class, and Shan Qingrong didn't bother him. Liu Chuandao was puzzled. What do you mean? Che Wei's eyes were wise. Let me analyze it for you. So, the two people with their own ulterior motives secretly planned. Playground, table tennis court. Jiang Ning and teacher Jiuo Ran played table tennis. Bang bang bang, back and forth. Jiuo Ran's skills were slightly inferior, but she gave it her all. She stared at the high-speed spinning table tennis ball, and her graceful figure was revealed as she moved her feet. Because of the fierce competition, fine sweat oozed from her forehead, and a few strands of hair were wet with sweat and stuck to her cheeks, showing the charm of a young female teacher. At the table next door, Zheng Lu held a racket and played with her sister He Qingtang. He Qingtang suddenly said, Lulu, Jizuan transferred to our school, have you seen him? Chapter 606, Converging Lines. Jizuan? Hearing this name, Zheng Lu thought of eating during the morning self-study. She finally found an opportunity to be alone with Jiang Ning without being disturbed by Zhu Yuantang and the twins. As a result, Ji Zuan, who had not seen her for a long time, wanted to reminisce with her. Zhenglu was not willing to waste time. She and Ji Zuan were just ordinary classmates before. Come if you want. Zhenglu didn't care much. He King Tang said, at noon, I was preparing to take a nap. He privately chatted with me from the junior high school class group. I didn't expect that he was a student from number 1 middle school and transferred to number 4 middle school. The relationship between classmates in their junior high school class was very harmonious and happy. But since entering high school, the originally harmonious class has had some differences in circles, such as number 1 middle school, number 2 middle school, and number 4 middle school, as well as students who could not get into the city high school and could only go to technical secondary school. These circles have cut the once happy class into pieces. Most of the people who are still speaking in the group are students from number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school, and Ji Zuan is a dazzling existence among them. As a student of number 4 middle school, he King Tang was one level lower than the other in terms of status. He only joined the group chat occasionally because he missed the friendship of his former classmates. Zhenglu completely gave up the small group. In the past year, after being pointed out by Jiang Ning, she devoted herself to painting. She first tried to take private orders on Tiba to hone her skills. It was very hard at that time. She couldn't make money and was often run away. Later, with the introduction of Jiang Ning, she got to know the marketing department of some companies, so she could have stable orders. Painting, studying, yoga, these time completely occupied her life, so Zhenglu didn't care about her former junior high school classmates. He King Tang, he asked us to go to the playground for a walk during evening self-study to help him get familiar with number 4 middle school. Are you going? Zhenglu shook her head, no. She looked at Jiang Ning who was playing basketball next to her, and there was a smile between her eyebrows. I have something to do tonight. He King Tang heard, well, then don't go. In fact, He King Tang knew everything. Since they just wanted to know about number 4 middle school, they could also communicate on the phone. Why did they have to go to the playground during the gap of evening self-study? She lowered her voice. Actually, I don't like that group of people very much. The other party's purpose was obviously not very simple. The two girls smiled at each other. Before He King Tang was in junior high school, because of her rustic appearance, she was not taken seriously by the outstanding male classmates in the class. Now that she has entered high school, she is getting more and more beautiful, and those boys are chasing her in turn. She is very thorough about that kind of thinking. They had just agreed to reject Ji Zuan's invitation when they saw a familiar figure walking in front of the podium. After school and lunch in the afternoon, Ji Zuan had nothing to do, so he strolled to the corridor. He was in class 9, which was very close to class 8, and he stopped by to visit Zhenglu. Then he was told that the other party went to play table tennis. Ji Zuan's skills in table tennis were average, but it did not prevent him from joining in the fun, so he strolled all the way to the playground. After arriving here, he keenly discovered that the boy who was with Zhenglu in the morning was actually playing table tennis with a girl with a slim figure and a pretty face. Could it be a senior girl in the 3rd year of high school? Ji Zuan had this speculation in his mind, and he looked at Zhenglu next to him, and the girl who played table tennis with her. Ji Zuan looked for a long time before he recognized that the girl was He King Tang, the rustic girl in his junior high school class before. He didn't expect that she is so beautiful now. He quickly walked over and raised his hand to say hello. Zhenglu, you are playing table tennis. He King Tang was slightly surprised. How come old classmates have time to come to the playground to play? I asked you to play table tennis before, but you never wanted to play. Ji Zuan laughed dryly and did not reply. At the nearby table tennis table, Ji Yuoran reached out and grabbed the table tennis ball, panting, no more playing, I'm going back to the dormitory to take a shower. She looked at Zhenglu next to her, then looked at Jiang Ning and asked, are you going together? Jiang Ning, Zhenglu, I'm leaving first. After that, Jiang Ning and Ji Yuoran left the playground together. After the two left, Ji Zuan was happy. He always felt that this boy was a bit annoying. Now that he was gone, he felt much more comfortable. Now, there are only him and the two beauties on the field. Isn't it wonderful? After playing table tennis, he sent a message to Yi Mengchen to show off his experience today, and by the way, he boasted about his popularity, which would definitely make Yi Mengchen jealous. Ji Zuan is a greedy man, and he is obviously not satisfied with just getting close to the two girls. He looked at Jiang Ning's receding back, and the extremely attractive figure beside him, and deliberately teased, "Aren't you classmates? We were walking together this morning. Why didn't I ask you to walk together just now? It's not nice, right?" Zhenglu frowned, and was about to refute, but the next moment, Jiang Ning in the distance suddenly turned around, and waved to her. Zhenglu's frown instantly relaxed, replaced by gentleness. "Bye." She took He Qingtang's hand with one hand, and with the other hand holding the table tennis racket, she quickly ran towards Jiang Ning. Ji Zuan was left there, looking at the empty table tennis table, wishing he could slap himself. In the distance, Jiang Ning was waiting quietly, and he thought to himself, "You are nosy, right? I'll help you." During the break of the evening self-study class, Che Wei, leaning on a cane, found Shan Zhao to discuss the lost gold ring and the plan to sue the owner of the gold shop. After the discussion, Che Wei, leaning on a cane again, found Liu Chuandao to discuss the plan to jointly fight against Jiang Ning and the plan to trap Pang Zhao at night. During the discussion, Che Wei made many golden sentences, which attracted the two sides to agree and give thumbs up. This feeling of being recognized made Che Wei feel like a strategist in the Warring States period, who could destroy the enemy in the midst of laughter and chat. The invincibility of controlling everything fascinated him deeply, as if he was using everything as chess to play the next game of the century. After all the discussions were completed, Che Wei returned to his seat refreshed, and even the use of the cane became much lighter and smoother, as if it was his real leg. Song Sheng inadvertently noticed this scene, and was slightly shocked. He had broken his leg before, and had used crutches himself. He knew that this thing was actually difficult to use. However, Che Wei was able to use it, as if it were his own arm after only using it for one day. It was really amazing. He is simply a genius. If he participates in the competition, Song Sheng couldn't imagine how much glory he could get. Che Wei sat down happily. He took out the beads from the hole in the table, and began to twirl them. Bei Yuxia, who was sitting at the same table, was not reading like before, but was thinking about a difficult problem. The day before yesterday, Jiang Ning brought another portion of fruit to school. It was a box of cherries, which tasted extremely good. Bei Yuxia's mother had bought cherries for 120 yuan per catty before, but compared with the cherries brought by Jiang Ning, the sweetness and taste were more than one level lower. Needless to say, the price. Bei Yuxia felt uncomfortable if she took advantage of others, especially Jiang Ning, and didn't give it back to him. She originally planned to take Jiang Ning to a better midnight snack. Unfortunately, the restaurant she chose only offered a set meal for 2 people. If she took Zhu Yuantang with her, it would definitely not be enough. What if she didn't take Zhu Yuantang with her? Then the question came, how can I invite Jiang Ning to dinner alone after the evening self-study without taking Zhu Yuantang with me? Bei Yuxia tried to solve the problem, but she couldn't come up with an answer. After thinking about it, there was no way to separate the two. Bei Yuxia suddenly realized that their relationship was so close. Bei Yuxia temporarily gave up this plan. She decided to change to another restaurant and take Zhu Yuantang and the twins with her. The bell for the last class of the evening self-study was about to ring. Jiang Ning and Zhenglu walked into the empty piano room, which was built by Chang Qingai to support the construction of the 4th middle school. After the initial excitement, the noisy piano room became deserted. Playing the piano requires learning costs. It is a difficult thing to start from scratch, not to mention high school students with busy studies. The two walked from the back of the piano room to the front door. The atmosphere was particularly quiet. After class, Zhenglu walked around the playground with him. Halfway through, she suddenly felt like checking the piano room, but it turned out to be empty. Zhenglu, who was usually bold, became timid when she was in the same space with Jiang Ning. The two walked forward along the road. The piano room was changed from an ordinary classroom. The outer wall was a sliding window with large glass. This was a special soundproof glass that could effectively reduce the sound of the piano to prevent it from being transmitted to the outside and affecting other students. Through the glass, you can see the inky night outside the window, deep and charming. Under this inky rendering, the glass is like a mirror, clearly reflecting Jiang Ning and Zheng Lu. Zheng Lu looked at the shadow in the glass. She stopped. Her eyes swept across the glass and fell into Jiang Ning's deep eyes. Jiang Ning also stopped, and like her, they looked into each other's eyes in the mirror. Zheng Lu broke the silence. She raised her hand and gestured gently. You are so tall now. Jiang Ning looked at himself in the mirror. Now he is 183 centimeters tall, 10 centimeters taller than in his previous life, making him much taller. It's okay, Jiang Ning said. After saying that, Zheng Lu suddenly moved closer. Her slightly chubby face was tinged with pink and seemed to have a faint fragrance. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Ning at all, but stared straight at the glass. Her breathing accelerated slightly. She tiptoed lightly and tilted her head slightly. Look, I can lean on your shoulder. She said this. However, what echoed in Jiang Ning's ears was not only her voice, but also the thumping heartbeat of the girl, which seemed to jump out. Jiang Ning looked at her embarrassed appearance and chuckled. Will this be tiring? He pressed his palm down and saw that the figure in the glass slowly dropped 10 centimeters, which was exactly the height of his previous life, from slender to medium. Isn't it better? Jiang Ning joked. Zheng Lu stopped tiptoeing. She lay flat, like a butterfly landing, and tilted her head like before, saying happily, this is the best. As she spoke, she quietly approached, trying to make the two shadows overlap, and her shy face also slowly moved closer, because of her movements. The moment her face touched Jiang Ning's shoulder, Jiang Ning felt a burning sensation, but this action only lasted for a second. Zheng Lu broke away immediately, and the shyness in her eyes almost overflowed. She quickly said, I'm leaving first. Without giving Jiang Ning a chance to react, she held up her heavy chest and ran out of the door, leaving only a sentence, see you in the classroom, in the air. At the same time, Tang Jing and Huang Yasu were walking on the track of the playground. It was almost time for class, and the two of them rushed to the west gate of the playground together. Pang Jiao was not expelled, so Tang Jing had to continue to please Huang Yasu, using him as a spear to give Pang Jiao a last powerful attack and directly let Pang Jiao get out of number 4 middle school. Of course, if Huang Yasu could also be punished, it would be even better. Years of flattery made Tang Jing very crazy about Huang Yasu. In the past, she was always playing around, but now, her mood would fluctuate violently because of Huang Yasu. For example, tonight, she invited Huang Yasu to the playground to chat, preparing to get closer to him. But Huang Yasu is simply a taciturn person, and the good baby talks more than him. Tang Jing racked her brains and took the initiative to find many topics, but still failed to arouse Huang Yasu's interest. She wanted to strangle him to death. Seeing that the class was about to start, the opportunity she finally found slipped away again, and Tang Jing was very unwilling. She forced herself to stop her chaotic heart and gradually calmed down. Countless ways to kill men gathered in her mind. The voices around her suddenly became much smaller, and the air was filled with the unique cold of early winter. The breeze blew, and the skin of people who were teased tightened. Tang Jing thought of a way. She walked beside Huang Yasu, and suddenly hugged her arms with both hands, looking weak and fragile. She said weakly, I'm so cold, I'm shivering all over, and I can't walk. At this time, the kind of fragility played by Tang Jing was like a seriously ill lady in ancient times, as if she would die at any time. Huang Yasu thought about it, and felt the same way. It's a bit cold, right? Tang Jing's eyes were relieved. Did he finally know to lend me his coat? As long as she got Huang Yasu's coat, she could immediately find a series of ways to quickly bring the two closer. Huang Yasu said, my clothes were not warm in winter before, and it was very cold every time I went to school. My way of keeping warm was very simple. The next moment, Tang Jing saw Huang Yasu raising his hands and waving them vigorously. Run. You won't be cold if you run. Huang Yasu shouted with full energy. Gio. 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 He took a step, led the way, and kept cheering Tang Jing. Tang Jing almost fainted. You are so good at running, why don't you compete for the sports committee member? After the evening self-study, Che Wei stayed in the classroom for 5 minutes, chatted with Liu Chuandao for a while, then picked up his crutches, walked vigorously, and left the classroom quickly. After he disappeared, Du and Shigen found this place. What are you talking about? Liu Chuandao grinned. Ha ha ha, I told him to prepare the recording. He walked to Shang Keiwei's desk and knocked. Shang Keiwei had no choice but to follow him out. Zhang Kai, who had collected the money, followed closely behind. Outside the school, in a milk tea shop, Bai Yuxia ordered a few cups of double skim milk, and she, Jiang Ning and the twins sat on the bench in front of the shop. Zhu Yuantang held the spoon and tasted the double skim milk. Yuxia, are you going to treat Jiang Ning and me to carbon pot chicken and braised sea bass? PS. Happy New Year and good health. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607 Encirclement. Night. Tonight the moonlight is like water. The clear moonlight sprinkles on the treetops, on the eaves, and on the bustling number 4 middle school snack street, covering everything with a silver luster. The snack street faces the south, and Jeheo's figure is hidden in the night. He holds a string of fried starch sausages in his hand. Before each mission, he must have a string of starch sausages to deal with difficult situations. At the egg pancake stall next to him, Shan Keikwon and others are buying pancakes to eat. Hu Jun said, it's too dry to eat pancakes alone. Do you want to buy hammy melon later? Shan Keikwon was a little tempted. The egg pancakes plus the fried skewers are indeed a bit dry. If they are paired with some sweet fruits, they will definitely taste moist. However, the budget he set for dinner is only 8 yuan. 2 egg pancakes, 2 large chicken strips, 1 grilled sausage, and 3 yuan for milk tea, which just used up the budget. Shan Keikwon was hesitating. Jiuo Kunan was also struggling. Seeing this, Hu Jun said generously, Zhang Kai returned me 20 yuan, so I'll treat it as a find. I'll treat you to some fruit. Brother Jun is so generous. Shan Keikwon praised. Jiuo Kunan, awesome. I'll ask my sister for money and then treat you back. Hu Jun heard this and waved his hands quickly. Brother Nan, you are too polite. When your sister treats me to dinner, I will definitely say a few good words for you. Jiuo Kunan was stunned. When did my sister say she would treat you to dinner? Hu Jun said. Didn't your sister tell you? Jiuo Kunan's face was extremely interesting. 3 minutes later, the few people bought the cakes, and Jiuo Kunan thought to himself, damn it, I must ask my sister when I get back. On the way to the fruit stand, since Hu Jun offered to treat him, Shan Keikwon couldn't just say nothing, so he took the initiative to say, buying fruits is very particular. Fruits of the same price, such as watermelons, can be sweet or not. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Hu Jun laughing and saying, I'm a professional in picking fruits. Shan Keikwon, I know you're good at playing with insects, so you also understand fruits? Hu Jun was extremely confident and walked towards the fruit stand with his head held high. Let me show you what technology is. After speaking, Hu Jun stopped at the fruit stand with a calm and confident look on his face, full of the demeanor of master. Shan Keikwon's heart was beating fast. Could it be that he is really good at picking fruits? The next second, Hu Jun didn't even look at the fruit. He put on a smile and shouted, Madam Boss, pick me a sweet hammy melon. Oh, Junjun is here again. The lady boss greeted enthusiastically. I promise to pick you a sweet one. Shan Keikwon, fuck it. 10 minutes after school, some people were still on their way home, while some had already arrived home. Jiang Yanan spoke in the group. There is no hot water in the water heater at home. I'm so speechless. I don't know how long it will take to take a shower. On the city road, Xin Yaoling was sitting in the back seat of a car. Yesterday, Che Wen's call to the police caused quite a stir in the whole school. The meeting she attended today was just because of this incident. For this reason, as the monitor of class 8 at the center of the vortex, Xin Yaoling was under a lot of pressure and even suffered from insomnia last night. Who knew that during the meeting today, the class would make trouble again? Shan Qingrong found her and asked her to maintain class discipline. Xin Yaoling was a little tired. She sent a message in the group. It's okay to go to bed late. I couldn't sleep last night and suffered from insomnia. Tears. CUIU, no wonder your eye bags are so serious. Xin Yaoling was so angry. She maintained her politeness and explained, it's not eye bags, it's eye bags. Dunking Feng, I also had insomnia for a while before, and it was very uncomfortable. Jiuo Kanan asked with concern, class monitor, are you suffering from insomnia because you are worried about something? What are you thinking about? Xin Yaoling, I want to sleep. Jiuo Kanan was stuck and didn't know how to reply. At this time, Lukaki forwarded a piece of news. I'm so angry. God, why don't women in the world know how to wake up? Many classmates clicked in to watch and saw that a certain celebrity abused his girlfriend to the point of miscarriage, and now the two of them are back together. Ma Shichen clicked in and took a look. It's quite weird. Myro Zhe applauded. This behavior is not right. Yuan and Tangjing were crazy about it. Lukaki, I don't understand why women still don't break up in the face of domestic violence. I have zero tolerance for this matter. Dunking Feng supported. Yes, beating women is the most incompetent behavior of men. If you have the ability to beat women, why don't you have the ability to beat your boss? It's nothing more than bullying the weak and fearing the strong. On this point, not only many female classmates, but also many boys stood up to cheer. Lukaki concluded, hitting a woman is the most shameful thing. There is nothing more shameful in the world. Meng Jiui, you are wrong. Lukaki was annoyed when she saw Meng Jiui. Not only was she annoyed by his stupid hairstyle, but she also hated this person, who made her lose face several times. At this time, she got the chance and used the situation to oppress Meng Jiui. Come on, tell me what is more shameful than hitting a woman. I want to see what you can say. Once the other party couldn't answer, Lukaki was ready to unite with her sisters to make Meng Jiui lose face and let all the girls in class 8 look down on him. Meng Jiui said, yes, I can't beat a woman. Sweat. Restaurant, a booth. The environment is dim. Tangjing put down her mobile phone, forked a small matcha round cake, and stuffed it into her mouth elegantly. This kind of small round cake costs 12 yuan per serving, and there are only 3 small pieces in a serving. Yazoo, why don't you eat it? Tangjing said. The failure on the playground tonight not only did not make her a treat, but aroused her competitive spirit. Tangjing's attacks now became unusually frequent. After evening self-study, she refused to let Huang Yazoo go home and asked him to meet her at the restaurant. Huang Yazoo sat on the sofa opposite, looking very uneasy, not knowing where to put his hands. Is a famous restaurant outside the school. It has a kind of beauty that combines Chinese and Western styles. For example, it is obviously decorated in a simple style, but there is an antique Chinese chandelier hanging in the hall. Huang Yazoo has never been to such an occasion. He moved very carefully and looked into Tangjing's eyes with some embarrassment. Tangjing was the one who paid for the meal. Huang Yazoo didn't want to make the atmosphere awkward. He saw that Tangjing was wearing glasses, so he asked, are you nearsighted? Tangjing, yes. She has a degree of about 200. Huang Yazoo, can you see the blackboard clearly without wearing glasses in class? Tangjing, who said I didn't wear glasses? Huang Yazoo was stunned. Don't you know there is a kind of glasses called contact lenses? Tangjing said. Huang Yazoo shook his head. He really didn't know. Tangjing laughed twice. She took out the contact lens companion box from the bag, then gently opened the box, and she picked up the contact lens with a clip. The environment was dim. Huang Yazoo looked carefully for a while, shocked. It's really invisible. He never expected that the current technology is so advanced. Seeing Huang Yazoo's shocked expression, Tangjing was very happy. She said, contact lenses are much more beautiful than ordinary glasses. After she finished speaking, she was about to put down the tweezers, and then she found that she didn't pick up the contact lens at all. Outside the alley, Che Wei was leaning on a crutch, his healthy left leg trembling slightly, causing his body to tremble. Although he decided to join the game and eliminate Pang Jiao, when it really came to this moment, he was afraid. Kaiang Li tried, how about I accompany you? Che Wei shook his head. If Kaiang Li was with him, there would be one more target, and perhaps Pang Jiao and the others would not make a move. Once the other party is alerted, he will be beaten in vain, right? Kaiang Li, then, are you leaving now? Che Wei took off his crutches and maintained the posture of standing on one leg. He took the crutches, probed into the alley, and suddenly retracted them. Jiang Ning was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Che Wei said tremblingly. "The wind is too strong." Jiang Ning, "Brother, you use your crutches to test the wind? Are you a feng shui master?" Jiang Ning was shocked. Che Wei took back his crutches and put his broken leg in place. He said, "Wait for me to go to the front, to relax and relieve my mood." Jiang Ning had no choice but to go around the alley with him for the time being. Not far away, Jeheo, who had finished eating starch sausage, bought another string of grilled gluten. He drank a sip of sour plum juice, quietly watched this scene, and sent a message, "Brothers, hold on, I'll check it out later." After that, he put down his phone, walked to the stall selling candied haws in front, and got a string of candied haws, which he ate with great relish. There was no other way, the task required it, so every time he went to work, all the expenses incurred during the period were paid by the big brothers. However, the long-term pampering in number 4 middle school has reduced Jeheo's business ability a lot. Not far from him, a girl in a baseball cap was staring at him, and under the brim of the hat, two flounder-like eyes moved back and forth. Che Wei didn't go far. He moved to the clinic where he was treated that day, stood on the side of the road, and looked inside. He was surprised to find that there were two doctors in white coats in the clinic. For some reason, Che Wei's mood suddenly calmed down a lot. Jiang Ning comforted him. "Oi, did you see that? Two doctors." Che Wei also smiled. No matter what, the situation he faced tonight was much better than yesterday. Although it was painful, he was happy in pain. The injury he suffered last night was physically and mentally painful. It was like a painful abortion. Not only would the body suffer great harm, but there would also be great regret in the heart, as well as a confused future. Both the body and mind were in a very bad situation. But tonight, he was hurt, but he could arrest Pang Jiao and defeat her in one fell swoop. It was like giving birth to a child. Although the process was extremely painful, when the child's cry sounded, there would be a kind of heartfelt joy, because all the pain might be worth it. Comforting himself in this way, Che Wei began to gather his energy. He thought of Pang Jiao and the others. They treated him like that last night. They were so arrogant and lawless. However, today they were still breathing fresh air freely in the classroom. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Che Wei vowed to bring them to justice, eliminate harm for the people, and drive them out of class 8 of senior 2. He spoke word by word in his heart. "I will never hand over this world to people I hate." From this moment on, he had the courage to face everything. Che Wei's eyes were firm, like a prisoner going to the execution ground. Jiang Ning found that he had changed and became the popular man of class 5. Che Wei waved his hand suddenly and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." This time, Che Wei no longer hesitated. He resolutely stepped into the alley with his crutches. Jeheo, who was on the lookout, picked up his phone and sent a message. "The target is about to arrive at point P. Get ready." As the message was conveyed, several figures quickly entered the alley. Under the cool moonlight, Liu Chuandao was bruised and swollen. He said bitterly, "Today I will implement all the ways that Shan King Gran treated me on him. I want him to know what is miserable." Zhang Kai said, "You are too extreme. Liu Chuandao, haha, you haven't experienced what I have experienced. How can you understand my feelings?" Seeing that an internal conflict was about to break out, Duan Shigang advised, okay, let's talk about it after the fight. Chuandao, I understand your feelings. After tonight, you will be free from hell." Hearing this, Liu Chuandao's face was much relieved. The atmosphere around him gradually became quiet. Duan Shigang put his ear to the wall and listened to the footsteps. Closer, closer. Che Wei took a deep breath and held the phone in his pocket tightly. He had turned on the recording. From now on, all sounds will be recorded by the phone, as every piece of evidence for the expulsion of Pang Jiao. Che Wei silently said, "Even if there are thousands of people, I will go." He took another step forward, and suddenly the wind behind him moved. He felt it. It was the wind from the sack, and there was an old, decayed smell in the wind. Get away. No, it was too late. Besides, wasn't this the moment he was waiting for? Decadent world, here I come. Facing this gust of wind, Che Wei closed his eyes. If he couldn't resist, then enjoy it. Pain, torture, humiliation. Che Wei didn't care about any of it. He just wanted revenge. Behind him, Jeheo, in the moonlight, had a wild look on his face. He had put sacks on others countless times like now, and he had never failed. He almost foresaw that in the next moment, his sack would cover Che Wei tightly. Ha ha ha. A wild laugh sounded from Jeheo's heart. Jeheo's body soared into the air, his hands open, carrying the sack, with the same spirit as Wu Zhaoqi trying to dunk. Duan Shigen raised his foot and said, "Let's go." Liu Chuandao said indifferently, "Shankai Wei, prepare for the simulation." Suddenly, a thunderclap suddenly rose from the ground, like a thunderstorm. "You dare to touch him, you're looking for death." The thunder resounded around, covering everything. Duan Shigen turned back in shock, and he saw a burly and fat figure standing in the middle of the alley, with her eyes wide open, and dominating the world. When Liu Chuandao saw the face of the figure clearly, he stopped and became incredible. Why is she here? Pang Jiao's appearance instantly disrupted all his plans. Liu Chuandao was suddenly panicked. At the critical moment, Duan Shigen, the former overlord of Tizhang, stood up. He threw away the cigarette, but in his mouth and shouted, "I guessed long ago that you, Pang Jiao, would come to fight Che Wei tonight. Sure enough, I caught you. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid, brother Che Wei, we are here to protect you." Pang Jiao's anger covered the alley. She was furious at the false accusation of others. "You want to die." Liu Chuandao got an excuse, and all the panic disappeared. He stared at Pang Jiao, thinking of the past scenes of being bullied by them, like a slideshow. Anger burned his eyes. Looking at Pang Jiao's body, Liu Chuandao shouted, "I'm afraid of you? Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven." He took a big step and rushed towards Pang Jiao. "You alone? Why do you fight against the two of us?" "Ha." The surprised voice rose again. Liu Chuandao looked in the direction of the sound, and in the flower pot at the corner of the alley, Li Shengnan laughed horribly behind the flowers. "And me?" Liu Chuandao looked back, and saw an oval figure descending from the sky above the alley wall, and under the moon. With a loud bang, the ground shook, and dust swept in. When the dust settled, Zhang Yifei's figure emerged from it. Pang Jiao roared, "Die." Chapter 608, Take a Walk. Dark alley. 3 majestic shadows descended, like demons from hell, blocking the way back for Liu Chuandao and Duan Shigen. Pang Jiao was really furious. She was almost invincible in class 8, and no one dared to touch her. However, for 2 consecutive days, she was blackmailed by Che Wei with a gold ring. According to Wang Yanan's analysis, if Che Wei had not been so stupid and used a fake gold ring, she might have been expelled. From childhood to adulthood, Pang Jiao, who was invincible in the same grade, had never experienced frustration, but she was severely calculated. The key is that, after being punished with observation, Pang Jiao could no longer have conflicts with Che Wei in the classroom. She could only use terrifying eyes and mental attacks on Che Wei. But the once docile little lamb was no longer afraid of her. Pang Jiao's mental attack didn't work. She originally thought that the days would pass like this, but who knew that this morning, Che Wei, leaning on a cane, complained to the head teacher, intending to harm herself. Pang Jiao was almost mad with anger and nearly beat Che Wei to death, but fortunately Wang Yanan stopped her. Wang Yanan judged that there must be something fishy going on, so she tracked it down personally tonight, and indeed found this scene. Pang Jiao witnessed Liu Chuandao's behavior with her own eyes. Even though she was reckless, she saw through all the truth. She was framed by Liu Chuandao. This insidious method made her extremely angry. Pang Jiao roared from the depths of her throat, like the roar of an ancient dinosaur, "You are framing me." Her anger almost turned into substance, and her eyes shot out 2 dark lights, rendering the night extremely terrifying. When Liu Chuandao saw Pang Jiao's anger, he felt guilty, and forced himself to remain calm. He shouted, "Pang Jiao, you attacked Che Wei in broad daylight. If I hadn't noticed you, you might have succeeded." He said righteously, "Che Wei is my brother. I should protect my brother. I will never allow you to hurt him." Duan Shigen stood up and said, "Ha ha ha, Liu Chuandao is also my brother." "Shameless, to shameless. Wang Yanan walked out of the shadows and stared at them coldly. They played the game of confusing right and wrong to the fullest. Even Wang Yanan couldn't stand this despicable and shameless behavior. Jiao, beat them hard for me. There are no cameras in this place, Wang Yanan said, and we are righteous. Duan Shigang, hahaha, what a righteous one. Who forced Oni to call the police? You don't deserve the word justice. He laughed out loud. This deeply hurt Pang Jiao, and she screamed, I will let you know who is the real justice. Shengnan, Fifi. Pang Jiao called out. Ha. Hey. The vast response resounded. Liu Chuandao looked to the west, where Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan occupied the alley. He looked to the right again. Pang Jiao stood there, and she said viciously, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Today, she wants to let a few people know the price of offending her. She wants to impose all the humiliation she has suffered on them. Liu Chuandao exhaled a foul breath. His face was calm, and he whispered, the road is blocked. He clenched his fists tightly, and the veins and blood vessels on his hands burst. Then use your fist to open it. Duan Shigang, I recommend Zuan Yuan with my blood. He Sheng, stay loyal to Kunlun. The two stood back to back, like the ancient knights facing encirclement and suppression. They shouted loudly, their faces were heroic, and they were still able to talk and laugh and despair. It's great, it's great. Liu Chuandao said repeatedly. Duan Shigang, today, you and I brothers are fighting bloody battles. Liu Chuandao, good. The war finally broke out. Pang Jiao, who was furious, showed a vertical growth in combat power and rushed up with unparalleled momentum. Duan Shigang arranged an anti-impact Lanoop, hoping to rely on his own strength, plus the assistance of Liu Chuandao, to hold Pang Jiao together. Then when Pang Jiao hit him, he did not get the help of Liu Chuandao, but felt empty behind him. It's broken. Duan Shigang thought. He was knocked back 7 or 8 steps, and then he saw Liu Chuandao's figure. At this time, Liu Chuandao had climbed up to the top of the wall. Duan Shigang was beaten under the wall, and Liu Chuandao laughed on the top of the wall. Pang Jiao, thank you for providing me with ideas, otherwise, I don't know how to hide. Liu Chuandao smiled very proudly. Duan Shigang, NIMR. You sell me out. Liu Chuandao, Oi, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you tomorrow, and testify for you in court. Gangzi, don't worry, I will go to get help now, just be patient. Pang Jiao's heavy fist landed on Duan Shigang, and he was angry. Chuandao, you bastard. I'll go first, haha. Liu Chuandao jumped from the top of the wall, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Yanan looked at this scene, and said in a delicate voice, Fifi, Shengnan, you intercept him in 2 directions, and bring him back. Zhang Yifei looked at Pang Jiao worriedly. Don't worry, Wang Yanan said. Pang Jiao, who was furious, completely suppressed Duan Shigang and almost beat him to death. After receiving the order, Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan set off in different directions. Wang Yanan put her hands in her pockets. Her flatfish eyes were full of irony. Escape. Can you escape? Across the alley is where Zhang Yifei rents a house. The sisters often get together for dinner and are very familiar with the terrain. Liu Chuandao just jumped from one desperate situation to another. Duan Shigang struggled to resist Pang Jiao. He used to think that he and Pang Jiao were at least evenly matched. After all, he didn't lose the first time he fought with Pang Jiao. It was Pang Jiao who defeated him with the help of her sisters. If he was given another chance, the chance would come. Duan Shigang was beaten even worse, because he found that Pang Jiao's fist was much heavier. A fist swung down and hit Duan Shigang's ribs. He was so cold that he forgot to breathe. He hit the wall and took the opportunity to glance at Pang Jiao. The memory of being with Pang Jiao flew out. Countless times, when he left his seat, he was severely oppressed by Pang Jiao. The impression of her and the current her gradually overlapped in everything. He was shocked to find that Pang Jiao some time ago seemed to be smaller than the Pang Jiao in front of him. Duan Shigang suddenly realized she got fatter, so she got stronger. The sound of bang 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 hit the flesh. Hearing those sounds, Che Wei hugged his head in pain. Who is hurting me? He couldn't tell who the enemy was. Jeheo put away the sack pretended to be blustering beside him, and whistled. Che Wei asked, "Who instructed you? What a joke. Why should I tell you?" Jiang was not moved at all. He put away the sack and prepared to use it next time. "Che Wei, do you think I won't know? If you don't tell me, you must be sent by Liu Chuandao." Jiang was startled suddenly. This won't do. He absolutely can't betray brother Gang. Haha, guess. Jiang continued to whistle. Duan Shigen was knocked out by Pang Zhao's punch. He is worthy of being the former leader. He can still pay attention to the situation here during the chaos. He knows that Che Wei is a ruthless person. Once he knows that they ambushed Che Wei yesterday with the other party's temperament, it might make a big fuss. Therefore, Duan Shigen must not be exposed. He took the opportunity to give Jiang a look. As Gang Je's personal scout for many years, Jiang was very alert and understood Gang Je's intention in an instant. He said to himself, "Gang Je, I'm sorry." While Gang Je punched Pang Zhao in the face, Jiang shouted, "You dare to fight back, you're looking for death." Jiang ran over quickly and kicked Duan Shigen 2 meters away. After the kick, Che Wei in the distance was moved. It turned out that Pang Zhao ordered it. At this time, Pang Zhao punched Jiang on the shoulder. Jiang took the blow and almost thought that his arm did not belong to him. It hurt so much. His face turned green. "Sister, why did you hit me?" Pang Zhao yelled, "I'm not your sister." Jiang, "Sister, I didn't investigate the surrounding situation well. Don't blame me." Che Wei listened more and more confused. What exactly is going on? Who is hurting him? 5 minutes later, Liu Chuandao was escorted back. Zhang Yifei and Li Xingnan, one on the left and one on the right, carried his body and took him back to the alley. Pang Zhao and Jiang worked together to beat Duan Shigen so hard that he had no power to fight back. At this moment, seeing Liu Chuandao, who was dejected and dying, Pang Zhao sneered, "Run. Why don't you run? Aren't you very good at running?" Pang Zhao walked in front of Liu Chuandao with a domineering step, slowly held his chin, lifted his head, and revealed a tired face. Pang Zhao sneered, "Put it down." After Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan heard it, they put Liu Chuandao down. At this moment, Liu Chuandao's body bounced, and all the previous fatigue disappeared. He jumped like a kangaroo and dodged to the side. The reaction was so fast that it was terrifying. His eyes were gleaming with brilliance. After being caught by Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan and beaten up, he pretended to be depressed, just for the opportunity now. He finally got this opportunity. "I, old son, am running away." Liu Chuandao swung his feet frantically. However, his figure did not run forward frantically as he thought. Instead, as he ran, his body gradually retreated. "Remove the restriction." Liu Chuandao roared frantically in his heart and swung his hands angrily. "Wang Yanglian, haha, you dance the space dance well, but compared with Wang Longlong, you are still a little inferior." Liu Chuandao went further and further back, and finally, he saw Pang Zhao's huge face that was ready to eat anyone. He was horrified. Then, the surrounding space was distorted, and Liu Chuandao degenerated from an ape-like creature to a reptile. It was not an ordinary reptile. At least reptiles were more flexible, but Liu Chuandao was different. He couldn't climb at all. Because Pang Zhao was pressing down on his back, just like the 5-element mountain pressing down on Monkey King, he couldn't move at all. Pang Zhao, like a mountain, sat on Liu Chuandao's back, making him unable to move. "Run, why don't you run?" Pang Zhao threatened. Liu Chuandao was pressed down and felt that his internal organs were about to burst. It was too uncomfortable. What was even more terrifying was that not only Pang Zhao, but also Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan were watching him covetously. Outside the alley, the moon was as cool as water. Zhu Yuantang took a string of candied haws and bit one of them beautifully. It was sweet. "The boss lady just now was very nice and gave us a few dollars off," she said in a crisp voice. Jiang Ning took a bite of the candied haws, and he only took one bite and put it down. "Bayuxia, is it not to your taste?" "It's okay, but I'd prefer to eat it when I'm watching the fun," Jiang Ning said. Within his spiritual awareness, he detected a more magical scene. Thinking of what Chen Xiao had said to him, the conflict that occurred in the class during the last class in the afternoon, Jiang Ning became a little interested. He walked to the fork in the road and said, "Let's go this way, it's closer." Bei Yuxia looked inside and found that the street lights on this road were sparse and dim. Usually, Bei Yuxia would not take this kind of road. Girls like her have experienced disgust and harassment in their past lives that many boys cannot imagine. These experiences have made her very cautious and never get involved in dangerous situations. These are also what her mother repeatedly emphasized. Okay. Bei Yuxia agreed. Jiang Ning is an exception. He has the power to protect himself. As for Zhu Yuantong, she didn't hesitate at all. During the summer vacation, she and Jiang Ning traveled all over the country without encountering any danger. Everything was resolved by Jiang Ning. Chen Xiao, let's go, sister. Not to mention them, they even dared to get on the criminal's car with Jiang Ning and experience danger together. Bei Yuxia didn't think it was unusual when she saw their behavior. She didn't think that way at all. After all, the three of them were stupid. Jiang Ning took them around the shortcut until they stopped at an alley. Bei Yuxia heard screams coming from the dark alley. She was startled and instinctively began to warn. This kind of alley is the easiest place to hide evil. Jiang Ning asked a few people, "There's something exciting to watch. Do you want to join us?" Zhu Yuantong, yes. The twins responded actively. Only Bei Yuxia was moved, but she still pretended to be calm. Jiang Ning stepped forward, and the scene in the alley gradually appeared in front of everyone. Liu Chuandao screamed in a different voice, "Ah, I can't breathe. Ah, my head is about to split." The whole alley was filled with his screams. Jiang Ning, holding a candied horse, walked closer and saw this strange scene. Zhu Yuantong, the twins, and Bei Yuxia behind him also found the acquaintances in the class. Everyone looked shocked. Liu Chuandao forgot to scream for a moment. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Bei Yuxia and Jiang Ning. Especially the most beautiful girl in the class. Bei Yuxia's gaze was like admiring a wonder in the world. Liu Chuandao's mentality collapsed, and he suddenly felt extremely painful. The frustration at this moment made him hold his breath, muster all his strength, and struggle with all his might. His face turned purple, veins on his forehead bulged, and a roar burst out from his lungs. After a fierce struggle, Pang Jiao was finally lifted half a centimeter. After many days of darkness, there was finally light. Liu Chuandao was excited. Pang Jiao sat down suddenly, and the power of a mountain poured down. Liu Chuandao lay down again, and the pressure was tighter than before. Jiang Ning teased, "Are you having a late night party?" Chapter 609, Make Way. Late night party? As Jiang Ning finished speaking, the scene fell into a brief silence, because this scene was too strange. Liu Chuandao was lying on the ground in despair, and the fat Pang Jiao sat on him, completely nailing him to the ground. He struggled several times, but still couldn't move at all. Seeing this, Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask, "Are you playing a very trendy game that I haven't seen before?" After this question came out, Wang Yanan's eyes turned like a flounder. As a think tank among the golden flowers, she was very good at judging the situation. She admitted, "Hey, you found out about this?" "Yes, we were playing games with them." "Are you right, Liu Chuandao?" Wang Yanan became gloomy with the last few words. "I'm playing with your mother's balls." Liu Chuandao wanted to squeeze out a sound from his throat and curse Pang Jiao. But the power from his body instantly increased a lot, and Liu Chuandao's lungs were about to collapse. When he couldn't bear it, the power relaxed a little, and Liu Chuandao felt the threat of Pang Jiao. At this moment, his life depended on Pang Jiao. He didn't curse out loud, but forced a smile, revealing an extremely ugly expression. "Ha ha ha, you guessed it all." With this compromise, Liu Chuandao's arm, which he had been trying to raise, seemed to have broken his spine, and his head also fell down. He was extremely unruly, and he only hated that there was no mask covering his face at this moment. Bei Yuxia and Chen Xiao couldn't recognize him. It was so embarrassing. Liu Chuandao didn't even know how to face them in the future. At the same time, his hatred for Pang Jiao reached its peak. Bei Yuxia couldn't help but laughed out loud. She was very polite, and her laughter only lasted for a second, and then she stopped laughing, and her face returned to normal. In contrast, Jiang Ning picked up the candied horse string and bit one slowly. He tasted the sour and sweet taste. Not bad. This game is quite interesting, full of highlights. Wang Yang, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Liu Chuandao felt extremely humiliated. Especially Jiang Ning brought a few beautiful girls with him. It was so cool. If you were in my situation, you would know what cruelty is. Liu Chuandao roared in his heart, wishing that Pang Zhao could beat Jiang Ning violently, so that he could feel what despair is. Chen Xiao asked, Liu Chuandao, why are you lying on the ground? Don't you feel uncomfortable? Chen Xiking, you are silly sister, didn't they say they were playing games? The two of them were playing tricks here. Not far away, Che Wenyi also saw this scene, and he was confused. Why did Bai Yuxia go out with Jiang Ning? What are they going to do? If it was just Bai Yuxia, Che Wenyi's mentality would definitely collapse. He was very clear about the things of high school students, such as cohabitation and renting a room. He knew everything. But, since Chen Xiao's twins were added, Che Wenyi was immediately told to let down his guard. After all, no matter what Jiang Ning was like, it was impossible for him to take them with him, which was against the will of heaven. Moreover, although Che Wenyi did not catch up with Bai Yuxia, he is a chess player and his judgment is much sharper than that of ordinary students. He knows a little about Bai Yuxia. She is a girl with a very proud heart. She seems to be able to talk to anyone, but it is very difficult to get her recognition. Che Wenyi wanted to stand out in class 8 and let his classmates and teachers of various subjects all agree with him, just like class 5 before, and gain Bai Yuxia's appreciation. After all, in essence, most girls admire strong men. Unfortunately, before his career started, he was entangled by Pang Zhao and others, and fell into a nightmare, and could not wake up. Now, he seems to be getting farther and farther away from that goal. Che Wenyi is unwilling to accept it. Especially when Jiang Ning eats candied horse in a chic way and has a temperament in his gestures. Che Wenyi feels uncomfortable. He does not allow any chess piece to jump like him, but Che Wenyi has no means to restrict the chess piece for the time being. He can only watch Jiang Ning standing there in a conspicuous place. Jiang Ning walked forward with a few girls. The restaurant he was going to happened to pass through this alley. He was too lazy to go back and just went along the way. He stepped forward, but the alley was not big. The road ahead was completely blocked by Liu Chuandao lying on the ground and Pang Zhao riding on his back. Liu Chuandao lowered his head and lay down. He didn't dare to look at Bai Yuxia, for fear of meeting their eyes. If that happened, Liu Chuandao would want to die. He used his peripheral vision to pay attention to the movements of Jiang Ning and the others. When he saw them moving forward, Liu Chuandao was secretly happy. This road was now almost blocked by him. If Jiang Ning wanted to go, he would inevitably clash with Pang Zhao. Liu Chuandao had just experienced the fighting power of Pang Zhao and the others, so he had a lot to say. They were really terrifying. Once a conflict broke out, Jiang Ning would definitely be crushed and would be suppressed to the ground. If Liu Chuandao alone endured the humiliation, it would be a real shame. But if everyone was humiliated together, what would this matter be? It was equivalent to a draw. Thinking of this, Liu Chuandao shouted frantically in his heart, "Fight! Fight! Fight quickly!" He wanted to see a river of blood. Jiang Ning's consciousness moved, and he caught the sinister look between Liu Chuandao's eyebrows. This guy must be thinking of some evil ideas, and he must be taught a lesson. Jiang Ning stomped on the ground lightly, and a thunder spell was shot out, suddenly hitting Liu Chuandao. Liu Chuandao was shocked as if by electricity, and his whole body was shaking, which alarmed Pang Zhao. She pinched Liu Chuandao's neck, and pressed him back to the ground steadily, very roughly and vigorously. Zhu Yuantong, what a brutal game. Chen Xiao said insincerely, such a brutal game, he doesn't have to play it, why doesn't he end the game? Chen Xiking, you are silly, sister, you can't end it, just because you want to. Chen Xiao, as long as he stands up, can't the game be ended? Chen Xiking thought about it, and came up with a perfect excuse to refute her sister. Everything is in the textbook, why can't you get the first place? Zhu Yuantong, I can. Chen Siking. Several girls teased each other, and Liu Chuandao's face was as black as coal. Jiang Ning finally walked up to him. He looked at Pang Jiao and said in an unquestionable tone, "You make room, I'm going to eat." As soon as these words came out, the air around them froze. Moonlight, alley, shadows. Che Wei looked over suddenly. Although he hated Pang Jiao to death, he had to admit that Pang Jiao's fighting ability was definitely the strongest woman he had ever seen in his life. No, the strongest person. Che Wei asked himself, if he were to fight Pang Jiao on the same stage, he would not last more than 3 rounds. It was because he knew Pang Jiao's terror that he adopted a method of outsmarting her. And Jiang Ning dared to talk to Pang Jiao like that. He wants to die. Che Wei was surprised, but at the same time, he was secretly happy. If Jiang Ning was taught a lesson by Pang Jiao, wouldn't his strongest competitor disappear in the future? Although Jiang Ning was very strong and had won the half marathon championship, he was just lucky that time. In a real fight, compared with the terrifying Pang Jiao, the tonnage of the two was not at the same level. In the corner, the wounded Duan Shigen raised his head and looked at Jiang Ning. At this moment, he abandoned the loop. He sincerely hoped that Jiang Ning would defeat the 3 nightmares. Under the Yinshan mountain, Liu Chuandao was so happy that he went crazy. "Jiang Ning, you're done." Liu Chuandao asserted that he almost saw the tragic scene of Jiang Ning being beaten. Compared with the reactions of others, Zhu Yuantong, the twins, and Bei Yuxia were extremely calm. The 3 of them had more or less seen Jiang Ning's battle formation. Even Bei Yuxia had seen Jiang Ning teach Deng Xiang and others a lesson in the back row of the classroom. That scene was unforgettable. Pang Jiao was riding on the chair, and she was not angry about this request. Some people were qualified to make her give in. Pang Jiao changed from sitting to squatting, then grabbed Liu Chuandao with one hand and lifted him up with a hard pull. "Thank you." Jiang Ning was very polite. He took a step and passed through the narrow alley. Bei Yuxia, the twins, and Zhu Yuantang passed by here as usual. Liu Chuandao looked at this bizarre scene, and his brain was a little out of control. He looked at Jiang Ning's back, and then at Pang Jiao's huge face. His mind was in a trance for a moment. They just walked over like that. Liu Chuandao couldn't accept it. The fierce battle he imagined didn't happen at all. Damn it. Liu Chuandao cursed angrily. What the hell? Pang Jiao glared at him with a pair of cow-like eyes. Liu Chuandao recalled Jiang Ning's expression just now, and he decided to imitate it. Liu Chuandao looked directly at Pang Jiao, and his tone was unquestionable. "Let me go." As soon as these words came out, Pang Jiao pushed his body down and pressed it to the ground again. Liu Chuandao screamed, "I can't breathe." 10 minutes later, Qiang Li came to take Che Wei away. 20 minutes later, Duan Shigen and Jeheo supported each other and left. 30 minutes later, the 4 golden flowers left the alley. 40 minutes later, Liu Chuandao crawled out of the dark alley like a reptile. He stood up with the help of the wall and moved to the hospital with difficulty. He was injured and needed treatment as soon as possible. Liu Chuandao knew there was a small clinic nearby. He held onto the wall and moved slowly to the door of the clinic. Seeing the bright white light in the clinic, Liu Chuandao's heart was filled with hope. When you are sick, the hospital always makes you feel at ease. His movements became much smoother, and he took a few steps and stepped into the clinic. At this time, 2 doctors in white coats in the clinic came up to him, helped him to the bedside, and the first sentence they said was a little complaining. "Why did you come at this time?" Liu Chuandao was stunned. He was usually rebellious, but now that he was injured, his temper was much calmer. He said, "I was beaten at this time. I can't let them beat me earlier, right?" The doctor was also stunned. "Okay, let me take a look at your wound." After an examination, the doctor found tweezers, gauze, and a series of tools. He thought for a while and asked, "Are you afraid of pain?" Liu Chuandao laughed at the time, and his laugh was very free and easy. He is a man, how could he be afraid of pain? He didn't complain about the pain, even though he was beaten so badly by Pang Jiao, not to mention that he was in the hospital. He picked up the paper cup beside him, drank it all, and said calmly, "I can bear pain very well." After hearing this, the doctor nodded. Good boy. Liu Chuandao felt a lot better after being praised by the doctor. Even his self-esteem, which had been beaten by Pang Zhao and trampled by Jiang Ning, was restored a lot. He heard the doctor say, "Zhao Wang, come here today, I will teach you how to treat the wound." The boy with the green face immediately responded, "Okay, master." 3 minutes later, Liu Chuandao was sweating from the pain. Only then did he know that the old doctor asked the intern to operate on him. Late at night, Jiang Ning walked out of the restaurant, and behind him, Bei Yuxia took the initiative to pay the bill. Then, she walked up and stood with Jiang Ning. "Is the meal today good?" Bei Yuxia looked at the streets with colorful lights and flashing neon lights. Even in the early winter night, the enthusiasm of Yazhou people for supper could not be stopped. At the barbecue stall next to them, several middle-aged uncles were chatting loudly. "Well, Tang Tang is very happy eating," Jiang Ning replied. At this moment, Bei Yuxia even thought that Jiang Ning was a father with children. The two chatted for a few words outside, and Zhu Yuantang and the twins ran out. Zhu Yuantang stuffed a piece of candy into Jiang Ning's hand, the plum candy at the front desk, sour and sweet. Jiang Ning peeled one and put it in his mouth. The smoke from the carbon pot was quite strong, and the clothes of several people were stained with some smell. Jiang Ning mobilized his spiritual power and blew the smell of several people's clothes dry with a light swing. They walked along the street until they walked to the school gate. A white BMW car stopped on the side of the road. Bei Yuxia waved to the few people, opened the door, and got in the car. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang went to the carport on the campus to get the car and took her home to sleep. Heba bungalow. When Zhu Yuantang returned home, Aunt Gu was knitting inside the house. The work at Changqing is very leisurely. Aunt Gu has more time now. The stools at home are wooden square stools. Aunt Gu had nothing to do, so she simply knitted a woolen cushion for the stool. Zhu Yuantang was very surprised when she saw the square stool wearing a little red dress. She hurriedly tried to sit on it and found it much more comfortable than before. She took a few sugar oranges and sat on the stool to peel them. Aunt Gu glanced at her daughter and saw that she was talking non-stop. In the past, when she came home late, her daughter would still tell her where she went to play so that she would not be scared. Today, it was better. She didn't ask. If Jiang Ning hadn't sent a text message to explain, Aunt Gu wouldn't know what happened to her. This girl is more and more off-road. Aunt Gu has some opinions about Tang Tang in her heart, but on the surface, she didn't say a word. She is not the kind of unreasonable mother. Aunt Gu has a lot of experience in educating her daughter. She is afraid that she will go astray and live an unhappy life in the future. Tang Tang ate a few tangerines and suddenly felt that something was missing. It turned out that the TV at home was not turned on. Although she might not watch TV, if the TV was playing programs next to her and there was a sound, the room would feel like home. Zhu Yuantang shouted, "Mom, I want to watch TV, can I?" Aunt Gu knitted by herself. "You can watch it, but you can't turn it on." Chapter 610, Method of Finding People. The moonlight is particularly bright tonight, and the flower pot on the windowsill makes the cactus look handsome. Aunt Gu didn't let Tang Tang watch TV, so she ran away from home and ran to Jiang Ning's room to practice computer for him. She made an appointment with Shang Kaiwei to play LOL together. Zhu Yuantang seemed to have collided with a stronger player. She frowned and focused on the battle. Jiang Ning was much more relaxed. He leaned on the sofa, and a plate of strawberries was placed on the armrest next to him. He held the tablet in one hand and pinched a strawberry with the other hand from time to taste. Xiao Shuangshang sent an email to report on the press conference of Evergreen. From the beginning, many executives within Evergreen Liquid Company proposed to hold it in the capital, such as the Bird's Nest. With the current size of Evergreen Liquid, it has received a lot of help from all aspects, so this can be fully implemented. When Changqing Liquid was first launched, it was still a makeshift platform without a proper press conference. Now it has become a world-class unicorn company, and the press conference must not be perfunctory, grand, and a new product can be launched at once. but Xiao Shuangshan decided to hold it in Yuzhou because Jiang Ning was in Yuzhou. She is the absolute dictator of Changqing liquid. Once she makes a decision, any opposition will disappear. Jiang Ning picked up the fruit, and her spiritual power turned into an invisible hand. She slid up the screen and browsed the email message. There were many precautions that she took the initiative to avoid without Jiang Ning's reminder. After more than a year in charge of Changqing liquid, Xiao Shuangshan is now extremely powerful. She has formulated some rules, such as the entire press conference. 1. No foreign language is used, and the whole process is in Mandarin. 2. There is no warm family scene of a white-skinned man and a yellow-skinned woman. 3. There are no black people. Because of the special nature of the product of Mu Changqing, there is no need for any worship of foreign things. If you don't buy Mu Changqing, you can only wear glasses, or have myopia surgery. Xiao Shuangshan is too lazy to indulge foreigners. Of course, Xiao Shuangshan would not indulge domestic actors. If they could not perform well enough to achieve the desired effect, she would replace them with actors with better acting skills. The current popularity of Changqing Gai was largely due to the help of domestic people. She would not eat the rice in the pot and disgust the Chinese. Changqing Gai is now an international company with stores in all continents. During this period, it encountered many obstacles, but the most difficult part was settled by Jiang Ning. Looking at the content of the email, Jiang Ning nodded and praised him in his heart. Under the influence of his lonely temperament, Xiao Shuangshan had a bit of the flavor of a domineering boss, and his words were as good as gold. But. Jiang Ning's training was worth it. At the end of the email, he wrote a word of approval. Then, Jiang Ning took out an earring from the storage ring. The whole earring was made of gold and a phoenix was engraved on the surface. This earring took Jiang Ning a lot of effort. He used the highest means of the current stage to engrave a body protection array on the surface of the earring. Even if the user was hit by the current anti-material sniper rifle, it could still protect a life. Jiang Ning originally planned to keep this earring because if Tang Tang and Chuchu wore gold earrings in school, it would be a bit eye-catching. But Xiao Shuangshan could. She would not have any safety problems if she wore it, as long as she did not encounter a plane crash. Moreover, this exquisite earring of the King of Birds could add a little femininity to her. Jiang Ning thought of the charming teardrop mole at the corners of Xiao Shuang's eyes, and couldn't help but curl her lips. At this moment, accompanied by the exciting victory music coming from the computer speakers, Zhu Yuantang turned his head and reported to Jiang Ning, I won. Jiang Ning had already put away the earrings, and he praised, great. Friday, Class 8 classroom. After the morning self-study and lunch, many students returned to the class to rest. Lukiki, who was full, was there again speaking about her views on love. Any normal man would definitely stiffen his fists when hearing that view. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense flickered and found that Lukiki's ability to attract hatred was too strong, comparable to some female bloggers on the Weibo platform in later generations, who advocated both. Jiang Yanan said, this morning someone recharged my phone by mistake and called me to recharge it. If I didn't recharge it, his life would be reduced by 10 years. She was helpless. 50 yuan was not a small amount for a high school student. A day student like her couldn't even take it out in a hurry. Lukiki smiled, accepting a gift. I agree. Ma Shichen couldn't help but say, you are really talented. Jiang Yanan didn't believe Lukiki's words. She asked the old monitor for help and recharged the person. Jiang Yanan was taboo about these things. She used to repost the comments in her space that, if she didn't repost them, her whole family would die. Jiang Yanan talked about her sister again. Recently, her sister had a boyfriend, but she was often in a bad mood. For example, the boy bought a movie ticket on his own initiative, and her sister didn't want to watch it. Then the two quarreled, and the boy began to blame the girl. Upon hearing this case, Lukiki's fighting power doubled. She emphasized, in the future, when you look for a partner, you must find a boy with stable emotions. Remember this. CUIU asked after hearing this. Girls should not only look at whether the other person's temper is stable, but also whether their own temper is stable. Otherwise, why would they like you? Lukiki smiled contemptuously, because we are girls. She looked at the boys in the back row, her smile full of sarcasm and condescension, because you are selected. Ma Shicheng ignored her words and answered CUIU because they can't stand themselves. Lukaki was repeatedly hurt by him, and today she finally couldn't hold it anymore. She shouted, "What does it have to do with you, Ma Shicheng? Do you have a problem with your brain?" This sentence was quite loud, and half of the classmates noticed it. No one stopped it at all, and they were all watching the fun. Ma Shicheng didn't say anything, and continued to play with his phone with his head down. Lukaki became excited instead. "You are the only one who has so many things to do every day. Why are you pretending?" She looked down and saw the English vocabulary book in Ma Shicheng's hand. "Oh, you are still memorizing words." Ma Shicheng, I don't want to quarrel with the moron. Lukaki smiled, "But I do. This is called give someone a taste of their own medicine. Ma Shicheng, then quarrel with yourself." Seeing the situation further escalate, a bigger conflict is getting more and more intense. After seeing this, Meng Xian's eyes moved. As a student who transferred to class 8 later, she always felt that her presence in class 8 was not very strong. For example, the very handsome Huang Zhengfei and others did not notice her at all. Meng Xian took the initiative to say, "Kiki, I have a question I want to ask you. Are you free?" Originally, Ma Shicheng had no intention of quarreling. He was too lazy to quarrel with girls and waste time. Lukaki naturally couldn't quarrel alone. With the excuse, her anger gradually subsided. The first thing Meng Xian said was, "Someone pulled me into a questions group, and then the group owner added me. Che Wei, male or female?" "Male," Meng Xian said. In 2014, WeChat's market share had not yet surpassed questions. If you can have an active group of hundreds of people and become the group owner, then you still have some prestige on the internet. The group owner is the most eye-catching person in the group. "Meng Xian, he sent me a selfie. Can you help me see how much the watch he is wearing is?" Shan Xiao, who was passing by, instantly pricked up his ears and glanced at the picture. He looked at the watch instead of the person and recognized the brand of the watch at a glance. It was worth about 100,000 yuan. In comparison, Lukaki was not so fast. She first glanced at the person and found that the owner of the photo was unusually handsome. In terms of selfie skills, it is comparable to her selfie skills. "Very handsome." Lukaki praised sourly. "Such a handsome boy is very rare. There are only a few people in the whole number 4 middle school who can match him." Meng Xian smiled lightly. "It's okay. He's a very nice person, and he even gave me a game gift before." Kyo-kun, who was standing next to him, was not happy. He felt sour inside. He thought he had done a good job in real life, but who knew Meng Xian could mess around online. "You're not a good wife. Are you worthy of me?" Kyo-kun was shocked and angry. Immediately, he felt that he shouldn't use this kind of thinking to speculate about the person he loved the most. Maybe she was just blinded by the world of flowers and flowers. After looking at the people, Lukaki started to look at watches. After some cramming, she could recognize the luxury items used by women, but when it came to men's watches, she was a little confused. "How about this? I'll use my phone to search for you." Lukaki took out his phone and said, "This watch should not be cheap from the appearance. You've made a fortune." Lukaki envied. If she could meet such an online friend, she would definitely be able to make some money. After all, an online boyfriend would not affect a real-life relationship. Just say a few nice words and send a few photos, and you can make a lot of money. Unfortunately, most of the people she met were poor, with little money but a lot of talk, which was disgusting. Hearing her say this, Meng Xian was happy in her heart, but she was very reserved. "We are just friends." As soon as she finished speaking, the page on Lukaki's phone jumped, and she said, "Okay, it's out." Meng Xian leaned forward to take a look and was stunned. Jiang Ning exclaimed, "Hey, how did they find out about others too?" "Yuan, the internet is so developed." Lukaki was overjoyed and laughed like a donkey. "Xian, you are dating a Korean star." Everyone was very happy, only Meng Xian's face was livid. It was the break time before the evening self-study. The boys' dormitory building was filled with a unique smell. Shan Kaikun was lying on his back playing with his mobile phone, and Hu Jun was preparing secret medicine on the upper bunk. Jiuo Kunan was copying the math test paper frantically on the lower bunk. Gao Hishui randomly checked the unlucky ones tonight. Once caught, they would face severe punishment. He copied very quickly, and because of the speed, his wrist felt a little uncomfortable, so he shook his hand from time to time. Zhang Kai was playing with his mobile phone next to him. Halfway through, he picked up the thermos and poured a glass of water. The dormitory was harmonious. Suddenly, the world seemed to freeze for a moment, and the energy-saving lamp above his head suddenly lost power, and Jiuo Kunnen's eyes fell into darkness. Exclamations resounded in the dormitory. Fuck, is there a power outage? It's really a power outage. Not only Jiuo Kunnen's dormitory, but also Yan Xianpeng and Shi Qianjun in the next dormitory, all ran to the balcony outside. Sure enough, all they could see was darkness. In Yuzhou in November, it gets dark very early. Without electricity, it is equivalent to losing light. Jiuo Kunnen was surprised. If there is a power outage, won't I have to write the test paper? Although his voice was heard, it was drowned out by the noise in the dormitory. Yan Xianpeng took Shi Qianjun's small steel cannon and played a high song. He swayed with the rhythm and shouted outside. Many students ran out of the dormitory and swayed outside with them. 1, 2, 3, dozens or even hundreds of students stood in the corridor shouting and yelling, so happy, and there were also words of insulting Director Wang and Director Yan. The scene was once very crazy. Jiuo Kunnen was affected by the atmosphere. He grabbed the test paper and threw it to the ground. Right. I'm not going to write anymore. Shan Kaikun was also excited. He smashed the water pipe beside the bed to the ground. Let's get excited. Hu Jun fell off the bed and kicked over the basin of broken clothes. I'm still washing clothes. People are easily infected by the atmosphere in a group. Zhang Kai followed suit and smashed the empty thermos on the ground and shouted, I don't want to drink this water. With a bang, the thermos liner was smashed to pieces. The power outage was very short this time. The power came back in 5 minutes, and light reappeared in the world. Shan Kaikun picked up the water pipe, Hu Jun put away the clothes, and Jiuo Kunnen picked up the test paper. Only Zhang Kai was dumbfounded looking at the fragments on the ground. Jiuo Kunnen pointed at him and laughed. Ha ha ha, Kaizi, are you stupid? We can still pick it up. He laughed so proudly that he couldn't stop at all. He was almost laughed to death by Zhang Kai, until Zhang Kai said, Brother Nan, I broke your thermos bottle, didn't I? Compared to the commotion in the boys' dormitory, the interior of class 8 was much calmer. The power outage just now did not cause much impact. Although the students were excited, they still remained restrained. For example, Chen Qian, who loved studying the most, was still reading in the dark. Not to mention the power outage. Even if there was no light in the world from then on, he would be the only torch. Zhu Yuantang was sleeping in the darkness, knowing nothing about the outside environment. Chen Xiaoyu said to Bei Yuxia, who was sitting in Zheng Lu's seat, Jiang Ning just went out, and we had a phone call. He also said he was going to buy braised food. Now even if he buys it, we can't eat it. Looking at the bright lights on the ceiling, her little face was a little worried. There were still more than 10 minutes before class, and Jiang Ning had just gone out. When he came back after buying it, it would probably be almost time for class. The first class was Gao Hishuo's class. Who dared to eat in his class? Jiang Ning bought braised food and soda. Wouldn't it be a waste? After listening to this, Bei Yuxia also felt that something was wrong. She thought that Jiang Ning's starting point was good, but it was a pity that the school's electricity was restored too quickly. Chen Xiaoyu was worried, but her eyes suddenly lit up, and she saw the mobile phone that Jiang Ning left on the desk. She quickly pouts, bites her lip, and raises her arm with difficulty. When she got Jiang Ning's mobile phone and sat back in her seat, her clothes were a little messy, and her face was a little redder because of the action just now. Chen Xiaoyu looked excited. She clicked on the dial-up page and quickly entered Jiang Ning's number. While dialing, she said to Bei Yuxia thankfully, fortunately, the mobile phone is here. I'll call him back now. Chapter 611 Power Outage Night. Evening self-study. Bright classroom. The white light of the fluorescent lamp shines on Bei Yuxia's face, making her skin even whiter. Her eyes look straight at Chen Xiaoyu, and her body and mind are greatly shocked. Chen Xiaoyu unlocks Jiang Ning's mobile phone skillfully, clicks on the dial page, and skillfully enters Jiang Ning's number, muttering, He is too reckless. I must remind him not to buy it. As she said, she looked at the number she had entered, checked it, and dialed it directly. Hello, the number you dialed is busy. Please call again later. The standard female Mandarin echoed in her ears. Chen Xiao opened her mouth and felt depressed. He is on the phone with someone else. She tried to dial again, but it was still busy. This made Chen Xiao very anxious. What if he really bought a lot of braised food and called again now, and there was no time to eat? It would be such a waste. Chen Xiao usually lives a simple life. As Jiang Ning's friend, she naturally couldn't watch Jiang Ning lose money. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao couldn't contact Jiang Ning now. She said with a bitter face, Yuxia, what should we do? Bei Yuxia said deliberately, why don't you send him a text message? Chen Xiao was very clever. No one answered the phone call, and he can't see the text message. Bei Yuxia, but you can see the text message. Chen Xiao didn't understand. What's the point of me seeing it? I want him to see it now. Bei Yuxia finally said, because this way you can recognize that you have Jiang Ning's phone in your hand. Jiang Ning walked slowly on the main road of the campus. He was not shaken by the school's call again. Since he decided something, everything must be in his favor. Jiang Ning walked to the braised food shop outside. This is a new shop, Jewelry Duck Neck, a braised food brand that has become popular all over the country in the future. It can achieve that level, and the taste is desirable. Of course, the most memorable thing is its price. If you choose a few products at random, you can easily spend dozens or hundreds of yuan when you check out. Jiang Ning is not short of money now, so he bought more than 100 yuan worth of stewed food, duck neck, chicken wings, bean curd, and small squid in one go, filling a bulging small bag. He went to the beverage shop next door and asked the boss to make him a few cups of green lemon cola, which is actually not much different from ordinary cola, except that there are a few more lemon slices. But Zhu Yuantang said that cola served in a cup and drunk with a straw tastes better. After buying things, Jiang Ning walked to the classroom of class 8, and he was still alone. Meng Xian, who was behind, happened to see Jiang Ning's figure. Her eyes moved, and many thoughts jumped out of her mind. If we talk about which boys in class 8 have outstanding appearances now, Huang Zhangfei, Deng Qingfeng, Jiang Ning, and Che Wei, Kao-kun and others. Meng Xian has been flattered by Kao-kun for a long time, so she is a little tired of it. Che Wei is entangled by the 4 golden flowers all day long, and coupled with the last false accusation, many classmates stay away from him. And Jiang Ning is a boy that Meng Xian has never met. He always gave Meng Xian a mysterious feeling in class. He had good academic performance and good sports performance. Many boys kept him secret. This kind of temperament, it must be said, is very lethal to girls. In the past, Jiang Ning often played with Zhenglu and others, and Meng Xian had no chance at all. Now she was lucky to see him alone. Meng Xian did not hesitate. She hurried forward and pretended to be surprised and greeted, "Hey, Jiang Ning." Jiang Ning slowed down his pace and responded, "Yeah." The first sentence made the atmosphere a little cold. For a girl like Meng Xian, if an ordinary boy was greeted by her, he would definitely be flattered and feel that he was lucky, and then he would take the initiative to find topics to chat. There is no way beautiful girls are born to enjoy this privilege. Even in the future, posting a beautiful selfie in the comment area will attract many male netizens to reply. But at this moment, Meng Xian did not get the warm greeting she expected. The atmosphere was stagnant for a moment, and Meng Xian tried to strike up a conversation. "You have very good grades. You can actually get the second place in the whole grade, which is better than the experimental class." She directly began to praise the tactics. "And you are quite handsome, which is different from the second place in the grade that I imagined." Jiang Ning, "Thank you. You are also very beautiful." Meng Xian continued to chat awkwardly. "Then Jiang Ning, we are all good." Meng Xian complained in her heart, "Forgive me, I can't talk anymore." Jiang Ning could guess the little girl's thoughts, but he didn't delve into it, but looked at the brightly lit teaching building in the distance. When he was in school, he was looking forward to power outages, but unfortunately there was only a very rare chance of it happening. Now Jiang Ning's right foot gently fell, and an invisible thunder method spread from under his feet, spreading like a spider web, and continued to spread. Extinguish. When Jiang Ning's left foot fell completely, all the light in his field of vision disappeared. The street lights and teaching buildings were all extinguished, leaving only darkness. Meng Xian beside him was startled. Is there a power outage? Yes, that's right. Jiang Ning looked towards the teaching building. After the darkness just now, tiny lights appeared from the windows of each classroom. They were the students who brought their mobile phones without permission. Meng Xian was surprised. If there is a power outage, do we have to go to class? Yes, not only class 8 does not have to go to evening self-study, but all the classes in the entire school do not have to go to evening self-study. The culprit of all this is Jiang Ning, who delayed a precious class for thousands of students. However, Jiang Ning just chuckled. If he was the same as before, he would still feel a little guilty. But he is a cultivator, the only one in the world. He does not bring disaster to the world, which is the greatest kindness. Yes, that's right. Jiang Ning answered her. Then, he carried the stewed food and green lemon, stepped forward, and walked towards the dark teaching building. Another power outage made the classroom chaotic again. The only two people who remained unchanged were Qin Qian, who was studying, and Zhu Yuantang, who was sleeping. Chen Xiai, who was pleasantly surprised. The power went out again. It was worth the purchase. Bai Yuxia was not as stupid as her. She remained calm. Maybe the power will be back on by then. Yang Sheng wandered here. She sat on Bai Yuxia's desk, raised her head, and sipped a mouthful of water. Let's drink today. Why bother so much? Jiang Ning happened to walk into the class at this time. He continued. Well said. Bai Yuxia recognized Jiang Ning's figure in the gloomy environment. She smiled lightly. Chen Xiao called you several times just now. Jiang Ning, I didn't bring my phone. Bai Yuxia, she used your phone to call. Chen Xiao was so angry that she wanted to expose the fact that Yuxia took her memory card and destroy her image. Chen Xiao held back. She knew very well that she couldn't be too extreme. Jiang Ning returned to his seat, put the bag of braised food on the desk, and then started to untie it. At this time, Zhu Yuantang, who was sitting at the same table, suddenly woke up. She raised her little head and saw the dark environment. She was dazed, but she did not look for the light. Instead, she reached out her hand and touched Jiang Ning. Then, she grabbed Jiang Ning's arm in the dark. Jiang Ning stuffed a piece of meat into her little mouth and touched her soft lips with his fingers. Huh, what are you doing? Zhu Yuantang was a little unhappy. There were so many people around. Jiang Ning said, I'll give you meat. Boys' dormitory. Ha 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 ha, the power is out, and there is no need to go to class. Yan Xianpeng stood on the first floor of the dormitory, looking at the tightly closed door. Not only him, but also many students from other grades, hundreds of people standing densely. It's not that we don't go to class, it's that the door can't be opened after the power outage. Yeah, it's all because of the broken power switch. The crowd was crowded in the hall, talking about it. When Jiuo Kunan and Shan Keikun walked downstairs, they encountered this scene. All the students were blocked at the door of the dormitory, and the gatekeeper was nowhere to be seen. Yan Xianpeng said loudly, okay, we can't get out of the door. Let's go back to the dormitory to sleep. Shi Qianjin, is there anyone who plays Rust War? Come to our dormitory to play. As soon as this was said, many students responded. Most of the students who had gathered in the hall dispersed in an instant, and they can have a good sleep today. After returning to the dormitory, Shi Qianjin thought about it and said, Xianpeng, I think the door may be able to be opened. After a power outage, a door like this must have an automatic unlocking setting. Otherwise, if a fire occurs and affects the electricity, wouldn't it be a disaster? With this guess, Shi Qianjin was ready to jump out of bed and run downstairs to push the door to test. Yan Xianpeng reached out to pull him back, looked at him and asked, do you think everyone is stupid? Shi Qianjin, what do you mean? Yan Xianpeng, I'm asking you, is this excuse for skipping class a good one? Shi Qianjin suddenly realized. Yan Xianpeng smiled proudly. Qianjin, don't rely on your good grades and think you are superior to others. You still have a lot to learn. The boys in class 8 who lived on campus were all lying in the dormitory enjoying themselves. Jiang Ning was drinking coke and eating braised food with Chen Xiao, Bai Yuxia, and Yang Sheng. Zhu Yuantang also contributed Jiang Ning's small tablet, which was playing Flirting Scholar. The girl's heart-stirring laughter rang out frequently. In contrast, Liu Chuandao was trapped in the abyss of darkness. He was really trapped in darkness. The light here was even fainter. He saw a pale face in the darkness, a pair of flaming red lips in the darkness, and a waist thicker than a bucket. The unstable light and shadow swayed, casting the shadow of a demon with bared fangs and claws. The small shadow of Liu Chuandao was covered by these great horrors. More importantly, Liu Chuandao could not speak, because last night, his plan to frame Pang Jiao was completely exposed. He was beaten up yesterday, and he thought that he would be beaten up by Pang Jiao again when he came to the classroom today, and even told the head teacher. Liu Chuandao had already made up his mind to never admit it, but none of these bad situations happened. Liu Chuandao thought to himself, could it be that they knew they had no evidence and gave up the plan of revenge? Thinking so, it was understandable. Liu Chuandao's attention drifted to the southwest of the classroom, the laughter and joy over Jiang Ning. He was so jealous. Why should my sister Jiao give way to you? However, he was separated from Jiang Ning by a high mountain, and he could only look up from the corner, and look up at the romantic scene there. He looked for a while, feeling very depressed, so he silently took out his mobile phone and played a joke. Pang Jiao turned around, and as she became bigger and bigger, the desk was squeezed open by her turning around. Yan, how do you see my Macu today? Is it stuck? Although Pang Jiao was big, she paid great attention to her beauty. Liu Chuandao was reading some jokes on the internet, which were so funny that Liu Chuandao couldn't help laughing out loud. As a result, Pang Jiao was furious after hearing it. She slapped Liu Chuandao on the head and roared in a low voice, "Are you laughing at me?" Liu Chuandao was stunned by the slap and didn't react for a while. "Wang Yang, he must be saying bad things about you behind your back." After Liu Chuandao was hit, he was extremely angry, but facing the furious Pang Jiao and thinking of the experience of being ridden by Pang Jiao last night, he was very sensible and injured it. There was no way. If Pang Jiao exposed the fact that he had framed him, Liu Chuandao might be put on observation again by the school. Liu Chuandao cursed in his heart. "You just bullied me. Why didn't you dare to fight with Jiang Ning in the alley yesterday?" He was secretly indignant, and then he looked at the connotation jokes, and he was not so happy. Liu Chuandao sat in his original position for a while, his face changing constantly, and within 2 minutes, he was slapped by Pang Jiao again. Liu Chuandao's head was buzzing from being slapped. He was stunned for a while, and then he was furious. "I provoke you. Do you want to be reasonable?" His voice was very loud, and many classmates cast their eyes from the darkness to watch the battle. Yang Sheng took a bite of edamame, spit out the shell, and watched the show leisurely. "It's delicious." Chen Xiao was very spicy, and slurped a mouthful of coke. She had never eaten Jiwei duck neck before. Braised dishes are usually from street braised food shops. It was her first time to eat this, and she just thought it was really delicious, and the taste could be so rich. Jiang Ning looked at her and thought of himself when he was 17 years old. It was the first time he ate Jiwei duck neck. Maybe it was because it tasted good at the time. It was really delicious, just like the first time he ate fried chicken and the first time he drank milk tea. It was all amazing. "Why did I hit you? If it weren't for you, would I have stuck?" Pang Jiao said arrogantly. Liu Chuandao was speechless and dared not speak out. He could only endure it secretly. He lay on the desk this time and said nothing. As a result, Pang Jiao slapped him again a minute later. Liu Chuandao stood up and roared, "Are you done yet? Pang Jiao, what are you doing with a sullen face? Are you trying to trick me again? I tell you, if something happens to me in the future, it will all be your fault." Liu Chuandao was going crazy, but he didn't dare to resist Pang Jiao head on. Wang Yang, who was sitting at the back desk, showed a sinister smile. Compared with exposing Liu Chuandao's atrocities in front of the class teacher, it was the greatest torture to hold the handle and keep hitting him. In contrast, Che Wei, who was in the chess game, still couldn't determine who beat him that night. At this time, Che Wei was sitting by the river. Jiang Ning was surrounded by girls, full of laughter. Chen Xiao asked, "Doesn't Che Wei eat?" Zheng Lu said, He refuses every time, so he must not like it. Chapter 612. Is it big? Saturday. Well, it's not a day off. Like countless office workers who have only one day off, the second year students of number 4 middle school still have classes on Saturday. However, compared to work, Jiang Ning still likes going to school. The last class this morning was originally the math teacher Gao Hishuo's class. But because he occupied the physical education class last time, this time, the powerful physical education teacher Gu Wei, with his strong physique, snatched a class from Gao Hishuo. Gu Wei used to be burly and strong, like a black-faced evil spirit, but he was the weakest teacher in the school, and was often occupied by other teachers on the grounds that he was sick, and asked for leave. This time, due to the bonus, supported by Changqing Guy to number 4 middle school, the physical education teacher became one of the most popular teachers. With a high bonus as a suffix, he stood up again, and no one could take away everything that belonged to him. Gu Wei, wearing a grey sportswear, slowly walked towards the 8th class team. His steps were steady and his momentum was amazing. You can tell at a glance that he was physically strong. Ordinary high school students were like skinny chickens in front of him. Ahem, call the roll. Gu Wei shouted. The 8th class formation paused for a few seconds. Gu Wei shouted again, call the roll. Still no one called the roll. Xin Yaoling saved his face. Teacher, the sports committee member Wu Zhaoqi skipped class. Gu Wei was stunned. He still remembered that there was a sports class representative named Liu Chuandao before, but Liu Chuandao was dismissed by him after skipping class. Later, he appointed Wu Zhaoqi, who loved basketball, as his successor. Unexpectedly, he skipped class today. Gu Wei's face was a little dark. Myo Zhe shouted. Wu Zhaoqi went to participate in the Yuzhou Chengnan Junior High School Basketball League. Myo Zhe and Wu Zhaoqi were deskmates, and knew his past. Wu Zhaoqi fought all over the world, and won countless championships. The only time he failed was in the Chengnan League, where he only won the runner-up. Hearing that the Chengnan Junior High School Basketball League was opened again, Wu Zhaoqi did not hesitate to join the battle. This time, he will be honored and bloodbath the court. Gu Wei ignored this reason. No matter what, the sports committee member Wu Zhaoqi skipped class. It seems that we need to identify another one. Gu Wei scanned the crowd and found the boy who looked quite powerful. He pointed at him and shouted, "What's your name?" Duan Shigen was very surprised and immediately gave his name. So Duan Shigen was promoted to the 3rd sports committee member of class 8. After the roll call, he ran another lap. The students were free to play badminton, table tennis, basketball, and the students who were doing fitness were divided into square teams, and Gu Wei gave free guidance. Zhu Yuantan was sleeping in the classroom, and Jiang Ning was basking in the sun on the playground. Chen Xiaoyu found Jiang Ning basking in the sun alone, so she abandoned Yang Sheng and ran to play with him. After Bai Yuxia played a few balls with Yang Sheng, she also abandoned Yang Sheng. Jiang Ning, the dessert shop outside the school, has newly launched milk tea. Their milk tea has a piece of cream on top, which is very beautiful. Every time, many students line up. Chen Xiaoyu said seriously. Lu Kiki, who was not far away, said, "My friend tried it, and it tasted really good." She even posted it on WeChat Moments. Next to her was Jiang Yanan. "There are too many people lining up. You have to run over to buy it right after school." Chen Xiaoyu was helpless, "But we have to go to the cafeteria to eat after school. When we go again, it will be full. There are only 2 classes this afternoon. Maybe we can try it then," she suggested. Lu Kiki laughed. "Everyone thinks the same as you. There will be more people after school." Shen Qinj, who was next to her, listened quietly to the conversation of several people, but her eyes occasionally glanced at Jiang Ning in a natural way. Hearing this, Jiang Ning stood up. "In that case, let's go over now." After hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu didn't react for a while. "We are still in class. We can't leave the campus. The management of number 4 middle school is very strict. There is a special security department responsible for campus safety. Because of the sufficient funds, it has even recruited a retired soldier recently. Even if it was put in the era of gangsters more than 10 years ago, the security of number 4 middle school today is also a certain deterrent. These well-behaved students never thought about leaving the campus during class. Seeing this, Lukaki said, "It's impossible to go out. Even if Zhu Yuantang is here, it's impossible for him to run out of the door right after class, right?" Jiang Ning looked at Chen Xiao and Beiyuxia. "Do you want to go?" Beiyuxia was also a little tempted. Jiang Ning smiled. "Then let's go. Let you see what it means to go out by scanning your face." Chen Xiao smiled. "Okay." So, Jiang Ning and the two girls walked out of the playground together. Jiang Yanan and Lukaki, who stayed where they were, looked at each other. Jiang Yanan doubted he should be able to go out, right? Lukaki was not sure. On the way to the gym, Songsheng, Qiang Li, Mao Zhe, and Ma Shicheng and Wang Longlong, who were going to the gym to play games, mixed together. Qiang Li was full of fighting spirit. "Let's challenge 75 kilograms today." Songsheng narrowed his eyes and agreed. "Really, not bad. Maybe you can catch up with my current level in 2 months." At his peak, his bench press reached 90 kilograms, but during that period, his spirit was at its peak. Under normal circumstances, his limit was only 85 kilograms. At this level, the progress slowed down, mainly because he is only 16 or 17 years old this year. Mao Zhe shared his fitness experience. "My limit is already 40 kilograms. Songsheng, not bad. You are now in the novice benefit period." The novice benefit period is so cool. The progress is too fast. Qiang Li carried a backpack, which contained wrist guards, gloves, and water cups, which are essential items for fitness. From a distance, he saw Jiang Ning's figure, and he once again remembered the scene of Jiang Ning bench pressing 140 kilograms in the physical education class that day. Suddenly, he felt inexplicably melancholy. Qiang Li touched Songsheng and motioned him to look. Songsheng not only saw Jiang Ning, but also saw the two girls beside him, especially Beiyuxia, who was the most beautiful girl in the class. On the one hand, Songsheng believed in the idea that the strong have everything, and the strong can have beautiful girls. On the other hand, he was very unhappy, because the strong person was someone else. Songsheng clenched his fists, his face full of hard work. "Do 2 more sets of bench presses today." In contrast, Qiang Li was a little discouraged. 140 kilograms. He has been to several gyms, and the highest he has seen is 120 kilograms. Many fitness coaches who have been working out all their lives are stuck at 110 kilograms. Qiang Li couldn't help but sigh. "Jiang Ning's starting point now is my end point, alas." As he sighed, the air was filled with a bit of bleakness, and with the withered yellow leaves, it made people even more sad. Seeing his lost look, Wang Longlong couldn't help but comfort him. "Don't think so. You may not be able to reach this end." Outside the school, there is a small dessert shop called Mang's Hang. There was a big parasol in the open space in front of the store. Jiang Ning felt that it was in the style of a celebrity check-in in the future, especially the simple small table under the parasol, which was covered with a checkered tablecloth. Next to the flower pot, there was a fat cat tied up. The cat was as big as a small gas tank and bigger than an ordinary dog. Chen Xiao ran to the cat and wanted to touch it, but a young female clerk came out of the store and quickly reminded her, "You can't touch this cat. It's very fierce." The female clerk said solemnly, "Look, the manager has tied it up." After such a scare, Chen Xiao temporarily gave up the idea. Really, it was the first time she saw such a fat cat. Beiyuxia moved into the store and ordered a few cakes and a new milk tea. After she finished ordering, she sat down at a small table outside in the warm sunlight. Chen Xiao sat on a small chair, looking at the big cat next to her from time to time. The cat was really big. At the moment, it was lying on the ground unhappily, with a furry body, and looked very cute. "This cat is not fierce at all." Chen Xiao whispered. "Did they deliberately not let us touch the cat?" As she spoke, Chen Xiao gently called out. Mimi. The big fat cat on the ground ignored her. Mimi still no response. Chen Xiao thought the cat was too lazy. Beiyuxia didn't like to be nosy, so she said, "I think we should listen to the clerk." Chen Xiao was much more active, and kept wanting to reach out and touch the cat and smooth its fur. "It's so pitiful, and it's tied up." Beiyuxia analyzed rationally. "Maybe it's just like the clerk said, it's because it's too fierce that it's tied up." Soon, the clerk came up with a tray. "Our new milk tea, Mingzai Jiang Man." Chen Xiao cast a glance and found that the appearance of this cup of milk tea was particularly good, and it looked much more high-end than the milk tea she had seen before. The surface of the cup is in the style of ukiyo-e, and the most eye-catching thing is the thick layer of cream on top, as white as snow and as soft as clouds, gently covering the milk tea. The sun was shining brightly today, and the edges of the cream top were slightly pink, with a pinch of pecan pieces covered in syrup sprinkled on top. At first glance, Chen Xiao was attracted. It was so beautiful. She quickly took out her phone, took photos of the milk tea, and then sent them directly to the class group. On the playground, Lukaki had been paying attention to their movements for a long time, and when she saw the cup of milk tea, the answer was self-evident. Jiang Yanan was surprised. They really walked out. Yuan came back from a distance. Her face was a little unhappy. "What's there to be proud of for skipping class and running away?" "Jiang Yanan, it's not skipping class. Have you seen Jiang Ning skipping class?" Shen Qinj wanted to raise an objection. When she was in junior high school, she was sick once, and Jiang Ning skipped class to buy medicine and water for her. However, if this was said, I'm afraid no one would believe it at the scene. Shen Qinj naturally did not humiliate herself. Chen Xiao not only took photos of the milk tea, but also some desserts and the beautiful small tables. Many girls in the class wanted to run out to take photos. Dessert shop. Jiang Ning was basking in the sun, leisurely using a spoon to pick up the cream top and tasted it. The cream mixed with pecan nut fragments had a much better taste. This reminded him of a famous online celebrity milk tea in the future. Chen Xiao tasted the milk tea he had been thinking about and began to plot against the big fat cat. The female clerk ran out again to remind him, "Don't touch it." Chen Xiao was speechless. Since he couldn't touch it, what was the point of letting it squat there? Wouldn't it make people feel itchy? Jiang Ning watched for a while, and while the clerk left, he moved the stool next to the big fat cat. The cat was very arrogant and didn't even look at Jiang Ning. Under Chen Xiao's expectant eyes, Jiang Ning reached out to touch the big cat, but the cat screamed wildly and exploded in an instant, jumping up and scratching Jiang Ning. Chen Xiao was startled. Too fierce, even more fierce than a tiger. Ordinary people would not be able to react in such a situation, and would definitely be scratched by the cat, even though the cat's claws had been trimmed. Jiang Ning's expression remained calm. He did not retract his outstretched hand, but continued to move forward, grabbed the cat's collar, and lifted its 20-pound body. At the same time, his spiritual sense shocked the cat, and the momentum of a top predator frightened the cat silly. Jiang Ning put it on the ground, rubbed it with his hands, and said calmly, "Now it dares not resist." Bei Yuxia witnessed the whole process. At this moment, she felt that Jiang Ning's attitude of making light of heavy things and calming down was simply unbelievably cool. She was a little bit impressed by his handsomeness. The female clerk heard the noise and hurried out of the room to observe the situation, and then saw this scene. Looking at Jiang Ning's reckless hands and the fat cat that was powerless to resist, she was incredible. "Why doesn't it scratch you?" Jiang Ning said bluntly. "Maybe it is a little timid." "How is it possible?" The female clerk knew very well that this cat had a violent temper and was prone to getting angry. Yesterday, a customer came to eat and was almost bitten by it. However, now it is so obedient, as if it has changed its cat. Jiang Ning let go of his hand, and the fat cat was as if pardoned. It subconsciously ran away to avoid Jiang Ning's clutches. Then, Jiang Ning pointed at it, and the big fat cat shrank its head, showing human fear, and slowly withdrew. "Okay, you can touch it." Chen Xiao was originally holding her face and watching from the side. She trusted Jiang Ning too much. Hearing this, she no longer hesitated and rubbed the big yellow fat cat with her hands. The soft touch and the joy in her heart made her smile with her remaining hand on her cheek. The smile was clean and pure, sweeter than a delicious dessert. After seeing this, Bei Yuxia also touched the cat, mainly because the well-behaved fat cat now was particularly contrasted with the unruly look just now. It was a very fulfilling thing to touch such a cat. Just like many wealthy people abroad, they like to raise ferocious beasts because it can bring a desire to conquer. Not only men have the desire to conquer, but girls also have it. Chen Xiao not only pets the cat, She also takes pictures. She picked up the heavy fat cat and placed it in front of her. The cat was really big, like a small gas tank. Chen Xiaoyu slightly turned sideways to let the golden sunlight shine on her body. The girl's skin became more delicate and transparent, glowing with a faint luster. She lifted the big fat cat to her chest, letting it be in the C position, and then asked Jiang Ning with a clear expression, look, has my Mimi grown bigger? Jiang Ning replied, the cat blocked it, I can't see it. Chapter 613, Deal with the Idiot. Dessert shop, outdoor table. The atmosphere was a little awkward because of the bold words. The girl held the huge cat in her arms, and her pretty face looked a little dazed. Due to surprise, Chen Xiaoyu's hands gradually lost strength, and the cat slowly slid from her hands to the ground. Not only Chen Xiaoyu, Bei Yuxia also looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief. He would actually say such a thing. After so long in contact, Bei Yuxia has never seen him act like a hooligan. She couldn't help but look around. Fortunately, the female clerk came in, and they should be the only ones who heard Jiang Ning's words. With this strange thought, Bei Yuxia's eyes wandered back and forth between Jiang Ning and Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu lowered her head. I expressed it wrong. Jiang Ning's expression remained unchanged, pretending to be puzzled. Oh, what's wrong? Chen Xiaoyu maintained her innocent appearance and continued to defend. I was talking about the cat, not Jiang Ning. It doesn't matter. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu couldn't help but look down, and this glance happened to be caught by Bei Yuxia, so she became even more embarrassed. Chen Xiaoyu thought to herself, it would be better if Yuxia wasn't here. Bei Yuxia was thinking, Xiaoyu must have done it on purpose. Others don't know, but she and Chen Xiaoyu have been sitting at the same table for a semester, that's clear. In order to ease the embarrassment, Bei Yuxia sent the photo she had just taken to Chen Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoyu found another topic and asked Bei Yuxia to hold the cat and take a photo. During this period, Jiang Ning watched the whole process. When Bei Yuxia picked up the fat cat, for some reason, she suddenly thought of the sentence Xiaoyu asked before. A slightly evil thought came to her mind. If she asked Jiang Ning like Xiaoyu did, would something fun happen? However, Bei Yuxia was very calm on the outside, and her good upbringing would never let her ask such a shameful question at this time and in this situation. But she couldn't help but associate it in her mind. The warm light fell, and Bei Yuxia's cheeks were slightly red, and she looked as beautiful as a delicious food. So beautiful. Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed, can I post it to the group? Bei Yuxia took a look at it first, and the photo was indeed very well taken. With a good family background and the education of her highly educated parents, she has formed a generous personality and has always had a strong awareness of her appearance. Although Bei Yuxia rarely posts selfies on WeChat moments, since her good friend asked, she naturally had no objection. So Chen Xiaoyu posted her photo to the group. No matter in which group, the selfies of beautiful girls always cause a sensation. Once her photo was posted, it became a scene of people passing it on. On the north side of the playground, at the parallel bars, Jiuo Kunan was playing with his phone and suddenly shouted, Brother Quan, she sent a photo. Shan Keikun was stunned and said, I have forgotten her. Jiuo Kunan, forwarded to you. Shan Keikun held the parallel bars with a little bit of restlessness, but soon, another face that was somewhat similar to his emerged. Shan Keikun stopped thinking about looking at his phone. South of the playground, Che Wei was leaning on a crutch, staying in a corner. He used to be the center of attention, but now he was extremely lonely. His best friend Kyang Li went to the gym to exercise. With a strong will, he naturally could not overcome the laws of physics, and could only stay here to recover. Che Wei has more female friends than male friends. This is normal. After all, he calls himself a chess player and looks down on the boys around him. Because he is too aloof, few boys are willing to play with him. Those girls in the past all abandoned him for some unknown reasons. Che Wei is now a real owner. He picked up his phone, opened the class group, and saw this photo. What kind of photo is that? The brilliant light fell on Bei Yuxia. She stood in front of the potted plant, and the big orange cat lay in her arms obediently. Its fur was particularly warm under the sunlight. At the same time, the girl was set off by a beautiful girl. There was a faint blush between her eyebrows and eyes, the kind of shyness that seemed to be there and not there seemed to be blooming for herself in front of the screen. This beautiful and warm world just healed Che-Wei. He had an urge to cry after suffering so many disasters. Che-Wei thought about the tragic experience during this period, and his eyes were not only hot. At this moment, he wanted to turn into the orange cat in Bayuxia's arms and enjoy the ultimate comfort in the world. The indescribable warmth and beauty made Che-Wei, who was always proud, pick up his phone and click on Bayuxia's avatar. The recent huge blow and the beautiful photos with familiar people gave him an illusion of magic and reality, which drove him to send a private message. Bayuxia, your cat is so beautiful. After receiving the message, Bayuxia, who was enjoying dessert in the dessert shop, hesitated for a moment and chose to reply. She felt that Che-Wei was a sinister person, and such people tend to go to extremes, so she should reply. Bayuxia knew very well that, if a boy did not get a reply when sending a message, it would be easy to form hatred. It's not my cat, it's from the dessert shop, she explained. In reality, Che-Wei rarely received such a long reply from her, and his wounded heart was comforted at once. He took advantage of the victory and continued, hahaha, you like cats, you can actually raise one. Bayuxia, it's quite troublesome. I'm busy with my studies now, and I'm afraid I don't have time to take care of it. Che-Wei looked at her long reply, and felt happy from the bottom of his heart. His depression was cured a little, and he became a lot more sunny. Men are so strange. As long as a beautiful woman says a few more words to him, they will be cheered up. I know a kind of cat that can live well without care. Che-Wei used his skills in chatting, and prepared to start the strategy. If he could catch a beautiful girl like Bayuxia, all the unbearable past would be wiped out. None of the boys in class 8 can compare to him. Jiang Ning? He is just popular, and I can date the most beautiful girl in class 8. Thinking of this, the gloom around Che-Wei completely dissipated, and the light of self-confidence enveloped him, escorting his road to victory. Bayuxia, what kind of cat? Che-Wei saw the opportunity and quickly typed, meow as soon as this message was sent. Bayuxia was stunned. She thought about it, and didn't know how to reply. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. The smile on Che-Wei's face gradually dissipated, replaced by regret. Finally, he sent a message after 2 minutes, hahaha, I was kidding you. But this sentence still didn't get a reply. Bayuxia was privately chatted by Jiang Ning, asking her about the general situation of this store. Half a minute later, Che-Wei, are you busy? He finally woke up now, and after calming down, he reread the chat history with Bayuxia. Che-Wei couldn't imagine how embarrassed he would be if he was seen by someone he knew. The huge sense of shame was no less than the coercion of Pang Zhao and others. After all, one was forced, and the other was voluntary. Che-Wei finally typed out a line of words and begged humbly, don't tell others, okay? In the southeast corner of the playground, behind a few big trees, Liu Chuandao stood here quietly. He used double-sided tape to stick his mobile phone to the tree trunk. Then he clenched his fist and looked at the mobile phone screen. On the screen was a young man with a bruised face and nose. Because of the pain, his handsome face was no longer so handsome. Liu Chuandao said in a cold voice, Liu Chuandao, remember, from today on, no one can bully you anymore. Then, he reached out to turn off the camera, opened Yaoku Video, and clicked on the video he had downloaded in advance. Nowadays, the small broken station is not well known. Yaoku is the first to create a long video community. The website has many guides, reviews, and of course, there are no shortage of martial arts videos. Liu Chuandao has been tortured recently. After thinking hard, he finally understood a truth. The reason why he is miserable is that he is too weak. If he is extraordinary and can easily defeat Pang Zhao, will it still be like this? No, everything will change. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. In extreme situations, people often choose to trust something. Believing in fate, believing in Buddha, believing in Taoism, believing in Feng Shui, believing in Qigong, burning incense and worshipping Buddha is very popular in some provinces. There are countless rich people who donate unimaginable money to temples every year. Liu Chuandao clicked the video devoutly and saw a middle-aged and elderly man in Teikai clothes on the screen, began to introduce himself. It turned out that this master actually mastered Zingyuan and Hunyuan Teikai at the same time, and also became famous abroad. Now he is the head of Hunyuan Zingyuan Teikai. Looking at the video, the master who moved and acted casually when boxing was like a master. Liu Chuandao followed the tutorial in the video and learned humbly. The master also created a move, Lightning 5 Whips. It is said that the speed of that move is so fast that even the camera cannot shoot it clearly. If he can learn that move, if he uses that move on Pang Jiao, he will definitely make Pang Jiao kneel down and beg for mercy. Liu Chuandao trembled all over and was extremely excited. He looked into the distance and saw students in groups of 3 or 2 on the playground. They were playing in groups. And like him, he was alone. Even Du and Shigang didn't pay much attention to him because of what happened last night. But Liu Chuandao is not alone. He has seen a sentence: even if the whole world abandons you, you must remember that there are still billions of cells in your body that live only for you. Liu Chuandao stared at the video, and his right hand struck out like lightning. Wait. Let me return like lightning. At noon, at the river dam, Zhu Yuantang placed 2 chairs at the door, one for her and Jiang Ning, enjoying the warm sun in early winter. Zhu Chuchu, who was next door, walked out of the door and saw the 2 of them resting. She thought of the unfinished test paper and sighed in her heart. Immediately, she thought, even if the test paper is all finished, what's the matter? Tang Tang and Jiang Ning's chairs are so symmetrical, can she add one more? Zhu Chuchu could only tell herself in her heart, if you often bask in the sun, you will get tanned, so she doesn't want to bask in the sun. With this thought in mind, Zhu Chuchu turned back to her room to write the test paper. Before she left, she saw the black-backed wolfhound from Uncle Zhang's house, the butcher next door, patrolling the surrounding territory with arrogant steps. She recalled the first time she saw the wolfhound. She and Tang Tang were frightened by the vicious wolfhound. Fortunately, Jiang Ning stepped in and gave the big dog a good lesson. The wolfhounds now are no longer a concern. Jiang Ning didn't pay attention to the wolfhound. He secretly pinched a piece of orange peeled by Tang Tang and browsed the messages in the class group. Lukaki complained about the dessert shop in the group, saying that Yuwen planned to take a photo with the orange cat, but was frightened. She described the horror of the scene at that time. The orange cat almost flew up and scratched Yuwen. Fortunately, the cat's nails were cut off, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Bayuxia, didn't the clerk remind you that you can't touch it? Yuwen spoke up. She reminded you, but didn't you hold it at noon? Why didn't the cat want to do it when it was my turn? Bayuxia said, maybe the cat was in a bad mood at noon. Cuiu, I think you're ugly. Yuwen was furious and wanted to crawl out of the screen and tear Cuiu to pieces. Lukaki thought of Bayuxia holding the cat and taking pictures. Why can't they do that? She was still unwilling to give up and planned to wait until the afternoon off to try again. Humans have a very strong desire to compare. If you can hold the cat and take pictures, if I can't, wouldn't it make me seem unpopular? The group chatted enthusiastically around the big orange cat in the dessert shop. Under normal circumstances, Chen Xiaoyu, who held the cat, should definitely show up, but at noon, she didn't show any signs of appearing. Only a dozen minutes later, Jiang Ning received her message. Look, my new TV, 55 inches. The photo showed a slightly messy living room and a huge TV screen. In 2014, many traditional TV manufacturers are enjoying a good life. An ordinary 55-inch TV can be sold for more than 4,000 yuan. Later, after the entry of brands such as Xiaomi, coupled with the rapid development of technology, the price of 55-inch TVs even dropped to just over 1,000 yuan. But most young people still don't buy TVs because they don't have houses. Not bad, not bad. It will be more comfortable to sit on the sofa and watch TV in the future. Jiang Ning said. Chen Xiaoyu, watch a movie with my sister tonight. Soon, she sent another message. Wait a minute, I'll throw away the cardboard box first. Jiang Ning said, don't throw away the unwanted cardboard boxes, leave them to me. Chen Xiaoyu would naturally not refuse. Anyway, the cardboard boxes are useless and will only take up space if left. However, she was a little embarrassed when she looked at such a big cardboard box. How should I give it to you? It's such a big piece. Jiang Ning took advantage of Zhu Yuantang's inattention and stole another piece of orange she had peeled, then tapped the screen to tease Chen Xiaoyu. How about this? Since you have decided to give it to me, you can help me sell it. By the way, go to the property management downstairs. Chen Xiaoyu, okay. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning received the red envelope she sent, and when he opened it, he saw that there was 7 yuan. Jiang Ning sent her another red envelope of 3 yuan. You must be tired. Go buy a bottle of Coke. After receiving the red envelope, Chen Xiaoyu felt very happy. Jiang Ning, you are too polite. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614 I don't understand. After teasing Chen Xiaoyu, Jiang Ning put down his phone contentedly and pinched a slice of orange. When his fingers touched the orange, the color of the surrounding world changed. Jiang Ning slowly turned his head and met Zhu Yuantang's angry face. Well, I was wondering why the oranges I peeled were gone. It turns out you ate them. Most of the oranges she peeled with great effort were taken away by Jiang Ning. It would be fine if he took them, but he took them secretly. He really thinks he is a fool. Zhu Yuantang felt that she was underestimated. Jiang Ning didn't care. Stingy. Didn't I peel pine nuts for you last time? Zhu Yuantang reasoned. It's different. How is it different? Anyway, it's different. Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning took an orange, peeled it, and put it on the small table in the middle. I'll give it back to you. Zhu Yuantang pouted and arrogantly refused to take his orange. Seeing that she didn't eat it, Jiang Ning ate all the peeled oranges. Jiang Ning peeled the orange very quickly. After a while, there was only one orange left, which was not many to begin with. Zhu Yuantang, who was pretending to be asleep, finally lost her airs. If she didn't eat, the arrogant Jiang Ning would really eat all the oranges. How hateful. Ever since Chuchu moved in, she felt that her status had dropped rapidly because Chuchu was too weak. Every time she threatened to do housework, Jiang Ning would go to Chuchu, but Chuchu, who used to be very opinionated, was always very obedient. As a result, Zhu Yuantang's words were not as confident as before. However, she was particularly good at deceiving herself. After self-hypnosis, her confidence returned. She looked at the small table. There is only one orange left, with a total of 10 petals. How many petals will you give me? Jiang Ning had eaten several before, and he said, I'll give you 9 petals. Zhu Yuantang was very satisfied. Then he asked, if you have 10 oranges, how many petals will you give me? Jiang Ning, 9 petals. 10 oranges have 100 petals, why only 9 petals? Zhu Yuantang questioned. Jiang Ning picked up a petal that belonged to him and took a bite. It tasted sour and sweet, because I'm always loyal to you. It was noon, and the winter sun was very comfortable. Uncle Zhang, who was slaughtering pigs next door, came out of the house to look for his dog, calling out, Bei Wang, Bei Wang. Yes, his dog had a name, a very domineering name. Uncle Zhang invited everyone to dinner today. He was a butcher, and his friend's business was similar to his, slaughtering cattle. Today he showed his ferocious wolfhound to his friend who slaughtered cattle. Uncle Zhang's wolfhound was fat and strong, shiny and mighty, and made his friend envious for a while. Uncle Zhang was very proud, but who knew that the wolfhound ran out halfway through the meal. Once he left, he would never come back. As soon as Uncle Zhang went out, he saw the black-backed wolfhound lying at Jiang Ning's feet. It would be fine if it just lay there, but the key point is that the dog was lying on the ground with orange peels piled all over its body, and it looked like it had been greatly wronged. Uncle Zhang's eyebrows jumped. Good people are bullied, good horses are ridden, and good dogs are thrown orange peels. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner. He had a preconceived notion and threw the fault on Jiang Ning. It would be fine once or twice, but Uncle Zhang couldn't stand the neighbor's kid openly bullying my dog. He saw the couple enjoying the sun at the door again, so he rolled his eyes and shouted, "Oh, basking in the sun. You are living a happy life." Uncle Zhang thought back to the past. When I was in the training team, I rarely had a life like yours. At that time, I ran 30 kilometers every day for training. You young people of this generation can't understand it. Jiang Ning ignored him. Zhu Yuantang didn't say anything either. She had lived in Hebei longer than Jiang Ning, and her family moved to a bungalow on the first day of the new year. If you think Uncle Zhang is a kind person, you are wrong. Before Jiang Ning came, Uncle Zhang was the absolute bully of Hebei bungalow. He had the characteristics of a butcher, vicious, arrogant, and unreasonable, which was very different from the current attitude of equality for all. Why did the attitude change so much? It was because Jiang Ning's strength was recognized by the other party. Uncle Zhang boasted about the past, showing how hard-working he was in the past, and implied that Jiang Ning just lay down at the door every day and slept to avenge his dog being bullied. Zhu Yuantan thought it was funny. I remember that, when I was in junior high school, Uncle Zhang rarely played tricks. When he encountered difficulties, he always used force to subdue people. Now he has learned to use verbal attacks. Although the method is a bit low end, at least we can know that Uncle Zhang has learned to use his brain. Sure enough, people have strong adaptability. Uncle Zhang spoke loudly and disturbed Jiang Ning's rest. He felt annoyed, so he asked, Tong Tong, why do people always like to talk about how they were in the past when they get older? Zhu Yuantan thought for a moment and replied, because I don't have the ability now, I can only talk about the past. As soon as this sentence came out, Uncle Zhang was furious. At this time, another middle-aged man came out of the house. The man was less than 1.7 meters tall and had a very solid body. He gave people the feeling that he was very good at fighting. In a fight, the most powerful ones are short and strong people. They have a stable chassis and a low center of gravity. They will not be easily knocked down, and their beatings are very painful. He is Uncle Zhang's good friend, nicknamed Lao Zuang. Lao Zuang is a butcher who likes to drink and play mahjong. At this moment, he saw the wolf dog lying on the ground with orange peels all over his body, and he was immediately happy. Lao Zhang, your dog doesn't look fierce. Uncle Zhang's face was not very good. At this age, they care about face the most. The wolf dog that he boasted about for a while lost his face. Uncle Zhang wanted to kick the wolf dog. Jiang Ning stretched out his foot and poked. This dog looks fierce, but it's actually very honest. As he moved, the wolf dog stuck out its tongue flatteringly, just like a licking dog. Lao Zuang laughed. Uncle Zhang was embarrassed. After a while, he thought of an idea. It's not that my dog is not good, it's that my dog understands human nature. My dog, the more powerful the person it faces, the more honest it is. Uncle Zhang saved his face. Uncle Zhang gave Jiang Ning a look, meaning that if he cooperated, he would benefit from it. Like this guy, don't look at him as skinny. He is very good at arm wrestling and can fight me on equal terms. Lao Zuan was amused at the time. Lao Zhang, are you crazy? Him? Lao Zuan was a butcher. Killing cattle is a hard job. He is extremely strong and didn't take it seriously at all. But Uncle Zhang was serious, and Lao Zuan made an invitation. Zhu Yuantang avoided fighting for him. He wants to pay for arm wrestling. Lao Zuan, what a coincidence. I got a pound of beef tripe today, if you can beat me. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ning got a pound of beef tripe in the midst of the commotion. Lao Zuan stared at the stone roller in a daze. Uncle Zhang was relieved. Finally he was not the only one who lost. In the afternoon, Hebei, Jiang Ning rode an electric bike to take Zhu Yuantang to school. It was noon, and there were few people in Hebei. Zhu Chuchu also rode an electric bike and went with them. We will have a holiday after the last 2 classes in the afternoon. Zhu Yuantang was happy. She liked holidays the most. After school, let's go touch the orange cat, okay? Today, the picture of Bayuksha holding the orange cat was sent to the class group, and someone posted it to the school's forum. The current forum owner of Yazhou number 4 middle school is Wang Langlang. Under his management, the number 4 middle school forum is well organized. He also often posted campus gossip to the forum, especially gossip between men and women, as well as various handsome men and beautiful women, which filled the forum content very well. This made the browsing experience of the 4th middle school forum very comfortable, and the popularity of the forum was just past its peak, and had not declined too much. Wang Lang Lang deliberately added fuel to the fire, and the picture of Bayuxia holding a cat became a little popular. Now many 4th middle school students formed teams to brush orange cats. Zhu Yuantang was not a person who liked to join in the fun, but Jiang Ning took Chen Xiao and the others there, and she couldn't miss it. Okay, I'll take you, Jiang Ning said. Then Chachu, are you going? Zhu Yuantang asked. Zhu Chachu hesitated subconsciously. Okay, I'll go by myself. Zhu Yuantang made the decision. Zhu Chachu. She hadn't finished her words yet. What happened to Tang Tang? When did she become so decisive? Zhu Chachu didn't understand at all. Jiang Ning watched this scene silently. He felt that Chachu's hesitation might be cured by Zhu Yuantang in a while. After arriving at the classroom, Zhu Yuantang buried his head in sleep, preparing for the afternoon milk tea. Jiang Ning went to the corridor outside to rest, and soon Zheng Lu stood next to him. It's so funny. A few days ago at noon, I returned to the community and saw several neighbors chatting. There was an old lady looking at her phone with a magnifying glass. I saw that she was having a hard time reading it, so I helped her to enlarge the font. It's fine now. The whole community is saying that I'm studying software development. Jiang Ning chuckled. They're like this. I have similar experiences. Some elderly people's phone packages are very bad. I helped them to cancel some services. They said I have someone in the telecommunications bureau. Zheng Lu was helpless. They don't seem to be able to adapt to the current society. She looked at the campus, looking at those young students, and sighed. In fact, I thought about it later. Weren't they also strong people in life before? But once people get older, they become confused and are gradually eliminated by society. Do you think I will become like that in the future? Zheng Lu seemed a little sentimental. Jiang Ning, no. Zheng Lu didn't ask why, but just nodded gently. Yeah. After school in the afternoon, can we go to see the cats? Zheng Lu is a little expert on the internet, so she naturally saw the beautiful picture of Bayuxia holding the orange cat. She wanted Jiang Ning to take a picture of her. Jiang Ning scanned her with his spiritual sense and said, "You are not suitable?" Zheng Lu was puzzled. Huh? Because Jiang Ning deliberately used spiritual power to transmit the sound. The cat's paws are not very honest. Zheng Lu's mind suddenly jumped out of the picture. When she thought of the scene of the cat's paw pads stepping on her body, she felt very ashamed. However, this difficulty did not dispel her idea. She suggested, then go when there are fewer people. The two chatted here. A little further away, Ji Zuan from class 9 was leaning on the balcony and quietly paying attention to the movements here. If you are good at observation, you can find that his ears move one by one, full of spirituality. The eavesdropping secret technique was activated, and the conversation between the two people was all merged into his ears. Ji Zuan immediately understood everything. Haha, he refused. It's better to refuse. The more he looked at Zheng Lu, the better he thought. Unexpectedly, a girl who was not outstanding in junior high school turned out to be so attractive after entering high school. However, the boy next to her was more or less an eyesore. Ji Zuan had seen Zheng Lu and this boy together more than once. No, I must take action, otherwise someone else might get there first. Ji Zuan thought of the orange cats in the dessert shop they mentioned, and an idea came to his mind. If he could go to see the orange cats with Zheng Lu, he could also take this opportunity to take a photo of Zheng Lu openly and then send it to his former junior high school classmates, such as Li Mengchen and others. I don't know how much shock it would cause. Just at this time, the annoying boy next to Zheng Lu left. Ji Zuan walked quickly to the door of class 8. In the classroom of class 8, Jiang Yanan invited Jiang Ning to answer questions for their sister group. Jiang Ning stopped and saw Shen Qinj and Lu Kiki. Compared with Lu Kiki's enthusiasm, Shen Qinj had a cold face, similar to the stinky face she had in her previous life, as if someone owed her money. Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable when she saw it. Jiang Yanan had a good attitude. She didn't have any black spots in class 8. She was not as extreme as Yuwen and Lu Kiki. She was of an upper middle level in appearance and had very white skin. She was a girl that boys dared to take action against. Unfortunately, Jiang Yanan likes boys whose parents are both dead, and no boy in class 8 has achieved this. Even the most despicable person, Liu Chuandao, cannot disguise his identity. This is really lacking in virtue. Jiang Ning, I asked Bayuxia, and she said that you made the cat obedient. How did you do it? Jiang Yanan asked sincerely. Maybe cats and I are destined to be together. Jiang Ning said. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't explain, Lukaki was a little irritable. A cup of milk tea in their store cost 16 yuan. After spending that money, the clerk didn't help us to coax the cat. I want to blackmail this store. CUIU seized the opportunity and fought back. Your consumption. The cat received a gift. Lukaki suddenly looked up, and his murderous eyes swept towards CUIU. The corridor outside the classroom. Jizuan was wearing Adidas clothes and New Balance dad shoes. He combed his hair and smoothed his collar. He had a gentleman's smile on his face and a familiar feeling of reunion after a long absence. Hi, Zhenglu, he greeted. When Zhenglu saw him, she responded with a normal attitude without any enthusiasm. Jizuan didn't care. He looked towards class 8 and recalled the conversation between them. He said, orange cats are very popular recently. Let's go and have a look after school this afternoon. Zhenglu, let's see later. Jizuan asked knowingly. Haha, is there anyone else going with you? Zhenglu didn't say anything. Jizuan had just eavesdropped on all the conversations and was very familiar with the situation. He turned on the god's perspective and intensified the conflict. That was your friend just now. Was he with you? If we both look at the orange cats, will he be angry? Don't let it affect your relationship then. However, the orange cats in the dessert shop are really fun. If he understands you, he will definitely be willing to accompany you, right? He said several words that intensified the conflict. Zhenglu's face turned cold when she heard this, and she retorted, he just doesn't understand anything. What's wrong? I spoil him. Chapter 615. It's even 8 classroom. Jizuan was originally belittling Jiang Ning in order to disrupt the relationship between Zhenglu and him. He was performing to his heart's content. Who knew that Zhenglu would turn her face away like turning a book and suddenly became cold, followed by a scolding. Jizuan was a little confused at the time. As far as he could remember, in junior high school, Zhenglu and the other girls like He King Tang never dared to speak like this in front of him, a top student in the class. Jizuan's regular facial features were filled with disbelief and some emotion. After all, he was not one of those boys who felt lost after being scolded. Jizuan could still argue, if he is a boy and doesn't understand you, then you and him. Zhenglu interrupted him directly, in an unhappy tone. I said, I spoiled him. Do you have any objection? Don't contact him in the future. After saying this, Zhenglu left without looking back. Jizuan stayed where he was, staring blankly at Zhenglu's back. His face gradually sank. He asked himself, he did nothing wrong. He was just expressing his inner thoughts normally. He was thinking about Zhenglu, but he was treated like this? He never thought that Zhenglu could say such offensive words. Jizuan looked down at his New Balance shoes and walked towards the next class 9 without looking back. If we don't want to contact each other, then we won't contact each other. Who do you think you are? Jizuan was furious. There were 2 classes in the afternoon. Jiang Ning only attended one class taught by Gao Hishuari. As for the second physics class, the physics teacher went to Ansheng for a makeup class, and everyone was studying in the classroom. It didn't matter whether he attended this class or not. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang away directly. He didn't take Zhu Yuantang to drink milk tea in the morning physical education class, so he made up for it now. If he delayed it until the afternoon after school, there would definitely be a lot of students. In Zhu Yuantang's eyes, Jiang Ning was atonement. After they left, the students in class 8 went to class as usual. Wang Langlang is the moderator of the 4th middle school. He knows a lot of information about the 4th middle school, and even compares the real identities of some accounts on the forum. Brother Quan, I got some news that you might need. Shan Kai-kun flipped through the physics book with one hand. After this class, he had a day off. Although it was only one day off, he decided to take the bus home. What's the matter? Shan Kai-kun raised his eyelids, not caring much. Wang Langlang slowly uttered 3 words. Lanzichen. Is it her? Shan Kai-kun turned his head suddenly. That confession broke him down intermittently. When you like someone, the liking will disappear, but love is difficult. especially the unforgettable love, which will be like a scar, engraved in his heart, and become him along with his blood. Jiuo Kunan moved to the table in front of Shan Kei-kun today. He turned around and asked, Quan. His eyes were full of admonition. You have failed. Shan Kei-kun said indifferently, but I have gained. Jiuo Kunan? Question mark? Brother Quan has also begun to hone his Tao heart. Wang Lang explained the news in detail. Today, Wu Yunzi posted on the forum with a small account, bragging that after school, he took a girl to a dessert shop to play with cats. After the 4th middle school expanded its enrollment, Principal Yu was afraid that the students' grades would be bad and bring shame to the Changqing Liquid Company, so he changed the courses for the first year students. The first year students, who used to have 2 days off a week, now have only 1 day off. Shan Kei-kun's eyes fixed. Are you sure it's Wu Yunzi? What does your brother Long do? This small account is the same as the big IP. The phone model is the same. It's definitely him. Wang Lang assured. Before Shan Kei-kun could speak, Jiuo Kunan cursed in a low voice. Damn it, Brother Quan, you must go. Don't let that grandson succeed. They were surrounded by Wu Yunzi in the playground before. If it weren't for the wild dogs on the roadside, they might really have been taught a lesson. Such a great revenge must be avenged. Jiuo Kunan, isn't he after Lan Zichen? Brother Quan, take her down first. Compared to Jiuo Kunan's indignation, Shan Kei-kun calmly thought and analyzed. Wu Yunzi wants to take Lan Zichen to the dessert shop to pet the cat, but that cat is not easy to pet. This gave him some room for maneuver. Shan Kei-kun suddenly had an idea in his mind. He looked at Hu Jun, who was also one of the 4 seats in the back row, and his eyes lit up. After school, Shan Kei-kun, Jiuo Kunan, and Hu Jun rushed to the dessert shop outside excitedly. In the class, the redness and swelling on Liu Chuandeo's face dissipated a little. He twitched his arms from time to time while walking. In his fantasy, his arms struck out like lightning, emitting bursts of sonic booms. As long as he could hit the powerful 5 whips within 1 second, that day would be the day when Pang Jiao and the others would die. Let me ask, on that day, who in the entire class 8 could stop him? Shan Kei-kun? Not a concern. Jiang Ning? Just a person who seeks fame. Liu Chuandeo's special move was not yet perfected, but he started to show off. Once a person becomes confident, he tends to want to find a sister. He wandered to the front of the classroom and found the weakest girl in class 8, the only girl he could control. Liu Chuandeo held the door with one hand and posed handsomely. His bruised and swollen face was full of confidence and unrestrainedness. He said loudly, Shan Kei-wei, let me ask you a question. What kind of door is made of wood? Liu Chuandeo smiled. Shan Kei-wei lowered her cheeks, her palm-sized face covered by her hair, her D-like eyes dodged. Wooden door. What about the iron door? Iron door. Shan Kei-wei answered honestly. Liu Chuandeo raised his voice. What about the door to happiness? Shan Kei-wei was at a loss for words. Liu Chuandeo smiled particularly brightly. It's sus. Yang Sheng covered his mouth and passed by. You should eat less oil in your daily life. Liu Chuandeo sneered, looking at Yang Sheng's body wrapped in sportswear, and secretly vowed that he would dominate class 8 after he defeated the 4 golden flowers with the lightning 5 whips. By then, he would see if Yang Sheng was still as high and mighty as he is today. He retracted his gaze and put it back on the delicious Shan Kei-wei. I'll treat you to a movie tonight. There is a movie called Interstellar recently. Shan Kei-wei didn't say a word. Liu Chuandeo went further. Your silence means you agree. The new class monitors in Yaoling watched this scene and frowned. Outside the school, Zhu Yuantang was holding a cat. She was small, and the orange cat looked even bigger. Jiang Ning took a few photos of her. The school bell rang, and it was time to leave, otherwise it would be noisy here. Jiang Ning didn't like shops with too many customers. Jiang Ning went to the front to check out, and was told by the young female clerk that the bill had been paid by someone else. He moved his eyes, and saw the girl with a foxy smell. Brother, you are very good at taking pictures. Consider it my treat for the milk tea. Shang Wanqing raised her lips and smiled sweetly. Zhu Yuantang was a little unhappy. Jiang Ning nodded. Oh, thank you. When he and Tang Tang came to the dessert shop, they found Shang Wanqing there. He didn't expect that there were other students in number 4 middle school who skipped classes just to play with cats. "Brother, are you ready to leave?" Jiang Ning blinked, with a bit of lovable sadness in her eyes. Some of them were specially trained, and some were the real thoughts in her heart. Because she found that the boy's temperament was too comfortable, and she even breathed a lot lighter around him. "Well, I'm going home," Jiang Ning replied. The reluctance in Jiang Ning quickly turned into strength and optimism. "Well, since my brother is gone, then, goodbye." She stood up gently, and the posture of getting up and not getting up perfectly showed the girl's light and soft body. She waved her hand gently and watched Jiang Ning go. After walking a long way, Zhu Yuantang turned around and found that this girl, who was particularly good at acting, was still looking at them. Zhu Yuantang pouted, particularly unhappy. "Brother Quan, I'm not saying anything. I can easily get it done once I take action." Hu Jun was full of confidence. "Jiuo Kunan, whether you can handle it depends on you, Brother Jun." Hu Jun waved his hand. "It's just a piece of cake." However, when they walked to the dessert shop, they found that the place was cleared. A cordon was set up in front of the store. The female clerk apologized to the students gathered nearby. "Sorry, the place is reserved for the afternoon." This sentence immediately aroused the disgust of many students. "Why did you reserve the place? Can't you do business normally?" "Yes, we came here happily, but you treat us like this. Are you worthy of us?" Waves of resistance made the female clerk very embarrassed. Shan Kaikwan saw this scene and felt bad. Could it be that the place was reserved by Wu Yun's he? If so, no matter how powerful Hu Jun was, he would have no chance to make a move. He shouted boldly, "How much do you charge for booking the place?" The female clerk finally came across a question that she could answer, and she quickly answered, 10,000 yuan for 3 hours. As soon as this was said, it was like a cannonball exploding in the crowd, and the atmosphere was boiling instantly. The students around him took a breath of cold air. 10,000 yuan, your store is so small, 10,000 yuan for only 3 hours? Too outrageous. Someone shouted, "Are you crazy? Spending so much money for 3 hours?" This sentence resounded in the crowd, and all the students heard it. Another domineering voice sounded, "In fact, it didn't cost much, it's just because you don't have much money, so you think it cost a lot." Following this arrogant remark, a man in leather shoes came out. He had a big backcombed hair and a very smooth smile. Zhao Xiaofeng appeared, attracting the attention of the surrounding students. His current appearance is very impressive, just like a successful person in society. Zhao Xiaofeng was in the spotlight. He bent down slightly and called to the fashionable boy behind him, "Brother Shan, please take a seat." Qi Xianheng's eyebrows were full of the arrogance of a teenager. He slowly sat down in front of a small Western-styled table covered with a checkered mesh cloth. The waitress immediately brought him a cup of high-end cappuccino. A few meters away, there were many students standing on the cordon watching. Qi Xianheng was unmoved. He picked up the spoon, picked up the long-handled spoon with a calm face, gently stirred the cup, and tasted it gently. "Damn, you are so good at pretending." Jiuo Kunan cursed inwardly. All the male classmates cursed him in their hearts, but the female classmates' reactions were different. Especially Lukiki. When she saw the rich Qi Xianheng, she was like a magnet seeing iron. Lukiki turned her back to the crowd, took out a small mirror, looked at her makeup, and made sure it was okay. Then, she walked to the cordon. "Classmate, can I take a photo?" Qi Xianheng booked the store to pick up girls. After putting on makeup, Lukiki was considered a little beauty, but Qi Xianheng remained aloof. Zhao Xiaofeng next to him clapped his hands twice. "Welcome, give this female classmate a cup of macchiato." After getting permission, Lukiki was proud inside, like a proud chicken, and glanced at the male and female classmates around her. She was extremely proud of her gender, and she was more determined that she would step into more high-end places like today in the future. Lukiki got what she wanted and entered the open-air small foreign table area of the dessert shop. Ciu whispered, "I'm convinced, look at what she looks like." Lukiki brought cat strips today, which is a kind of cat snack, in order to hold the orange cat for a photo. She opened the cat strips and fed them to the big orange cat, and then the orange cat ate them into bites. Lukaki reached out to hold it, and the orange cat immediately bared its teeth and claws, extremely ferocious, which scared her. Lukaki was so angry. "You're not allowed to hold my cat, even though you're eating my snacks." Cuiu pointed at her, laughed, and mocked her without hesitation, accepting Gift's cat's consent. Qi Heng saw this scene, and raised his eyebrows. Zhao Xiaofeng hurried to hold the cat, but was almost scratched. As expected, this cat is very difficult to deal with. The voice that was suppressed before rang again. "What's the use of being able to contract? You still can't hold the cat, right? Yes, there are only 2 people in the whole school who can hold the cat, right? Senior sister is so beautiful." The freshman thought of the photo of Bayuksha holding a cat in the forum. "It was so beautiful that I don't know how many students secretly saved it." Some unfriendly voices rang out. Zhao Xiaofeng walked into the store and found the female clerk to ask about the orange cat, but the female clerk also had no way, otherwise the cat would not be tied up. Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head at Qi Heng. Wang Lang below noticed this scene. He touched Hu Jun. The opportunity has come. After Jiang Ning returned home, he turned on his mobile phone and received a message and a friend request. The message was from Shen Qinj, so he put it aside. The friend request was from Shang Wanqing, so Jiang Ning clicked to agree. Shang Wanqing used a pink Anin girl head, and she looked very active. She sent messages very quickly. "Brother, do you still remember me?" "Yes." "Brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Shang Wanqing typed. Jiang Ning had never met someone so direct, so he replied, "No." Shang Wanqing knew the principle of striking first and gaining the upper hand. "Haha, then do you want to date me, brother? You're a toad wanting to eat swan meat." Jiang Ning glanced at Zhu Chachu who was walking towards him and replied, "Not for now." Shang Wanqing, "Okay, then I'll fly away." Jiang Ning frowned. Huh. He didn't care about the joke, but felt that Shang Wanqing was quite interesting, but he didn't have that much time to play with her. Jiang Ning then clicked on Shen Qinj's message. "Uncle said he wanted you to come over for dinner tonight. You haven't come for dinner for a long time." He replied, "Okay, I'll go check it out tonight." Shen Qinj kept an eye on her phone and noticed the message the moment it popped up. She was about to reply immediately, but suddenly stopped. Thinking about how Jiang Ning didn't reply to her immediately just now, if she caught up with him, wouldn't it mean that she cared more about him? Shen Qinj deliberately waited for 2 minutes before sending him a message. In this way, they were even. Chapter 616 Return to the Old Road. Jiang Ning didn't care about the twists and turns in Shen Qinj's heart. In his previous life, he guessed the girl's thoughts in the same way, but the more he thought about it, the more he cared about it, and the more mistakes he made. In the end, it would only make him more impetuous and even started out himself. In this life, Jiang Ning was too lazy to deal with those things. He put down his phone, and Zhu Chachu came over with a folded coat. The clothes are ready. When they were alone, even when facing Jiang Ning, her face was still cold, as if she was facing a stranger. Jiang Ning took the coat and put it on the sofa with his backhand. The reason why Zhu Chachu sent it to her was that last time she had a conflict with Tong Tong, Tong Tong deliberately left out a piece of clothing, and Jiang Ning just threw it to Chachu. Let Tong Tong recognize her family status. That's why there is such a scene today. After Zhu Chachu sent the clothes, she didn't talk to Jiang Ning, she turned and left. At this time, Jiang Ning suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Zhu Chachu's weak shoulders moved slightly and turned silently. She stared at him quietly with her eyes, which were deep and a little doubtful. Jiang Ning looked into her eyes and explained sincerely, "I feel a little sorry for not taking you to drink milk tea in the afternoon." "It's okay," Zhu Chachu said softly. Judging from her expression, it seemed that she really didn't care. But in the unknown depths of her heart, Zhu Chachu felt a faint sense of loss. Her best friend seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her. She couldn't help but think of the 2 aligned chairs at the door at noon. Such an Eidlinoop had no place for her. Zhu Chachu was not jealous. She was happy for Tong Tong. Tong Tong finally found someone who was right for her. She smiled more than before. This was good. Zhu Chachu was sincerely happy for Tong Tong's happiness. As for her, she was lonely. Even if no one cared, Zhu Chachu would not be a problem. She liked to stand in a forgotten corner and look at the bustling crowd. In a short moment, her mind was full of thoughts. Jiang Ning ignored her words and continued to explain, "There is a reason why I didn't take you with me, because we originally planned to skip the second class and go to the dessert shop. So you definitely can't go, right?" Jiang Ning reached into the plastic bag on the sofa and grabbed 2 round balls. "To make up for it, these are for you to eat." As he moved, 2 oranges as big as fists appeared. This was the variety that Jiang Ning asked Xiao Shuangshan to send people to select, and then he opened up a spiritual field in Huqi Mountain, which is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and has plenty of sunshine, and carefully cultivated it. There is only this orange tree in the entire Huqi Mountain, and there is only one in the world. The oranges cultivated in the spiritual field are extremely round in shape, with smooth skin. The orange color is countless times brighter than ordinary oranges, as if it has completely absorbed the essence of the sun, and in this late November, it is glowing with a warm color. Zhu Chuchu stared at the orange in a daze, and a fresh fragrance came to her nose. It was the natural orange fragrance that made her feel relaxed and happy. She was stunned for a few seconds, and she seemed to be picked up by the crowd, after being forgotten in the corner. Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with apology and tenderness. "Take it, don't refuse it again." "Yes." She nodded a little harder, and her slightly disappointed mood melted away like the bright sunshine in early spring. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, forming a perfect arc, radiating a sweet glow, beautiful and breathtaking. Zhu Chuchu did not refuse. She took the orange, and the warmth between her hands seemed to make her truly feel Jiang Ning's care. After receiving the oranges, Zhu Chuchu looked at Jiang Ning with a smile for a few seconds. Her face was lightly blushed, but she still said openly, "Then I'll go home." Jiang Ning, "Okay, be careful." Zhu Chuchu wanted to laugh. She pursed her lips, and her soft voice caressed Jiang Ning's ears. "It's very close. There's no danger, but I will be careful." Jiang Ning stood in the small courtyard and watched her leave. In the past, Chuchu's back was like a quiet ink painting, out of tune with the fireworks of the world. Now looking at it again, it is as beautiful as ever, but with a little more human warmth. Jiang Ning smiled. "Is this considered today?" Tong Tong hit her with a stick, and then she gave her a sweet date. "Well, I hope Tong Tong will keep up the good work, and don't let me down." 10 minutes later, Zhu Yuantang ran to play with her good friend, and found Chuchu eating oranges at home. She had sharp eyes, and saw the orange flesh at a glance. After being cut, the flesh showed a crystal clear orange color, like a gem. The flesh was plump and tender, and looked mouth-watering. With strong self-control, Zhu Chuchu reluctantly shared the last piece of flesh with her good sister. Zhu Yuantang took the orange flesh, and couldn't wait to taste it. The sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth, which was really sweet and fragrant. At the same time, there seemed to be a different kind of breath emerging from the flesh, like a stream of spring water, giving her a cool and moist feeling, and the whole person became much more relaxed. "It's delicious." Zhu Yuantang almost cried. "Chuchu, where did you get the orange? Did Jiang Ning give it to you?" Zhu Yuantang asked. Zhu Chuchu couldn't hide this matter, and she admitted it frankly. "You are so good, Jiang Ning." Zhu Yuantang ran away. Chuchu was left in the room. While she was worried about Jiang Ning, she was also a little happy. Jiang Ning was leaning on the sofa, replying to Shen Qing's message, when Zhu Yuantang stormed into the room aggressively and asked, "I'm angry now. Even if you give me 2 more oranges to eat, I won't calm down." Hearing this, Jiang Ning said, "Okay, then I won't give it to you. Don't be angry." Outside the 4th middle school, the tall and handsome Wu Yunzi also brought Lan Zichen and her bestie to the door of the dessert shop. Because this place was contracted by Qishai and Heng, many students chose to leave after watching the excitement. However, the orange cat in the dessert shop is now a hot existence in the 4th middle school, representing fashion and avant-garde. If anyone can hold the orange cat and post it on the space, they will definitely receive attention. Many girls still stopped here, ready to wait until the private show is over, and then be the first to go in and take pictures. Wu Yunzi arrived and noticed the cordon outside. "What's going on?" Wu Yunzi didn't understand the situation. Someone nearby explained, "The place is reserved." Wu Yunzi then saw Qian Heng sitting on a small chair in the open air. He looked at him with disdain. It turned out to be him. At first, he was humiliated by the opponent in the cafeteria. Later, on the basketball court, he beat the opponent several times and regained his face. Although Wu Yunzi was unhappy, he still kept his rationality. He said, "It turned out that the place is reserved. Zichen, we are afraid that we can't do it today. Since you know that the place is reserved, I will reserve it tomorrow. It will be quiet enough." Wu Yunzi's father and uncles are the famous Wu brothers in the town. They have a very rich family property and extensive influence. Money is not a problem for him. Cuiyu next to him looked at him and praised, "Wow, brother, are you so powerful? Just book a whole day." Wu Yunzi saw the shock of the classmate next to him, and he felt a little relieved, especially when Lan Zichen was next to him. The male classmate was simply a stepping stone for him to show off. Wu Yunzi looked up. He was 185 centimeter tall. In early 2014, he was definitely tall in any province in China. He wanted to look up and look down on the audience, but then he saw a patch of standing hair. What the hell? Taller than me? Wu Yunzi stared at the boy with a strange look on his face. Meng Jiu straightened his back and smiled contemptuously. "Are you mentally ill? Why do you want such a high haircut?" Wu Yunzi cursed inwardly. He continued to be arrogant. "It's just a dessert shop. How much does it cost to book it for a whole day?" Cuiyu, the guy inside spent 10,000 yuan to book the place for 3 hours, 24 hours a day. It's not expensive, only 80,000 yuan. This must be a small amount of money for him, right? Wu Yunzi looked incredible. "Are you kidding? 10,000 yuan for 3 hours? Cuiyu spread his hands. "If you don't believe me, ask the people around you." After verifying, Wu Yunzi believed it. "Cuiyu, are you still going to cover it?" Wu Yunzi's forehead twitched. It was too cheap. He wanted to find someone to beat this thing. Zhao Xiaofeng was Qian Heng's eyes and ears. He noticed Lan Zichen early on. He quickly ran over here and invited Lan Zichen warmly. Wu Yunzi was first hit by Cuiyu and then poached in front of him, so he was in a very bad mood. Although Lan Zichen wanted to hold the orange cat, she would never run to Qian Heng in broad daylight. Otherwise, wouldn't she become a vain person? Zhao Xiaofeng returned empty-handed. Qian Heng was lying on the chair. He glanced at Lan Zichen from the corner of his eye. He was used to seeing mediocre women, so Mr. Qi liked such an independent girl even more. "Plan the second step," Qian Heng ordered. Zhao Xiaofeng was about to execute it when he saw the fat and lazy orange cat move. It was originally lazy, but suddenly stood up, then moved its body, and ran outside the cordon. Hu Jun rubbed his fingers. "Here it comes, here it comes." So, under the attention of the crowd, the orange cat with an extremely vicious personality actually ran straight towards him and circled around Hu Jun. Zhao Xiaofeng was anxious. "Brother Shan, our cat ran away." He was ready to rush over to catch the cat. Qian Heng was very calm. "It's okay." He took out a stack of banknotes from his bag and threw it to Zhao Xiaofeng. "Go, deal with him." Shan Kaikun looked at the orange cat and was extremely excited. He recalled the photo of Bei Yuxia holding an orange cat. He suddenly had an idea. "I have held the cat that you have held, so do we count as hugging each other?" Before he started to hold the cat, Zhao Xiaofeng ran over and threw a stack of red banknotes at Hu Jun. At a glance, there were at least 50 of them. He was arrogant and raised his voice. "Brother, our Shan brother asked you for a favor." Hu Jun was also stunned. Cuiyu next to him swallowed his saliva and stiffened his neck. "You want to insult us with money, right?" Zhao Xiaofeng took out a few more banknotes and frowned. "Do you have the right to speak? Get out." Cuiyu grabbed the banknotes and cursed. "Get out, you are so great." He ran away without looking back, for fear that the money would be taken back. Seeing Hu Jun still in a daze, Zhao Xiaofeng continued to ask, "Will you help me with this?" Hu Jun looked at his good brother Kaikun and was extremely conflicted. If he went today, brother Quan would miss a good opportunity. If he didn't go, Wang Lang would push him from behind. Damn, there are always opportunities, but there is only this time to make money. 5,000 yuan. Hu Jun gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He mustered up the courage and negotiated. "Can you pay more?" Heba, bungalow. Jiang Ning gave Zhu Yuantang 2 oranges and told her that he would not eat dinner at home. Zhu Yuantang's happiness from getting oranges dissipated a lot at once. She curled her lips. "Come back early. I'll leave you some cold beef tripe. It's delicious." "Okay." Jiang Ning pushed the battery car out of the door. Zhu Yuantang didn't look away until his figure disappeared. She went back to the house and moved a small stool to the door. Then she sat on the stool, and the afterglow of the setting sun made her small figure look particularly thin. Urban area. Shen Qinj got up from the sofa. "Jiang Ning is here. I'll go downstairs to pick him up." Auntie said, "You and Ning Ning are in the same class, and it seems that you get along very well. Every time he comes here, you go downstairs to pick him up." Shen Qinj did not explain their relationship. She replied, "Yeah, it's fine." As she said that, she walked to the entrance and changed her shoes. As soon as she left the large flat, she felt as if she had left an invisible cage. She felt much freer. Although the place she had just stayed in was a large flat that only rich people could afford. Shen Qinj stood at the elevator in trance, quietly waiting for the number to get smaller. She took out her mobile phone, turned on the screen, and the conversation with Jiang Ning stopped at the sentence Jiang Ning sent, "I'll be there in 12 minutes. Shen Qinj did not reply. Many times, she deliberately did not reply, hoping that he would send another message, just like before, his message with a pleading tone. However, when she tried to disappear, she found that no one really cared about her. The elevator arrived. Shen Qinj walked into the elevator. At this time, a family of 3 stood in the elevator. The couple was dressed brightly and beautifully, and the little girl was particularly cute. She was a beauty at first glance. The family interaction was full of happiness. This community is a high-end community in Yazhou. Most of the people living here have very good family conditions. If it weren't for living in her sister's house, Shen Qinj would not have had any intersection with these people. Living in a relative's house allowed her to receive a better education, while broadening her horizons. Invisibly, it magnified her ambitions, resulting in the ending of her and Jiang Ning becoming strangers. Shen Qinj went all the way to the gate of the community and greeted Jiang Ning. "I'm here." "Yeah." The two greeted each other as coldly as always. At this moment, Shen Qinj felt a strong discomfort and a strong sense of depression. She wanted to vent, but she couldn't. The atmosphere of silence spread. Jiang Ning parked the battery car and stepped into the elevator. Shen Qinj swiped the elevator card. As the elevator moved upward, the depression in Shen Qinj's heart became stronger and stronger, and the impulse in her heart rose like a devil. The elevator door opened. Jiang Ning carried the bag and walked towards his uncle's house. Shen Qinj suddenly said, "Jiang Ning, can we never go back?" She raised her head and looked straight at Jiang Ning, just like she had an absolutely superior aura before the future Yazhou. Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable when he saw her like this. He still smiled and looked at the closed door in front of him. "What do you mean we can't go back? Did you forget your key in the house?" Chapter 617. Inhuman. Heba bungalow. Zhu Yuantang sat on a small stool. The setting sun in the west gradually fell below the horizon. As it continued to sink, the golden red light gradually dimmed, and the skyline was slowly swallowed by darkness. Until the setting sun completely disappeared, the whole world fell into silence. Darkness completely enveloped the sky, replaced by a deep and mysterious night sky with stars. "It's time to go home and cook," Zhu Yuantang muttered. She picked up the small stool and went home. At the same time, the farmhouse at the end of the bungalow welcomed several guests. A large flat in the city. In the spacious living room, Jiang Ning leaned on the sofa in his uncle's house. He crossed his legs and watched the variety show on the 55-inch TV. On the coffee table in front of him, there were some nuts, dried meat, and strawberries. "Jiang Ning, take whatever you want to eat. Don't be polite when you come to our house." The aunt asked about his well-being and smiled warmly. Compared with the restraint he felt when he stayed at his uncle's house, Jiang Ning felt much lighter when he came again. He was no longer a dependent, but was treated as an excellent nephew. "Okay." Jiang Ning pinched a strawberry and put it in his mouth. Next to him, Jiang Junlong, who was doing homework in the bedroom, was called out to keep him company. Jiang Ning wanted to chat with his cousin. His LoL account was now ranked as a king. In their class, Jiang Ning stood tall. Although his understanding of the game was only at the silver level, every time he spoke out, the gold and platinum players in the class all listened to his advice seriously. Well, the game experience he talked about was exactly the same as when he was at the silver level. The classmates who used to look down on him now listened to the words of the saint. Of course, it's not that no one doubted Jiang Ning's skills. Jiang Ning was originally very troubled. Later, the coach that Jiang Ning found actually logged in to play with his classmates, which completely dispelled his classmates' doubts. Jiang Ning now admires his cousin more and more. He really wants to discuss the game, but his mother is next to him, so Jiang Ning has to stop talking. Shen Qinj sat on the other side of the sofa with a normal expression. Jiang Ning didn't respond to her words just now, and her face was still neither sad nor happy. Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to find that she was quite good at disguising herself, unlike in her previous life, when her emotions were all on her face. She lived alone in her sister's-in-law's house, and she became more and more elusive, which was equivalent to an enhanced version of her scheming. However, no matter how elusive she was, as long as he had no idea about her, it was not worth mentioning. The eldest aunt said, Ning, look at you, you just came, what else did you bring? Don't buy anything next time. As she said that, she untied the plastic bag for Jiang Ning, and 4 oranges came into view. The aunt smelled the orange fragrance before she peeled the skin. Brother, you brought fruit again. Jiang Ning was a little excited. The previous few times Jiang Ning came to his house, he brought watermelons and tomatoes, and the taste was all top notch. As for the oranges in front of him, there was no need to think too much, the taste was absolutely the best. Jiang Ning stood up and tried to touch the orange, but before he could touch it, his hand was pulled back by another strong hand. His uncle Jiang Qishan scolded him, what's wrong with you? His aunt also lectured him, you still want to peel it with your hands. Acid will burst into your eyes, and you will be in pain. After his parents finished scolding him, Jiang Ning returned to the sofa embarrassedly. Jiang Qishan's expression eased. You still have to study in the evening. How can you be delayed by oranges? Let me do anything. As he said that, he scooped up an orange and started to peel it with his hands. Jiang Ning looked at this scene full of filial piety and laughed a little. His aunt finally got the orange back and planned to save it for dinner as a meal. Shen Qinj was looking at her phone, and the class group chat was going on. Lukaki photoshopped the photo of her holding a ginger cat and sent it to the group, which aroused the envy of other girls. CUIU sighed, it would be great if you really looked like the photo. Lukaki, you have a brain disease, go to the hospital. Ignoring CUIU, Lukaki explained to Meng Xian and the others why they were able to hold the orange cat, and then brought up the 3-hour private viewing for 10,000 yuan. Lukaki praised generously, I rarely meet such rich people. Brother Xian is so generous that he doesn't care about 10,000 yuan at all. Her words brought a small shock to some classmates. Lukaki also said, actually, it's not bad. I went to a bar in Nanxi before, and those rich people drank 100,000 yuan of wine in one night. CUIU said sarcastically, sister, upper class. Lukaki asked back, have you been to any high-end places? She had a strong sense of superiority. Not only have I been there, I have also spent money there. Meng Jiui said. As soon as she saw this person, Lukaki felt something was wrong, but her vision and dignity did not allow her to retreat. With you, what high-cost places have you been to? Meng Jiui, hospitals. CUIU, just asking if you are a high-cost person. After chatting in the class group for a while, they talked about the Changqing Liquid Press Conference that has recently dominated the hot list. It is a very honorable thing for Yazhou to be on the hot search list with the help of local companies. This press conference is considered high-end. I heard that many senior executives of large companies came, as well as leaders from all over the country and elites from all over the world. Deng Qingfeng said. Lukaki did not deny. To be able to attend this level of conference, you are definitely the elite among the elites. Meng Xian, someone posted their invitation on Weibo. It has a very beautiful pattern on it, and it is in gold. Zankai's eyes lit up when he heard the word gold. If I had an invitation, I would definitely sell it. Lukaki laughed. Come on, if someone can get an invitation, they will definitely not be so tasteless as to sell it. The Changqing Liquid Conference has recently swept the internet and resounded internationally. Even CCTV has reported it, and the people of Yazhou know everything. However, everyone was just joking in the group. Although this happened in Yazhou, it was extremely far away from them. None of the students present expected to be able to attend. After all, if you think about it, you can know that any person sitting in the venue is probably a well-known figure. By the way, didn't the head teacher say before that our school will draw a few places? Jiuo Kunan said. As soon as this sentence came out, the atmosphere in the class group suddenly became lively. Zankai rubbed his hands. You mean the lucky draw? Shenkinch skimmed the group message and didn't continue to read it. If she kept playing with her phone when guests came to her uncle's house, her aunt might be unhappy. Shenkinch behaved very tactfully, but she took note of the discussion in the group about the Changqing Liquid press conference. Although her horizons have expanded a lot now, she can only stay at the level of her sister's family. The press conference is too far away for her. Shenkinch put the matter aside and watched Jiang Ning and the others quietly. Uncle Jiang Kishan didn't eat the orange. He sat on the sofa and patted his nephew's shoulder. Your father's company is going to hold a press conference. Did they tell you that there is an invitation letter? As soon as these words came out, Shenkinch, who was sitting in a corner of the sofa, immediately focused her attention. She knew that Jiang Ning's parents joined the Changqing Liquid Company because of good luck, but she didn't know what level they were at. At this moment, she was a little puzzled when she heard them talking about the invitation letter. Changqing Guy now has a large number of employees. Shenkinch has common sense and naturally would not think that just because any Changqing Guy can attend the press conference, it must be the best among them. Could it be Jiang Ning's parents? Shenkinch had an outrageous thought in her mind. Before she had time to think deeply, she heard Jiang Ning reply, no, they didn't tell me. Shenkinch's countless fantasies came to an abrupt end. She laughed at herself in her heart, and it was a little funny. How could Jiang Ning's parents have the opportunity to attend the Changqing Guy press conference? His parents are far away in Linshi. How could they run to Yazhou to participate? In an instant, Shenkinch calmed down a lot. Although Jiang Ning is excellent, his family is still in the upper middle level, which did not exceed Shenkinch's prediction. Hearing this, Uncle Jiang Kishan was a little confused. He returned to the bedroom, took out an envelope from the drawer, and handed it to Jiang Ning. Your parents sent it to you and asked me to give it to you today. Jiang Ning tore open the envelope, and then a piece of black precious paper embroidered with gold appeared in front of everyone. Jiang Jianlong was excited. Oh my god, this is the invitation to Mu Changqing's press conference. Following the reputation, Shenkinch also saw the invitation letter, which was exactly the same as the one published on Weibo. At this moment, countless bizarre thoughts swirled in Shenkinch's mind, making her a little dizzy. What are the identities of his parents? Jiang Ning flicked his finger, and another invitation letter appeared under the black paper embroidered with gold. 2. Jiang Jianlong was extremely stunned. Shenkinch stared at the two invitation letters blankly, and a vague but hopeful thought popped up involuntarily. Who will he go to the press conference with? Class 8 small group. This is a small group formed by boys in class 8. There are no troublesome women in it, only straightforward buddies. I have an appointment with Shang Wei to watch a movie tonight. Liu Chuandao boasted in the group. Che Wei thought back and remembered who Shang Wei was. He was unhappy. How dare you invite her? Are you bragging? Liu Chuandao. Hahaha. She didn't want to go at first, but I said, if you don't go, you will have trouble in the evening study tomorrow. So she agreed. I was too domineering at that time. Cuiu. I'm too domineering. Meng-gui. I'm too domineering. The two copied their answers, which made Liu Chuandao very unhappy. He asked back, you don't believe it, right? I'll take pictures at the cinema tonight for you to see. Liu Chuandao was full of confidence. With his understanding of Shang Wei, the other party didn't dare to resist him at all. 10 minutes later, Liu Chuandao was waiting for Shang Wei outside on the roadside. While waiting, He practiced the lightning 5 whips and practiced martial arts like a madman. He was only thinking about revenge. He waited for half an hour, but Shankei didn't come. Liu Chuandao finally realized that something was wrong and ran to question Shankei. Then the message fell into the sea, and he didn't get a reply anyway. Liu Chuandao was furious. Shankei, who didn't dare to resist him, actually stood him up. Brother Badao, have you been to the cinema? CUIU at ED him in the group. Meng GUI, remember to take pictures. Because Liu Chuandao was too high profile before, all the boys in the group knew that he had made an appointment with Shankei to watch a movie. How could Liu Chuandao have the nerve to go home in disgrace? He said, I'll be there soon. On the way to the cinema, Liu Chuandao felt that he could still save himself. He quickly flipped through the list to find girls he could meet, hoping to find someone to go out with him to watch a movie and save his face. After searching for a long time, Liu Chuandao found a new face that he had never flirted with and immediately started to attack. Meng Xian, ha ha ha. Liu Chuandao started. Although Meng Xian was a little tea, she often flirted with Kao-kun and took the initiative to flirt with Jiang Ning. But her standards are not low. A scumbag like Liu Chuandao is not in her eyes at all. Liu Chuandao, I like your posts every day, why don't you like mine? Meng Xian, I don't like likes. Liu Chuandao was puzzled, then why did you like Jiang Ning's post yesterday? Girls like Meng Xian have heard too many similar words. She has rich experience in dealing with flies, so she said directly, I don't like likes for you. Liu Chuandao was a little annoyed, but he maximumed out his thick-skinned skills and continued to charge. Ha ha ha, you have a temper. He continued to the cinema. As long as the girl was willing to reply to his message, it meant there was a chance. Let me ask you a question. Do people often ask you out to the movies? Meng Xian, yeah, that's right. Did anyone ask you out today? Yes. How many did you refuse? Liu Chuandao asked. 5. Ha ha ha, don't you want to go to the movies with them? Liu Chuandao said. Meng Xian, it's boring to watch movies with them. When Liu Chuandao saw this message, he was moved. It's boring to watch movies with them. Doesn't it mean that it's interesting to watch movies with me? The situation is very good. If he can succeed tonight, he can definitely pretend to be a big one in front of his brothers. With this thought, he quickly launched an attack. Ha ha ha, can I ask you to watch a movie? Meng Xian. 6. After eating at his uncle's house, Jiang Ning said goodbye and left. He walked out of the elevator and looked at the stars in the night sky. Suddenly, he thought of the scene when Zhu Yuantang saw him off when he left. Tang Tang should be practicing on the computer in my room, right? Jiang Ning wanted to use his spiritual sense to observe, but found that with his cultivation, he could not cover the river dam. He had to open his mobile phone. There were several red messages in the message list. He clicked on the top one, which was just sent by Chen Xiaoyu. Although he had teased her today, Jiang Ning was still in high spirits. Jiang Ning, I bought the sandwich pizza you recommended last time. Let me show you. Picture Jiang Ning replied, cut it and try it. Chen Xiaoyu asked, do you think I should cut it into 4 pieces or 6 pieces? Jiang Ning typed, of course cut it into 6 pieces. 4 pieces may not be enough to fill me up, but 6 pieces will be enough, right? This time, the other party did not send a message so early. Instead, he waited for half a minute before a message popped up. I'm the elder sister. Oh, it turned out to be the elder sister Chen Xiking, not the little fool Chen Xiaoyu. Jiang Ning, I'm sorry. Chen Xiking, don't bully my sister next time. After the message was sent, Jiang Ning did not reply immediately, but Chen Xiking was a little panicked. She looked at the message she had just sent and felt that her words were a bit harsh, so she quickly added another one. You can bully me. Chapter 618, Childhood Special Abilities. Heba, farmhouse. It was early winter. In the large open space east of the bungalow, a bonfire was burning, and the flames were dancing in the dark. A circle of chairs was placed around the bonfire, and 5 or 6 young men and women sat here. The firelight reflected their faces in uncertain light and dark. Not far away, there was a grill. The chef turned the skewers with his hands, and was busy grilling meat. Zhu Yuantang and Chachu stayed at the door of the house. From time to time, scattered laughter came from afar. She was holding a clamshell new thirds game console and playing Fire Emblem Awakening. This game is a war chess strategy game. It is quite fun to play, but it is boring to watch, and the thirds garbage screen is not suitable for watching. Zhu Chachu was holding Jiang Ning's iPad next to her, looking for a documentary and watching it quietly. "Chachu, do you smell the fragrance?" Zhu Yuantang asked suddenly. The fragrance from the farmhouse next door drifted to them. "Aren't you full?" Zhu Chachu asked back. Zhu Yuantang said angrily, "I'm just asking." After a while, she sniffed and judged by the smell. "Do you know what they are grilling today? It doesn't seem to be mutton skewers." Zhu Chachu thought about it and said, "Uncle Yang seemed to have said at noon that they were grilling bamboo rats, right?" Zhu Yuantang frowned. "Ah, can bamboo rats be eaten? Big rats, how scary." Zhu Yuantang, who was born in the countryside, knew the appearance of rats very well. Wild rats are very ugly and have a lot of bacteria on their bodies. Once bitten, they must be vaccinated against rabies for a week. Zhu Chachu, yes, bamboo rats are different from rats. Leishes and ones recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica that bamboo rats have sweet meat, replenish the middle and benefit the key, and detoxify. Then do you know what it tastes like? Zhu Yuantang was tempted. Zhu Chachu shook her head. How would I know? She only heard that bamboo rat meat is very expensive. The two chatted here. Not long after, Uncle Yang came over from a distance. Zhu Yuantang glanced and found that he had nothing in his hand and immediately lost interest. When Uncle Yang approached, he found that there was one person missing. However, he was entrusted by someone this time, and it had nothing to do with Jiang Ning. He said, "Let's go. BU is calling you to eat. We are all neighbors. Let's get together." BU is a resident on the east side of the bungalow, the daughter of Old Man B. She doesn't usually live in the bungalow. Since she joined the Changqing Liquid Company, she hasn't been back for a while. When Zhu Yuantang heard BU's name, she immediately remembered that Bayuxia came to Heba to play last summer vacation, and they had a little conflict with BU. Fortunately, Bayuxia is very powerful and made BU speechless. Zhu Yuantang immediately shook his head. "I'm full." Uncle Yang invited him again, but seeing that the other party disagreed, he naturally didn't entangle. He just helped the guests to pass the wind and simply went back to the farmhouse. At this time, BU was chatting with several men and women by the bonfire of the farmhouse. After hearing Uncle Yang's words, she didn't have time to say anything. Then he heard a woman with big curly hair and heavy makeup teasing next to him. "You, if they don't give you face, your position as the top player in the 5th group of the External Relations Department will be in jeopardy." BU looked at the seat next to him. It was a man in his early 30s. He was dressed in casual clothes, looked quite handsome, and was full of a bohemian temperament. He was the team leader of the Human Resources Department of Changqing Liquid. Although he was just a team leader, he actually held great power and even affected the salaries of employees to a certain extent. Now that the product Evergreen is about to be released, internal employees know how powerful this product is. A large number of employees will definitely join in the future. With the qualifications of team leader Jian, everyone knows that he has a very bright future. BU organized this party in order to catch up with team leader Jian, but he ignored her and acted very arrogantly. Seeing that the party was in vain, BU thought of Zhu Chachu and others next door. Let Boss Yang invite Zhu Yuantang and others, firstly to show off his current status, and secondly to please them. She knew that this team leader Jian liked young girls, and ignoring Zhu Yuantang was not an exception. As a woman, BU knew too well what level Zhu Chachu's appearance was. She had never seen such a beautiful girl. BU couldn't handle team leader Jian, but she could find someone who could handle team leader Jian. BU was ridiculed by her colleagues, and her face was embarrassed, but BU was experienced enough. She put aside her pride and took the initiative. "I'll go there," BU said. Team leader Jian leaned against the chair, watching BU's back, and raised her eyes slightly. BU walked to the east side of the bungalow gracefully, looking down at the two women. Zhu Yuantang was eating barbecue. After Uncle Yang left, he learned that they didn't want to go, so he sent skewers again. BU said sincerely, I was new here some time ago, and my attitude was not good. Today we are having a party. Please have something to eat. Zuchachu's eyes were deep, and she said nothing. BU felt a sense of being seen through, and was extremely uncomfortable. Although Zhu Yuantang is greedy, she is not stupid. It is so delicious for her and Chachu to eat barbecue and watch TV. Why should she join strangers in the fun? She refused again. BU was embarrassed. She acted humble in front of Team Leader Jiang, because Team Leader Jiang was in power. But Zhu Yuantang was a little girl, and her quality was not high. She was very impatient to be rejected again. Are you not happy to treat you to food? BU's face turned upside down, revealing her true colors. Zhu Yuantang saw that she was so fierce and did not refute. She only quarreled with Jiang Ning at home and was always very weak in front of outsiders. BU was furious. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I gave you a chance to understand the workplace, but you are still unwilling. She wanted to speak, but Team Leader Jiang appeared here. He raised his wine glass and glanced at Zuchachu calmly. He noticed a girl of this level when he first arrived here, but he just kept it to himself. He saw that the atmosphere was not right, and he understood it in his heart. He asked BU, what's wrong? BU's face changed immediately. She forced a smile and said, hey, it's okay. I was just chatting with them. Neighbors. Zhu Yuantang, isn't that right? BU gave her a look. If Jiang Ning was around, Zhu Yuantang would definitely let her know what it meant to step on a steel plate, but now that she was not around, it could only be stepping on cotton. Zhu Yuantang didn't say a word. Seeing this, Team Leader Jiang picked up his wine glass and said elegantly, my colleague has an impulsive personality. If he offended me just now, don't take it to heart. Come on, let me toast you. Team Leader Jiang's voice was magnetic, and when he spoke, he gave people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. In addition, he was handsome, and he almost killed all women. He looked at Zuchachu and gave a look to the big wavy woman next to him. The big wavy woman immediately poured a glass of beer for Zuchachu. Team Leader Jiang motioned Zuchachu to raise her glass. As long as she drank the glass of wine, he could chat with the girl. Isn't that how a relationship starts? Zuchachu didn't move her hand. Dabalang persuaded her from the side. Sister, give me some face. Zuchachu just felt strange. Who is he? Team Leader Jiang's gentle method didn't work. He didn't ask again, but smiled. It's okay, drinking is not good. Then he drank it all in one gulp. At this time, a battery appeared to the west of the bungalow. Zhu Yuantang heard the movement and immediately turned around. She saw the LED lights of the battery car flashing twice. Zhu Yuantang was like seeing the backbone. She hurried to meet him and shouted, Jiang Ning, you are back. Jiang Ning squeezed the brakes, stepped out of the car, first rubbed Tang Tang's hair, which was still silky, then he led Tang Tang to the door and said happily, wow, it's quite lively. Team Leader Jiang, who was originally very calm, saw Jiang Ning's face clearly, and he had a guess in his heart, but his face remained calm. Jiang Ning lowered his head and asked Tong Tong, who are they? Zhu Yuantang's courage suddenly increased by 999. She complained, I don't know who they are either. I only know that he wants Choo Choo and I to toast. Jiang Ning's vision is much broader than Tong Tong's. When he saw this man and then looked at Choo Choo, he roughly understood the situation. He thought to himself, Choo Choo is really. Choo Choo seemed to be aware of it, and a trace of innocence appeared on her cold face. Don't you like drinking? I'll drink with you. Jiang Ning raised the beer in front of Choo Choo. When Team Leader Jiang saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows and said in a light tone, you are not qualified to toast me. After that, he pretended to leave. Jiang Ning poured the wine on the ground and said, count it as my toast to you. The movement was very loud, and Team Leader Jiang's originally calm face was slightly distorted. Pouring the wine on the ground is equivalent to toasting a dead person. After all, he was well mannered enough. He only glanced at Jiang Ning and turned away. BU hurriedly followed and whispered, that boy's a tenant here, but I heard before that his parents seem to be employees of Changqing. Team Leader Jiang, oh. BU, as for the two little girls, their mother works at Changqing and seems to be in charge of the kitchen. Team leader Jiang finally smiled. I see, you did a good job. The doorway returned to calm. Zhu Yuantang whispered, Chachu, you are in trouble again. Zhu Chachu was speechless. It was not her fault, but she didn't know how to refute it. She glanced at Jiang Ning secretly, but happened to meet his eyes. Jiang Ning, it's okay, I'm here. The fate of beautiful girls from poor families may not be very good, especially in rural areas. They will encounter countless temptations and all kinds of malice on their way to growing up. Ding Xuan's appearance is no worse than Chachu's, but no one has ever provoked her. Even in the huge number 4 middle school, there is not even a rumor that slanders her. Jiang Ning asked himself, his means are still no problem to protect Zhu Chachu. The movie is about to start. Liu Chuandao is sitting in the hall. Cuiu keeps at him in the small group, asking him if the female classmates he made an appointment with have come, which makes him very annoyed. In the past, Liu Chuandao thought that he was a bad guy. Today, when he compared himself with Cuiu, he knew what a bad guy was. How did this person live to such an old age? Liu Chuandao didn't understand. Liu Chuandao was so annoyed with him, but he had no choice. He was ready to fight to the death and use the ultimate secret technique to send a group message to the girls on the list. He invited a few beautiful girls and clicked on the group message. As a result, he accidentally created a group and a message appeared in it. Anyone want to watch a movie together? Brother will treat you today. Shenkinj. Jiang Yanan, what's going on? Liu Chuandao made a mistake in operation and quickly deleted the group and disbanded it. He left, but after WeChat deleted the group still existed. In the group, except for Liu Chuandao, the other girls were still there. The remaining few people looked at each other. Deng Jiai from class 1 realized it later. Is he going to treat us to a movie? Shenkinj, I think so. Deng Jiai, then why did he leave the group? Yangsheng, maybe, he only wants to treat one of us. She sent the screenshot to Wang Langlang. Wang Langlang likes to collect interesting stories about number 4 middle school. He edited it, mosaicked it, and posted it on Tiba. The title was, a boy from number 4 middle school wanted to be a scumbag, but ended up being a retard. Then he shared this post in the class group, and was severely ridiculed by Lukiki. Liu Chuandao looked at the girls in the class group scolding this boy fiercely, and he was so angry that his fists hardened. After a while, Duan Shigen sent a message. Daozi, what's up? Liu Chuandao had previously sent the news of watching a movie with Shang Keiwei to the small group. Although he abandoned Duan Shigen after being ambushed last time, Duan Shigen did not break up with him. After all, if he had a falling out with Liu Chuandao, Duan Shigen would have few friends in class 8, and he wouldn't even have anyone to brag to in the future. How embarrassing. But he would not confide in Liu Chuandao. When Liu Chuandao saw someone asking, he immediately took a photo of the cinema. Haha, aren't we going to the cinema now? Duan Shigen, awesome, you really got a date with a girl. Hey, don't you see how strong I am? Liu Chuandao forced himself to show off. Duan Shigen, by the way, have you read the post in the group? I'm so happy. That idiot is so funny. It's outrageous for him to ask a girl out to watch a movie like this. In comparison, you, Daojet, are really good. Liu Chuandao, hahaha, yes. Duan Shigen suddenly asked, hey, why does the color of that blurred avatar look so much like you? It was late at night. It was a little cool outside, and Zhu Yuantang moved to Jiang Ning's room to play games. Zhu Chachu was originally preparing to study, but was taken to Jiang Ning's room by Tang Tang on the grounds of the only holiday of the week, to play games with her. Until 12 o'clock in the evening, Zhu Chachu was about to leave. She looked at the darkness outside, and said to Tang Tang, let's go home together. Zhu Yuantang was addicted to the game. Hearing this, she raised her little head. When I fall asleep, I will appear in my bed at home. When I wake up tomorrow. Zhu Chachu looked a little confused. Think about it carefully. Was it like this when you were a child? Zhu Yuantang argued. That's true. When Zhu Chachu was a child, no matter where she slept, her mother would carry her to the bed and cover her with a blanket. But now, she has grown up. She looked at Tang Tang and saw that she was still staying here. Zhu Chuchu looked at Tang Tang again, and then at Jiang Ning, and she understood something. Could it be that he? Zhu Chuchu gradually uncovered the truth, and a scene emerged in her mind, making her dare not think about it anymore. They are two. She looked at Jiang Ning again, her eyes flashing timidly. I can't do it now. I want to go home. Jiang Ning's voice floated over. You can, as long as you want to learn. Chapter 619 Sharp Strike. Yacheng Changqing Liquid Company. Today is Sunday, a day off. Compared with usual days, the building where Changqing Liquid is located has fewer people. In the underground parking lot, a silver grey Mercedes-Benz C drew a smooth curve and parked in the parking space. Then the door opened, and a young man in casual clothes walked down. He has a handsome face, a straight figure, and a calm temperament, but mixed with unruly and unrestrained. It is obvious that he is a young talent. In fact, it is true that at the age of 30, Team Leader Jiang became the team leader of the Human Resources Department of Changqing Liquid, with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, countless other benefits, and an annual leave of up to 145 days. He manages several specialists, who are responsible for a series of tasks such as internal employee recruitment, training, job transfer, data analysis, etc. As a team leader, Team Leader Jiang has more extensive power, even involving strategic levels, such as adjusting and optimizing human resource management strategies for the company's development, based on the latest developments in the industry. He is not going to work today, and he comes to the company only for another thing. Team Leader Jiang, thank you for sending me to work today. The big wave woman raised a seductive eye. Team Leader Jiang thought of the girl in the bungalow last night and compared it with the older woman in front of him and couldn't help feeling disappointed. Yeah. Team Leader Jiang responded indifferently and walked to the elevator in trance on the right. Big Wave was left standing there, complaining in her heart. She knew that Team Leader Jiang was arrogant. The other party was not polite to many women who showed goodwill in the company. Many people speculated that Team Leader Jiang might have his eyes on Mr. Xiao. Big Wave was disdainful. Mr. Xiao is a person in the sky, and you, a team leader, can also dream of it. Although thinking so in her heart, Big Wave didn't dare to say more on the surface. After all, the release of Mu Changqing is imminent, and the company will inevitably expand its recruitment in the future. With the position of Team Leader Jiang, he will definitely benefit a lot. Team Leader Jiang walked into his exclusive private office and sat on the expensive ergonomic chair. He turned on the computer, logged into the company's intranet, and used his authority to query information. As the team leader of the Human Resources Department, he has the right to view the basic information of 99% of the company's employees. Combined with the information given by BU last night, he quickly found the person he wanted to check. He looked at the file information on the screen. BU, Junior High School Graduate Kitchen Supervisor. Team Leader Jiang is quite capable. Although the various branches of Changqing, including security, have reached thousands of employees, he has an impression of many of them. Especially the sister Gu. It is rumored that she has been received by General Manager Xiao. Many people speculate that she has very powerful connections. Team Leader Jiang's expression did not change. He logged out of his account, opened the document to find the account of the salary specialist, and logged into the system. He looked up the salary of Sister Gu. When he saw the salary amount clearly, he couldn't help but laugh. Less than 10,000 salary. What kind of relationship is this? After breaking this rumor, Team Leader Jiang felt a lot more relaxed. The girl he valued was named Zhu Chuchu. Her mother was Hua Fengmei, and she was now in charge of purchasing in the kitchen. Originally, he was worried that the Gu and Hua families lived close to each other. If Gu had a relationship with Mr. Xiao, he would not be able to take action against Hua Fengmei. Now it seems that it was just a rumor. After Team Leader Jiang made up his mind, he sent a message to the person he met in the finance department. The person gave him a face, and it was not a problem. Is there any purchaser in the world who does not enrich himself? Team Leader Jiang smiled playfully. With Hua Fengmei's education, if she joined the company at the beginning of the development of Changqing Liquid, if she was found to have made a mistake, the company would certainly fire her. At that time, with her qualifications, it would be impossible for her to enter the company again. As an ours, Team Leader Jiang has a lot of room for operation. It is still no problem to control a small employee. As for whether this kind of rural woman dares to run to the company gate to make trouble, Team Leader Jiang is not worried. He has worked in a large company before. After coming to Changqing Liquid, he realized how many security guards this company has hired, as if there is endless money to spend. After receiving a reply from the finance department, Team Leader Jiang picked up his notebook, took a black leather bag from the cabinet, and went to the rest area on the 17th floor. This building was only temporarily purchased by Evergreen Liquid, and the real headquarters is still under construction. Despite this, the rest area is still grand enough. Various plant landscapes are arranged in an orderly manner, and on both sides are sofas and coffee tables in white and grey tones, which are simple yet grand. At this time, in a corner, a little fat man wearing glasses was waiting there. Team Leader Jiang, you are here? The little fat man looks very smart. Well, according to the information I gave you, you can check it out. Okay. The little fat man tapped the screen quickly with his 2 fingers and began to check the bills for the area that Hua Fengmei was responsible for. Team Leader Jiang ordered 2 cups of coffee. He picked up the cup, took a sip, and waited quietly for the results. The fat man was an elite in the financial department and had a high level of computer skills. The things he asked him to check were not complicated, and he would probably get the results in no time. Team Leader Jiang's thoughts were wandering. He thought of Zhu Chuchu's appearance and still felt extremely amazed. Her cold temperament made him dream back to his youth. In the hot steam of the coffee, his vision became hazy, and the face of Xiao Shuangshan, who was in charge of the Evergreen Liquid, seemed to appear before his eyes. These 2 ultimate women in the world made Team Leader Jiang want to catch them. Unfortunately, the latter was out of his reach, and the former was the one he could control. Brother Jiang, the results are out. The voice interrupted Team Leader Jiang's thoughts. He was a little excited, but his expression was still unfathomable. How much did you embezzle? 0. Huh. Team Leader Jiang couldn't believe it. In this day and age, are there still purchasers who are not greedy? It's 0. I promise I didn't make a mistake, said the fat man. Team Leader Jiang, well, it's okay. Let's have dinner together tonight. Okay. The fat man was very grateful. Team Leader Jiang's identity was not as simple as an ours. After watching the fat man leave, Team Leader Jiang thought about it and didn't take it seriously. Not greedy, right? It's not like he didn't have other options. He finished his coffee, got up and went back to the office. As soon as he stepped into the office, he found a man and a woman sitting at their workstations. The woman was 30 years old, wearing a well-cut black suit, and her face looked very indifferent. The man was burly and wore a security uniform. Team Leader Jiang nodded at them and planned to pack up and go home. At this time, he heard the cold-faced woman speak. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Shuang from the Secretary Department 1. She took out her work badge and showed it. Team Leader Jiang looked at her. Hello, what can I do for you? The first Secretary Department is very famous within the company. It is dedicated to serving General Manager Xiao and generally does not connect with other employees. Hello, I'm here to optimize yours, Zhao Shuang said. According to the expansion of the company's business and the transformation of its strategy, I'm sorry. After listening to this, Team Leader Jiang's indifferent face finally changed. He is the ours? Shouldn't he be responsible for firing people? Why is he fired now? Team Leader Jiang felt a sense of absurdity and couldn't believe it. Are you sure that the person you are looking for is me? Yes, we are sure that it is you, Team Leader Jiang, Zhao Shuang emphasized again. After hearing this, Team Leader Jiang did not get angry but laughed. I'm laid off now, right? Zhao Shuang was silent. Team Leader Jiang couldn't stand it anymore, but he had a strong background in the company and was respected by so many people. Of course, he had the identity of our team leader, and he had another identity. Team Leader Jiang said in a stiff tone. Haha, does my dad know about this? Zhao Shuang raised her head and motioned him to look downstairs. Team Leader Jiang looked over and saw 2 police cars coming down the stairs. Zhao Shuang's words rang out. The company's recent internal inspection found that the brand department headed by President Jiang took advantage of their positions to embezzle huge amounts of company expenses. We have now informed the police. Team leader Jiang's face turned pale in an instant, and his previous arrogance was gone. But he still had his last backer. He clenched his fists and his voice trembled. Does my mother know? Zhao Shuang said. Well, the finance department also arrested a manager today. Team leader Jiang was full of pride, and he couldn't hold on any longer. He slumped down in his chair. As an ours, he knew his parents' crimes too well. That was embezzlement, and he would be sentenced. It's over. Zhao Shuang saw the young man's shocked look, and she motioned to the security guard next to him to hand over the documents. Team leader Jiang finally signed the resignation documents. After signing, he asked Zhao Shuang, can you tell me why? Changqing Liquid is now in a stage of crazy expansion. There are many emissions within the company. This is inevitable. Team leader Jiang doesn't understand why their family was caught at this point. Zhao Shuang had a cold face and said nothing. In the evening, Heba, Zhu Yuantang stood at the door of his house, waiting for Jiang Ning to push his bicycle. Neighbor Bu drove past in a car. She slowly slowed down until she stopped, and then lowered the window. She looked at Zhu Yuantang and said mockingly, are you rushing to school? Zhu Yuantang said nothing. Bu was impatient, thinking that the little girl looked down on her. She thought to herself, you are so arrogant now, but you didn't know that team leader Jiang has already set his sights on you. Immediately, Bu said, cherish the present life. She drove away. Zhu Yuantang was confused. Jiang Ning drove her all the way to the cafeteria of number 4 middle school for dinner. After dinner, they returned to class 8. Zhu Yuantang followed Jiang Ning like a little tail and climbed up the teaching building. I saw Liu Chuandao standing in the east corridor, his feet moving left and right, one step at a time, moving like a crab, but with a very rhythmic sense. He swung his arms wildly, like a lightning whip, attacking indiscriminately. Zhu Yuantang avoided them a little, and arrived at the classroom. Bei Yuxia was sitting at the table behind them, sitting at the same table with Chen Xiaoyu, and the two were chatting. As soon as she saw Zhu Yuantang, Chen Xiaoyu immediately said, Tong Tong, did you see Priest Liu outside? Zhu Yuantang nodded. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm not afraid. Chen Xiaoyu, is he crazy? Bei Yuxia said, who knows? Qiangli said, he practices martial arts, and claims to practice ancient martial arts. When he said this, Qiangli's expression was sarcastic. He was a fitness person, and looked down on the so-called ancient martial arts. Physical fitness was the foundation of everything. Ancient martial arts? Chen Xiaoyu recalled the scene just now. The martial arts practiced by Priest Liu looked very old, but there was a sense of madness in the new era. Yuxia, do you think ancient martial arts are real? After practicing, is it true that your skills become particularly powerful and you can beat 10 people alone? As a Chinese, I always have some martial arts feelings, even if Chen Xiaoyu is a girl. Bei Yuxia shook her head. No. If you think about it a little, you should know that ancient martial arts are fake. The education she received made her not believe in these things, especially the moves that Priest Liu practiced outside the classroom. Chen Xiaoyu, why does Liu Chuandao believe in it and practice it so obsessively? Bei Yuxia combined reality and put herself in Liu Chuandao's shoes to think about the predicament he encountered. Well, the situation of being surrounded by Pang Jiao and the miserable state of his bruised face the day before yesterday. Bei Yuxia got a point of view. Maybe he doesn't believe in ancient martial arts, but a kind of faith. Faith? What's the use of faith? Chen Xiaoyu continued to ask, and the topic between them became more and more profound. Bei Yuxia said, have you ever walked across the bridge? I have, Chen Xiaoyu said. Will you hold the railing on the bridge? No, Chen Xiaoyu replied. Then the railing is useless to you, right? Bei Yuxia asked. Chen Xiaoyu denied it. That won't work. What if I fall down without the railing? Bei Yuxia, so you don't need the railing, and you don't need to hold it, but when it's there, you can feel that your life is guaranteed. Similarly, you compare faith to a railing, and ancient martial arts is the faith of Liu Chuandao. She finished her words calmly. Even though Jiang Ning on the opposite side was looking at her, Bei Yuxia still maintained a very high level of family education, neither arrogant nor impatient, neither slow nor hurried. Chen Xiaoyu tilted her head, as if she understood but didn't move. Bei Yuxia sighed. Why did she discuss this kind of problem with Chen Xiaoyu? It was just asking for trouble. Chen Xiaoyu really didn't understand, but it didn't matter. She thought Bai Yuxia was so cool. She was so rational and knowledgeable that Chen Xiaoyu envied her. How could there be such an excellent girl in the world? No, if Bai Yuxia was always so perfect, Chen Xiaoyu would only feel that she was getting further and further away from herself. She had to make her more down to earth. So, Chen Xiaoyu took out her mobile phone and quietly forwarded a short video to Bai Yuxia. After sending the message, she ran away. Bai Yuxia felt her phone vibrate. She saw that Jiang Ning was the only one left in the room, and he didn't seem to want to chat for the time being. So Bai Yuxia reached into the tight jeans pocket, gently pinched the phone, and pulled it out elegantly. She held the phone and unlocked it. The whole action was full of the demeanor of a lady, and with her demeanor and appearance, it was extremely beautiful. Bai Yuxia clicked into the message list, and then saw the video sent by Chen Xiaoyu. She was stunned. Damn it, Chen Xiaoyu. Her slender fingers subconsciously clicked back. Jiang Ning saw this scene, his eyes flashed, and a spiritual power touched Bai Yuxia's screen. Bai Yuxia swore that she had clearly clicked back, but the video was actually played, and the progress bar even moved forward. Fortunately, Bai Yuxia has been muted all year round, otherwise she would not have the face to stay in the classroom. Almost in a millisecond, Bai Yuxia pressed her finger and quickly turned off the screen. She took a deep breath and raised her face. Jiang Ning smiled. What were you watching just now? Bai Yuxia was horrified. She had a blank expression. Foreign movie. Okay, you are quite good at acting, right? Jiang Ning became interested and continued to ask, am I seeing right? They seemed to be without clothes just now. His eyes were full of smiles, just staring at the girl opposite. Bai Yuxia couldn't stand it. She didn't know if her face was red. She only knew that her ears were burning. Years of self-cultivation made her never fall easily. Her slightly ruddy face made her look calm and calm. The network is too slow. The clothes haven't been loaded yet. Chapter 620. Your performance is pretty good. 8. Jiang Ning found it very funny when he heard Bai Yuxia's explanation, which was so amazing. This girl was very good at thinking out of a wit, but her level of quick thinking was on the same level as Chen Xiaoyu. After Bai Yuxia finished speaking, her eyes became erratic, and her moist eyes were shining. She tried her best to avoid Jiang Ning's eyes and not look at him. Jiang Ning did not intend to let her go. He nodded and discussed seriously. Foreign movies are relatively high definition and have certain requirements for the internet. I suggest you watch domestic movies. Although the picture quality is blurry, it is more in line with the aesthetics of our people. Bai Yuxia remained calm. Well, okay, I will try it next time. Jiang Ning, your essay scores in the last few exams are not very good. How about this? I will punish you to write an 800-word movie watching experience to practice your essay writing skills. This is too much. Bai Yuxia's breathing is not smooth. How can he be like this? However, Bai Yuxia is highly independent. She usually appears gentle and seems to be able to chat well with anyone, but in fact, that is based on good family education. Deep down, Bai Yuxia has a cognition that is beyond her peers. This confidence puts her in a high position. Even when facing Jiang Ning, she still has her own field. As a result, now that she is teased like this, Bai Yuxia's mentality is a little unstable. She pretends not to understand. Oh, then after I finish writing, do I need to give it to you for correction? Jiang Ning, sure. After all, I need to understand your level. Bai Yuxia was convinced. It was hard for her to understand that he could communicate so frankly in such an abnormal communication. Isn't he ashamed? The atmosphere between the two of them calmed down a little. Chen Xiaoyu quietly slipped back, and then she met Bai Yuxia's stern eyes. Chen Xiaoyu, hahaha, did you have a good chat? Jiang Ning, it was quite pleasant. Bai Yuxia smiled, very pleasant. For some reason, Chen Xiaoyu looked at Bai Yuxia's expression and was inexplicably a little flustered. She quickly explained, my account was logged in by my sister just now. It's okay, your sister is no different from you. Bai Yuxia still smiled. Chen Xiaoyu was silent for a while. Actually there is a difference. Jiang Ning, who was watching the show next to him, said playfully, what's the difference? Bayuksha felt something was wrong when she heard it, so she interrupted. Okay Xiao, move aside. I'm going back to my seat. The second class of the evening self-study class was over. Zhu Yuantang woke up from his sleep, looked around blankly, and was confused. Jiang Ning took out a wet towel and said, wipe your face. After applying it on his face, Zhu Yuantang finally woke up and realized that school was not over yet. It was not conducive to taking a nap during the noisy break, so she took Jiang Ning to the corridor outside to get some fresh air. Class 8 is located in the southeast corner of the teaching building and has 2 balconies. The balcony on the south side is usually occupied by CUIU, Mengjiui and others, especially during the day, looking down at the girls passing by. Relatively speaking, there are fewer girls passing by the east corridor, which is not very popular with boys. Only Jiang Ning, who is not tempted by women, is a frequent visitor here. Jiang Ning arrived a little late. His viewing place was occupied by Linzada and others from class 1. After Jiang Ning stood still, he happened to be close to them. Linzada, Zhuang Jianhu and Li Shi were chatting here. When they saw Jiang Ning coming, they all looked at him. Especially the tall Li Shi. Her clothes today were outstanding. When ordinary students were still worried about buying a brand name clothes, Li Shi had already put on an LV coat worth tens of thousands of yuan. Unlike LV bags that can be carried in any season, coats are seasonal clothes that cannot be carried without strong strength. Li Shi's coat is milk tea color. With a height of more than 175 centimeters, she looks slender when she wears it. Her nobleness and beautiful face of a girl scare people who know the business. However, Zhu Yuantang just glanced at her. She didn't understand anything, but she was jealous of Li Shi's tall stature, especially Li Shi always looked at her with noses. Zhu Yuantang wanted to summon Tang Fu and scorn her back. After Linzada greeted them, they continued their conversation. What was interesting was that Li Shi's voice was louder than before. She frequently mentioned some eye-catching words, such as eternal youth, press conference, and invitation letter, as if she wanted Jiang Ning to hear them. Zhu Yuantang didn't care about these. She told Jiang Ning, Lukaki posted on WeChat Moments that a Western restaurant opened in the city. I heard it's very expensive. Western food is a very big thing for a rural person like Zhu Yuantang. Most people may have their first proper Western food during college or after graduation. Jiang Ning shook his head. Zhu Yuantang calculated the money she deposited with him and said, I'll treat you to a meal this weekend. Although Li Shi was talking, she was inexplicably dissatisfied with Jiang Ning. She didn't like this person since she first saw him. Why would Ding Xuan, such an outstanding person, get to know someone like Jiang Ning? If Li Shi could prove that Jiang Ning was just so-so and make Jiang Ning convinced, then on another level, wouldn't it mean that the woman would also make a mistake? However, Li Shi's advantages were not shown to Jiang Ning for many times, but he showed them off to her instead. Today, she finally got the chance. Li Shi interrupted the topic she had just continued and said, Western food is not that good. Haven't you tried it? Li Shi had already thought of the next sentence. Once they took over, she would bring up the Michelin Western restaurants she had tasted before and calmly show everything she had experienced. This method worked very well. Once a boy tried to treat her to a meal and was going to go to some more expensive places, well, some hot pot restaurants, etc. After all, for ordinary high school students, the consumption of hot pot restaurants is not low. However, Li Shi only lightly showed the restaurants she had been to, and she saw an embarrassed expression on the boy's face. Later, the boy was probably afraid and never bothered her again. Li Shi knew it very well. After all, her consumption level and taste were overwhelming for ordinary people. She looked too expensive and was not an economical woman. Ordinary boys could not afford her at all, and she avoided a lot of harassment invisibly. Li Shi spoke in a very light tone. Zhu Yuantang could be looked down upon, but she didn't want Jiang Ning to be looked down upon, so she said, we have eaten Western food. Li Shi looked down at the little guy. What have you eaten? Tell me. Zhu Yuantang said honestly, hamburgers. Li Shi laughed out loud. That's it? Zhu Yuantang, just tell me if it counts. For a moment, Li Shi really couldn't define it. Jiang Ning said warmly, let's go eat steak on the weekend. This is definitely considered Western food. Yeah, okay. Zhu Yuantang was full of expectations. Then I wanted medium rare. Li Shi couldn't hold it back. She covered her mouth, her eyes full of teasing. You've watched too many TV dramas. Steaks are not medium rare. Zhu Yuantang closed her mouth. She was angry in her heart. This girl is so annoying. She was chatting with Jiang Ning, and she always interrupted. If it was the previous Zhu Yuantang, she would definitely choose to swallow her anger, just like when she was in Tizhang, doing homework for big sister Qiu Dai and others. Now, she has a thug Jiang Ning, so Zhu Yuantang bravely sulked in her heart. Jiang Ning noticed Tong Tong's displeasure, and he said, I've eaten medium rare steaks, but I've never seen someone as friendly as you. This was equivalent to a direct satire on Li Shi. She was puzzled at first. After all, Jiang Ning had always given her the impression of being non-aggressive, but now he dared to scold her like this. Li Shi's eyes suddenly became cold, like two knives, cutting at Jiang Ning. Her already proud demeanor now looked pale and cold. Before she could finish her words, Linzida, who was good at observing people's expressions, hurriedly said, Western food is okay. Next time I'll take you to a private restaurant that has traditional dishes from Anhu province. Although Li Shi was angry, she didn't want to offend Linzida's relationship, not to mention that Zhuang Jian who was still watching from the sidelines. Li Shi didn't want to lower her status and argue with him. For a person like Jiang Ning, the ceiling of his life is at most a middle-level position. There is a saying that goes, never argue with 20th, because they will only drag you down to their level and then defeat you with their rich experience. Yes, that's it, so there is no need for me to be angry. Li Shi's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by peace, just like her father, who was always kind and encouraging even to the lowest level workers in the factory, but never mentioned a pay raise. Her eyebrows gradually relaxed, and the sharpness disappeared. Her temperament became deep again, making people puzzled. Li Shi no longer paid attention to Jiang Ning, and continued to chat with Linzida and others, talking about things that ordinary students could not touch. Have you got the invitation letter from Yu Changqing? Li Shi asked. Linzida said, not yet, but Xuan said she would give us two. Do you have one too? At this point, Li Shi smiled and said, yes, she also sent me a message. The people invited by Changqing Liquid this time were selected from all over the world. Even people with the wealth of Li Shi's father had to apply for it actively to get the invitation letter. This is the first time that Changqing Liquid has invited external personnel to the outside world. Changqing Liquid is a mysterious company. Hair loss is a global topic that cannot be avoided around the world. However, it was solved by Changqing Liquid Company, which caused an uproar worldwide. With such a good example, New Changqing's press conference is of course very much anticipated. Some people in the outside world even believe that Changqing Liquid has developed drugs in more fields. Even Li Shi felt proud to be able to attend the launch of the evergreen liquid in her current capacity. I really want to get it soon. Li Shi had already thought about what kind of circle of friends she would post after she got the invitation letter. She had kept it a secret until now, and she would definitely be able to shock her parents and everyone around her. With this thought, Li Shi felt extremely happy. She glanced at Jiang Ning and immediately felt bored by her previous mood. She was now a woman who could attend the Evergreen Liquid launch conference. Such a place was something Jiang Ning could never imagine in her lifetime. Right? I'll reflect on it when I go back tonight. My life should not be affected by things that I don't care about. Li Shi warned herself. Under such circumstances, Zhang Kai walked up the stairs with a chic step. He looked proud and energetic, as if he was the center of the world. He was originally going to run directly to the classroom, but after seeing Jiang Ning, he suddenly changed his mind. In his impression, Jiang Ning was a relatively wealthy student in the class, using an iPhone, which was the phone Zhang Kai dreamed of buying. It was different now. Zhang Kai approached with a swagger. He did not choose Jiang Ning, but asked Zhu Yuantang, I have not been sleeping well recently. I would like to ask, why do you sleep so well every day? Zhu Yuantang said, I can fall asleep by playing with my phone. Zhang Kai, no, I stayed up late playing with my phone recently, but I still can't fall asleep. Jiang Ning said, why do you play with your phone at night? Of course I can't fall asleep. Zhang Kai took out his phone from his pocket and smiled. I'm playing with the iPhone 6 Plus 6 4G Taheo Gold Edition. His phone was not in a case, and he showed it to Jiang Ning. At this moment, Zhang Kai felt very comfortable. He finally used an iPhone. Jiang Ning did not say anything, but felt that this scene was a little familiar. Zhang Kai in his previous life seemed to have taken out his iPhone to show off in the recent period. This phone was not bought by him, but was drawn from a gambling platform called One Yuan. Since this year, similar platforms have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. A few years later, they were suppressed and cracked down by the state and disappeared. Zhang Kai, the lucky guy, has been lucky enough to win an iPhone since then, and he has thought that he is the chosen one. Jiang Ning was very supportive. Great, I'm only using a 6 now. Showing off in front of an awesome person makes Zhang Kai feel twice as good, and he feels that Jiang Ning is a good person. He was about to leave proudly, and Li Shi took a glimpse and said, is 64G enough? Aren't mobile phones configured to the maximum these days? 128G. As she said that, she also took out her iPhone. In comparison, the difference was obvious, and Zhang Kai showed off his frustration and left unhappily. Li Shi shook her head and said disapprovingly, a broken phone makes him happy. Little did she know that among all the things Li Shi had, the iPhone was the cheapest one, and even the inconspicuous bracelet on her wrist was worth much more than the phone. It's a bit funny, Li Shi said bluntly. Zhuang Jian, who looked at the playground in the distance, it's like this, understand? Li Shi, there's nothing to say to these little brats. She glanced at Jiang Ning and said in a veiled way, a slightly more mature person shouldn't be so complacent about a mobile phone, right? Zhu Yuantang pouted and wanted to leave the city. Hearing this, Jiang Ning turned his head and looked at Li Shi quietly. You are so complacent about an invitation letter. What's the difference between you and the people you look down on? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Lin Zida once again acted as a peacemaker. Hey, don't talk about this. I will treat you to watch the traditional programs of Who's How this weekend. It's so awesome. Li Shi was a little hurt by Jiang Ning this time. She couldn't help but retort. The invitation letter is indeed more advanced than the mobile phone. Do you have any different opinions? She was a little angry. After all, she was a girl of 16 or 17, not an old fox, and in her anger, even her expression became mean. Oh, just an invitation letter? Jiang Ning said calmly, not caring at all. Seeing his expression, Li Shi got angry. It's easy for you to say, don't you have it too? No way. Li Shi added. Tang Tang. Jiang Ning called lazily. Zhu Yuantang understood and immediately took out the ink-colored paper card with gold patterns from his pocket. When Li Shi saw the paper card, her pupils dilated. This paper card was exactly the same as the picture Ding Xuan sent her. A sense of absurd confusion emerged, causing her color to change suddenly. How is it possible? Jiang Ning ignored her, turned to Lin Zida and smiled. I won't watch the traditional program. Li Shi has already shown me the Sichuan opera face changing. It's good. I like it very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621, Probing Attack. 8, East Corridor. Jiang Ning led the arrogant Zhu Yuantang away from here, leaving Li Shi looking at the direction they disappeared with an embarrassed face. Lin Zida saw Li Shi's expression and suddenly thought of a sentence, those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. He looked at Zhuang Jianhu, meaning that this girl seemed to be not smart enough. Zhuang Jianhu disagreed. From the beginning to the end, he didn't think highly of Li Shi. He was just a playmate in Yuzhao. What did the other party's IQ and deck have to do with him? He has been watching coldly. Whether it is Jiang Ning or Li Shi, in his eyes, although they are more outstanding than ordinary students, they are just bigger ants after all. The path he will take in the future is the strongest path in the country, not the path of ordinary people. Li Shi turned around, very angry, but the doubts in his heart could not be eliminated. Where did he get the invitation letter? Did Ding Xuan give it to him? After all, Ding Xuan seemed to have a connection with Jiang Ning. Immediately, this conclusion was overturned by her. It was absolutely impossible. After all, even Linzida and the others did not get the invitation letter. They just saw the photos sent by Ding Xuan, so this point was ruled out. Li Shi took a breath and asked, "Do you know how the seats of Changqing are arranged?" She has seen many concerts. Although many people go to the scene to watch, the prices vary greatly due to different seats. Linzida is so knowledgeable that he saw through her thoughts at a glance. He smiled harmlessly. "I don't know." Li Shi pondered and turned back to ask Xuan. Li Shi thought bitterly, "Although you have received the invitation letter, when you step into the venue, you will suffer a greater blow, which will make you completely recognize yourself." Jiang Ning. The last class, the big self-study, Xin Yaoling sat on the podium. Cuiu did not watch the movie. He held his mobile phone, pressed the screen with both hands, and his expression was obscene. He was chatting happily with a beautiful female avatar. This was a friend he added from nearby people. Meng Jiui was helping him with his plans. The two of them worked together to capture a girl. As for how to distribute the credit afterwards, the two did not consider this, but decided to work together to take down the other party first. Zhang Kai, who was at the back table, was holding his mobile phone, his face hidden behind a thick mountain of books. He was playing the 1 yuan treasure hunt. The prize this time was an iPhone 6, 64 grams. The initial price of this phone was 6088 yuan, and the platform set a total of 8,000 times. 1 yuan is invested once, until 8,000 times, and then the prize is drawn. If the platform abides by fairness, does not make small moves, and gives prizes to people with good luck, then the platform can only make about 2,000 yuan. The key is, will this unregulated platform abide by the rules? Its abomination is even better than those online apps of later apps. Therefore, such platforms will be completely banned in later generations. Zhang Kai had a great luck before and won once. Now he is completely crazy. He directly spent 10 yuan, selected 10 opportunities, and waited for the prize to be drawn. Duan Shigen could neither join Zhang Kai nor peek at Cuiu's live class broadcast, so he could only stay at his desk board. But at least he still had freedom. In contrast, Liu Chuandao, who was surrounded by the dark, terrifying and evil demons, was hell. The desks in front and behind him made him breathless. He wanted to use the lightning 5 whips, defy the heavens, and trample through the underworld. However, he knew that his cultivation was not enough. At present, he could only use 3 whips in 1 second. When his martial arts were perfected, and he could use 5 whips in 1 second, it would be the end of Pang Jiao and the others. Forbearance. Liu Chuandao warned himself. Although he was imprisoned, and his arms could not practice ancient martial arts, Liu Chuandao practiced another method, which was the inner breathing method taught by the master, using breathing to strengthen his body. Liu Chuandao took a deep breath, and his chest rose and fell. Then, when he absorbed the essence in the air, he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After a perfect cycle, Liu Chuandao found that he had become stronger. He continued to practice like an ascetic monk, just to reach that legendary realm. At this time, Pang Jiao turned around and talked to Wang Yanan. When she opened her mouth, an invisible breath enveloped the surrounding area. Liu Chuandao originally wanted to take a deep breath to practice, but something strange seemed to have happened between heaven and earth. A smell rushed to Liu Chuandao's face and made him look painful. He suddenly felt that the world was no longer suitable for practice. Yang Lion, the boy I have been in contact with recently is really too much. Pang Jiao was angry. Oh, Jiao, what's wrong? Wang Yanan was concerned about her good sister's condition. Now Pang Jiao was punished with a stay in school for observation, and she was much more restrained than before. Pang Jiao put his huge fist on Wang Yanan's desk. He actually asked me if I knew a rich woman today, and asked me to introduce her to him. Because of anger, the air around him became more chaotic. The ascetic monk Liu Chuandao only took a breath, and felt the change in the vitality of heaven and earth. It was not that it was not suitable for practice now. The violent vitality would even threaten his cultivation. Pang Jiao was like a demon god, corroding everything around him. Fortunately, Wang Yanan comforted her. Jiao, think about it from another perspective. He loves you so much. He must want to go to the rich woman to ask for money and then spend it on you. Pang Jiao's expression returned to normal at once, and she laughed loudly. Yang Ning, you still know more. Liu Chuandao couldn't stand it, so he took this opportunity to survey Pang Jiao's body shape and analyze her fighting ability. The day before yesterday, Pang Jiao claimed that she weighed 200 kilograms. Liu Chuandao was oppressed by the 200 kilogram Pang Jiao in the alley that day and couldn't struggle. In order to prevent that situation from happening again, he only needed to withstand the pressure of 200 kilograms and use the lightning 5 whips to fight her. To be on the safe side, Liu Chuandao opened a class group for boys and asked, "Brothers, can you tell me whether a 200-pound woman and a 200-pound sandbag are equally heavy?" During the self-study class, many boys in the back row brought their mobile phones. Wang Lang Lang replied, "Brother Dao, are you upset?" Liu Chuandao, "I'm just asking. Just asking. Cuiu, a 200-pound woman is heavier." Liu Chuandao, "Aren't they all 200 pounds? Cuiu, it's different, because they will falsely report their weight." Liu Chuandao was awakened instantly. Fortunately, he didn't take it lightly and asked in the class group in advance. As the school bell rang, the students rushed out of the classroom. But there are always some people who sit in their original positions as steady as a rock, such as Chen Kan and Huang Yazhu. Today it was Huang Yazhu's turn to clean the room. He waited until most of the students had left before he picked up the broom and swept the floor seriously. Tang Jing stayed and swept the floor with him. Recently, Tang Jing has stepped up her pursuit of Huang Yazhu. She just wants to take advantage of Pang Jiao's distress to provoke Huang Yazhu, let the two sides confront each other, and completely drive Pang Jiao away. This sense of urgency made Tang Jing lose some of her rationality and become a little obsessed. She used to hate cleaning the most, but she helped Huang Yazhu sweep a row of desks. She didn't go out with Huang Yazhu until all the work was done. When Huang Yazhu was about to go to the garage to find a bicycle, Tang Jing suddenly called him. "Yazhu, accompany me to the playground for a walk." Huang Yazhu hesitated for 2 seconds on his honest face. He didn't want to go home too late, because the iron door at home made a lot of noise when closing. He was worried that going home too late would disturb his grandmother's sleep. But Tang Jing helped him a lot, such as signing up for the marathon, and just helped him sweep the floor, so Huang Yazhu had to repay her. Okay. Huang Yazhu tightened his multifunctional backpack and walked towards the dim playground. The moon, street lights, plastic track, night wind, and the figures of boys and girls outlined the colors of youth. With such a beautiful view and beautiful scenery, Tang Jing seized the opportunity and said with emotion, "The moonlight tonight is so beautiful." After saying this, she made up her mind. She waved her hand towards Huang Yazhu. Huang Yazhu thought that he had violated her territory and quickly dodged to the side. His dodging immediately angered Tang Jing. She had taken the initiative, but Huang Yazhu, a country bumpkin, was unwilling. Tang Jing exploded, and her expression changed. "Huang Yazhu, are you a man? Are you a man? Are there any men in your family?" Huang Yazhu was inexplicably accused. If it was only directed at him, he could have endured it, but Tang Jing actually said his whole family. Even a clayman still has some anger. Huang Yazhu said, "Why am I not?" Tang Jing sneered, and was completely shameless. "Can you prove it?" Huang Yazhu reached for his pants, and Tang Jing was startled. It was a dark night. What did he want to do? Tang Jing was timid. "Prove it. Prove it." In Tang Jing's shocked eyes, Huang Yazhu took out his ID card and showed it to Tang Jing. He pointed to the gender column and asked, "Am I a man?" Monday, number 4 middle school cafeteria. After the morning self-study, Cuiu and Jiuo Kunan walked together. He boasted about the girl he had recently chatted with online, how beautiful she was, which made Jiuo Kunan very envious. It made him plan to open the people nearby and get to know a few girls. Cuiu showed off for a while, then ran away quickly. It was his turn to get the staple food at their table today, so he had to speed up. 5 minutes later, Tang Jing walked to the table and saw Duan Shigeng, Kaiang Li, and even Song Sheng at the same table. The three of them pointed at Cuiu's nose and scolded him fiercely. "Cuiu, who was usually insidious and cunning, looked embarrassed at this moment and did not resist. Tang Jing felt strange. In her impression, Cuiyu was not such a weak person. It was time to eat. Tang Jing did not meddle in other people's business. She looked at the dishes on the table. Today, there were cabbage vermicelli, sausage, and potato slices, pickled spicy radish cubes, a plate of fried eggs, and a plate of fried chicken strips sprinkled with cumin powder and chili powder. Tang Jing's bowl was not there. It seemed that Huang Yazhu, who was sitting at the same table, helped her to make porridge, which slightly relieved her inner frustration. Tang Jing aimed at the plate of fried chicken strips. This was a fixed quantity dish, 8 pieces per plate, just enough for the people at the table. However, the presentation of this plate of chicken strips today was very ordinary, even a little messy. Tang Jing did not care. She picked up a fried chicken strip and took 2 bites. Not bad. It tasted very good. Then, she saw that the 3 people were still scolding Cuiyu. Tang Jing felt that it was a bit noisy. The cafeteria was already very noisy, and now there was another round of scolding around. She said impatiently, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it in the classroom. It's not embarrassing enough to do it outside. When Tang Jing was angry, she was still quite aggressive, and had some deterrent power. Duan Shigen cursed, I surrender to him. When he put the steamed buns, he knocked all the chicken strips to the ground. It was okay if they were knocked off, but he picked them all up and put them on the plate to try to get away with it. Do you think it's right for me to scold him? Give me some advice. Tang Jing lowered her head and glanced at the floor of the cafeteria. Thinking of the chicken strips she had just eaten, she fell silent. Cuiyu was a little unhappy with what the 3 people said. When he saw Tang Jing didn't speak, he said, what kind of temperament do you grown men have? You are not as good as a girl like Tang Jing. Did you see what she said? Duan Shigang, Song Sheng, and Kang Li looked at Tang Jing together. Tang Jing took a deep breath and said to the 3 people, are you tired of scolding? Let me scold you now. Human joys and sorrows cannot be communicated. At the small dining table, where Jiang Ning was, Su Yuantang took a steamed bun and said, I'm so hungry. I was hungry until 12 o'clock last night, and then I fell asleep. Tang Fu looked at him sideways and said, why are you hungry until 12 o'clock? Did you check your watch? Zhu Yuantang stopped talking and thought arrogantly, big guys are stupid. Jiang Ning picked up the fried cake, rolled the chicken fillet in it, put a fried egg on it, and added some beef sauce from teacher Ji Yuo Ran. He took a big bite. He liked eating like this, especially breakfast, but he felt that something was missing. He thought for a while and said, I'll go to the small supermarket next door to buy juice. Who wants a drink? Tang Fu immediately waved her hand and said, I'll go to the small supermarket next door to buy juice. Who wants a drink? And me. Another voice sounded. Jiang Ning asked, what do you want? Zheng Lu smiled and said, I'll go with you. Okay. Jiang Ning went to buy a Coke with her. After they left, Chen Xiao looked at the burrito that Jiang Ning had put in the bowl and said in amazement, he is quite good at eating, right? Sister Chen Xiking said, I think he should be able to cook, right? Zhu Yuantang almost laughed out loud. She restrained her expression a little and said proudly, let alone cooking. Even if I ask him to cook rice, he will ask me how much water to pour. This sentence not only showed Jiang Ning's stupidity, but also showed her cooking ability from the side, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhu Yuantang's words made Bai Yuxia unable to refute. She had tasted Zhu Yuantang's cooking skills when she went to Heba before. It was one of the most delicious meals she had eaten in her limited life. That kind of cooking skills made Bai Yuxia far behind, and she had no intention of catching up. But Tang Tang is too arrogant, right? Bai Yuxia's eyes flickered, and she praised silently, Tang Tang is a great cook. Hearing this compliment, Zhu Yuantang smiled very cutely, and her chin slightly raised. He has something to eat now. If I don't cook for him one day, he will be sad. Bai Yuxia suddenly joked, then he will definitely find someone who is willing to cook for him, right? Zhu Yuantang instantly thought of Chachu. Her expression was a little stiff. After a pause, she said stubbornly, no one cooks better than me. Bai Yuxia concluded, the attack is effective. She had an idea, if someone cooks better than Tang Tang, what will her reaction be? Chapter 622 Daily Life. Monday, during the break between evening self-study classes. The days in high school were still so peaceful. In the back row, Ma Shicheng swiped the screen, browsing the Android game forum, preparing to find some fun Android games. As he played more and more games, his taste in games became more and more picky, and he was not satisfied with ordinary games. Wang Lang watched from the side. Many high-quality independent games are on the PC platform. I feel that there are not many high-quality games on mobile phones. Ma Shicheng said, the money is made by mobile games, and no one makes buy-out games. While the two chatted, Wang Lang kept an eye on all directions, monitoring any suspicious figures appearing outside the window. After all, students with their grades, if they are found playing with their phones, they will inevitably have their phones confiscated. Thinking of this, Wang Lang looked at Jiang Ning in the front row. He was holding a tablet and playing games openly, not afraid of being discovered by the teacher. Lang Dija Lang Cuiu hummed a tune, his steps were chic, and he was very proud. As the back row monitor, Wang Lang shouted, "Hey, brother you, what good things have happened to him? He is so happy. Hi." Cuiu smiled brightly, and his eyes swept across Brother Ma next to him, and his eyes suddenly turned. "Brother Ma, I have something to ask you." Cuiu's date tonight is very important, and he must gather all his strength to deal with it. "You say?" Cuiu began to explain. "I'm asking for my friend. My friend chatted with a girl online. They are meeting tonight. How can my friend get the girl to stay overnight?" After he finished speaking, Wang Lang was not shocked yet, but he saw Mao Zhe on the south side of the classroom trembled all over and cast his eyes over. Wang Lang then said, "Fuck, your friend is progressing so fast." Cuiu was very proud. "Haha, my friend is good at chatting." Thinking of the selfie that the girl sent her, Cuiu couldn't help but show off. Last night, he went home and chatted with the girl alone until late at night. After reaching this stage, Cuiu no longer wanted Meng Jiui to intervene. He wanted to dominate this girl. Wang Lang suggested, after the date, let her come to your house for a visit. Love makes people walk on thin ice. Even Cuiu, who is as cheap as he is a little unsure. Isn't it too purposeful? Jiuo Kunan suggested, then say your friend's cat can do backflips. Hujun, oh, that's too cliché. You said your friend's cat wants to see her do backflips. Cuiu's mouth twitched. What? He said, brothers, help me think about it. I don't want her to go home at night. Wang Lang, it's really strange. You were talking about your friend just now. Why are you talking about yourself now? Mao Zhe, who was next to him, listened for a while and mentioned his feelings about the online love that he cared about. Don't you love her and just want to spend the night with her? When he said this, Mao Zhe's expression was solemn. In his heart, online love is a pure fusion of souls, without any trace of filth. Cuiu, yes, I just want to spend the night. Mao Zhe's expression changed, and he suddenly felt that he and Cuiu were not the same kind of people. Ma Shicheng said, I don't have any good ideas, but I suggest you be sincere and say what you want to say the most. I just want her to come to my house for a visit. Cuiu repeated. Hujun, well, you said it's so late, you don't want to go home alone. Several people were chatting here, and Zhang Kai ran to the front row. He wanted to show off to Jiang Ning. But when he saw the other party playing games with an iPad, he felt that the mobile phone was not good enough. When he got the iPad, he would show off and then kill Jiang Ning's prestige. So Zhang Kai changed his target. He deliberately found a small group of high-end people in the class, Huang Zhangfei and Dong Qingfeng. Dong Qingfeng was chatting with Jiang Yanan and the others when Zhang Kai suddenly came over with a troubled look on his face. Qingfeng, I heard that you also use Apple. Can I ask you why the battery of Apple is not so good? Dong Qingfeng, it's okay. My Apple has good battery life. Zhang Kai pretended to be surprised. He took out his mobile phone and asked, are you also using an iPhone 6 Plus? Dong Qingfeng took out the same phone. Yes. Do you have any questions? Zhang Kai thought to himself, damn, why is this thing so expensive? His expression returned to normal. It's okay. Maybe I use my phone more often. He was ready to leave. Jiang Feng is not an ordinary student. He has been operating multiple lines of girls for many years, and his skills in understanding people's hearts have been perfected. He can work part-time as a real estate salesperson during the holidays, and can also sell houses. He has long seen through Zhang Kai's thoughts. He took out another iPhone 6 and said, "If the battery is not enough, you can buy another one. Did you only buy this one?" Zhang Kai left in anger and decided to go back and grab the treasure. It was the last class in the evening. Originally, this class was for self-study, and everyone was ready to have a good time, but Geo Hishui actually occupied the self-study class. He handed out a test paper, asked everyone to do the questions, and then sat on the podium. At this moment, the atmosphere in the whole classroom became heavy. Liu Chuandeo's practice progress was delayed. In comparison, Wu Zhaoqi was the real tough guy. He sat on a stool and reviewed the junior high school basketball league he participated in last week. In that game, he won the best MVP player and led the team to win the championship, washing away the first stain in his life. Thinking of this, Wu Zhaoqi trembled all over, wishing he could perform the wonderful game again. He danced in his seat like a mental patient. Geo Hishui on the podium was furious. He looked contemptuous, and with a kind of sarcasm. A sentence suddenly rang in the ears of the students in the classroom. "You students are very naive. I asked you to study hard, but you sneered. Ask yourself, you should also know the consequences of not studying hard, right? But you don't care, because the consequences are far away from you, but the happiness in front of you is real happiness, am I right? After all, I was also your age." Geo Hishui spoke slowly, and as he spoke, many classmates silently put down their mobile phones and raised their heads. Although Geo Hishui's words made sense, everyone turned a deaf ear to them. After all, they had heard such words countless times. Sober depravity is the norm in life. Wu Zhaoqi was still swinging to his heart's content. In the simulated world, he was about to dunk. Geo Hishui suddenly shouted, "Wu Zhaoqi!" Wu Zhaoqi's soul was called back at once. Geo Hishui smiled coldly, "You like playing basketball, right? I tell you, you can't get into college in the future, and you can't even get into the college basketball team. What do you expect to play basketball in the future? Dream?" Wu Zhaoqi looked up, and the light enveloped his head. "My future is not a dream." Geo Hishui was choked by the sentence. Damn, is this student mentally ill? He took a deep breath, pointed at Wu Zhaoqi, and attacked him personally. "Get out of here." Wu Zhaoqi walked away arrogantly with the basketball in his arms. At the end, Geo Hishui added, "Get out of here and stand on the balcony. If you dare to run, I will notify Director Wang." Wu Zhaoqi, the balcony is the balcony. After he left, Geo Hishui cursed, "What the hell is this? I can just pull a student from outside, and he is 100 times better than him." Zhang Kai said happily, "The students you can pull from outside are also driven out by other teachers." As soon as these words came out, the whole class laughed. Ha ha ha. The voices came one after another. Geo Hishui pointed at Zhang Kai, "Get out of here and stand at the back." Zhang Kai had a gloomy face. He might as well get out of here. At least he could get some fresh air outside. After punishing the two disobedient students, Geo Hishui finally felt a little better. He took out the newspaper and read the news. Before he could have a moment of peace, Hu Hao, the head teacher of experimental class 1, came to him with a stern look on his face. "Zhao Geo, why did you instruct your students to play basketball at the door of our classroom?" Tuesday, during the break of morning self-study, CUIU ran to the back row to report the situation. "Brothers, I saw that girl last night. She is so white. When we were eating together, I felt that she smelled so good. I'm in love, brothers." He was very excited. Jiuo Kunan told him, "If you really like a woman, you will feel that she smells good. Brother Nan, you understand." CUIU was surprised. Jiuo Kunan looked proud, low-key. Duan Shigen came closer, and he was more direct. "Did you stay overnight last night?" CUIU waved his hand. "Hey, that's vulgar, Gangzi." Although he has watched countless movies, CUIU still has a heart that yearns for pure love and longs for true love. He has begun to think about the future, especially Meng Gui. He is considering whether to break up with Meng Gui. After all, this girl was pursued by him and Meng Gui together. If Meng Gui sees his sister-in-law in the future, will it be a little strange? Cuiyu was in high spirits and glanced at Mao Zhe next to him. Seeing Mao Zhe sticking his head out to look at him, Cuiyu smiled without diminishing. He and Mao Zhe have an old grudge. When school started, he liked to tease Mao Zhe, and for this, Mao Zhe scratched him a few times. He never retaliated. Now, he wants to take it back with interest. He said lightly, "Zizi, why do you always post sad messages recently?" Mao Zhe retracted his gaze. "It has nothing to do with you." Cuiyu was relentless. "I don't see you chasing after any girl. Why do you post such sad messages? Who hurt your heart? Oh, could it be that someone you met online suddenly ignored you?" He laughed. Mao Zhe's face darkened instantly. Cuiyu saw that the attack worked and thought that he really guessed right. Cuiyu did not continue to stimulate him to prevent Mao Zhe from jumping off the wall. Cuiyu showed off for a while and left with an arrogant step. The few people who stayed there behaved differently. Jiu Kanon looked strange. Cuiyu actually found a partner? Is that woman blind? Hujun, do you think that's how you see your brother? I suspect that woman is not right. Maybe she is hiding her identity. Jiu Kanon said. Ma Shicheng, do you think Cuiyu didn't hide his identity? Jiu Kanon stopped talking. Shan Keiquan's originally calm state of mind was slightly disturbed by the fact that someone in the back row was in love. In the past, Shan Keiquan thought that it was very difficult to pursue Bayuxia. However, since meeting Lan Zichen, competitors have appeared one after another, including Wu Yunxi in the first year of high school, Qi Xianheng in the second year of high school, and Liu Chuandao who was harassing him next to him. This is the difficulty of hell. Shan Keiquan can't retreat. He has spent so much effort. If he retreats, he will not be able to live up to his heart. But facing one competitor after another, Shan Keiquan feels a little powerless. Wu Yunxi's appearance kills him in seconds, and Qi Xianheng's financial resources kill him in seconds. Brother Ma, if one step forward means death, and one step back also means death, how should we go on? Shan Keiquan asked sincerely. Ma Shicheng, you can go around it from the side. Shan Keiquan was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head. No way around, no way around. Wang Lang Lang, then there is no way. Shan Keiquan felt more and more difficult to think about, and he didn't know how to break the deadlock. Jiu Kanon wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know how to start. He and his good brother went outside to relax. Wang Lang Lang asked, "Brother Quan, will something happen to him?" Ma Shicheng didn't care. Brother Quan's mentality is okay, it's okay, and his feelings are not a big deal. When I was in the first grade of elementary school, I forgot to wear a red scarf during the flag raising ceremony, which caused the whole class to be deducted points. At that time, I thought my life was over. School was over at noon. The titanium-colored electric car galloped across the river dam. Zhu Yuantang looked at the Hushu River in the distance. This year is almost over. Jiang Ning. Today is November 25th. 2014, and there are still a few months before the Chinese New Year. Jiang Ning slowed down a little and responded, "It's early. Winter vacation hasn't started yet." Zhu Yuantang, "It's not early. I'm almost halfway through high school." Jiang Ning thought about it carefully. It was true, but he felt that it was too slow. In his student days, every day was full. After graduation, the days were fast. The only thing worth looking forward to was the weekly rest day. Chen Xiaoyu told me that she and her sister wanted to be teachers. She also said that they would be assigned to the same school. Every day, they would play rock paper scissors. Whoever lost would take the other's class. She talked about school. Hearing this, Jiang Ning tried to recall their future paths, but he couldn't remember it, and he didn't know if they became teachers. Jiang Ning rode his bike, and Zhu Yuantang was looking for topics behind him. When he came across something interesting, Jiang Ning would reply with a few words. The atmosphere was very relaxed, which made him feel comfortable. The journey was short. Jiang Ning rode to the door of the bungalow. Zhu Chuchu, holding a vocabulary book, nodded to them. Zhu Yuantang ran into the house. "Mom, did you skip work?" "Aunt Gu, Nonsense, can't I take a day off? Zhu Yuantang smiled. Seeing her daughter was as silly as a fool, Aunt Gu called her over and looked her up and down. It was cold, and her daughter wore thick clothes as she told her, so Aunt Gu felt relieved. She took her daughter and walked into the house to open the closet. She picked out a few scarves from it. There were red, white, black, and 5 or 6 colors that could be used to match clothes of various colors. When the temperature is low in the future, you can give the scarf to Jiang Ning so that she won't feel cold when riding a bike to school. Zhu Yuantong, Are all of them knitted by you, Mom? Is it not knitted by me or you? Aunt Gu asked back. Zhu Yuantang thought of the blisters she saw when her mother held her hand just now. It must have been knitted by knitting scarves. She couldn't help but feel distressed. Mom, why do you have blisters on your hands? Aunt Gu glanced at her daughter and said lightly, I've been learning to play mahjong recently, and it's worn out. Chapter 623 Comfort. Tuesday afternoon. Cuiu passed by the back row in high spirits. He couldn't suppress his smile. His slightly wretched face raised the corners of his mouth wildly. Because he was too excited, his thin body trembled slightly. Wang Longlong, Ma Shiqing, and Shan Keikun were all shocked by his expression. Then they heard Cuiu trembling, and his voice changed. Brothers, she smells so good. I met her again at noon. The fragrance on her body made me linger. I'm going to be fascinated by brothers. Cuiu said this, as if he recalled the scene of their meeting, and his expression was deeply intoxicated. The brothers in the back row were stunned. Wang Longlong waved his hand in front of him. Yuzi, come back to your senses. Come back to your senses. Cuiu, but, she really smells so good. Ma Shiqing, it's endless, right? Cuiu saw that his brothers didn't understand him, so he smacked his lips and left with his head shaking. He didn't return to his seat. The small seat couldn't accommodate his restless heart, so he ran to the outside world. Jiuo Kunan speculated behind her back. Damn, how did Cuiu know that she smells good? He must have had close contact with her. When he thought of this, Jiuo Kunan was so jealous. He also wanted a girl with a good smell. Only when you like a girl very much can you smell the fragrance from her. Damn it. Jiuo Kunan wanted to pound the table. At this time, Meng Jiui stepped into the classroom with a 10cm hairspray. The pride of his good friend Cuiu was not passed on to Meng Jiui, leaving him with only resentment. Meng Jiui, who was usually indifferent to fame and fortune and always tried to get closer to saints, had a little mental breakdown. At first, he and Cuiu met because of Jiang Yanan, and at that time, they were rivals in love. Later, Meng Jiui fell in love with Jiang Yanan's best friend, and he and Cuiu reconciled. Now, because of a girl with a good smell, he and Cuiu are separated again. Meng Jiui complained to everyone, Cuiu is such a jerk. We agreed at the beginning that we would enjoy happiness together, but he told Ma Shiqing and others about how he and Cuiu flirted with girls together and agreed to share the results after the success. Hu Jun was shocked. I think it's perverted. You are too messy. Wang Longlong was shocked. Meng Jiui, what are you thinking about? What I mean by sharing is that one is the girl's online boyfriend and the other is a real boyfriend, and they don't interfere with each other. Ma Shiqing, isn't it perverted enough? Now it's good. He is trapped. He used to show me the girl's photos, but now he won't let me touch them, and he even changed the password of that questions account. Meng Jiui said this, and he only hated that he had misjudged the person. Wang Longlong, hey, brother, you said that he was afraid that you would be embarrassed when you see your sister-in-law in the future. Meng Jiui complained for a while, thinking, Cuiu is unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. He came closer and asked, Brother Ma, what should I do now to get my woman back? Ma Shiqing showed him the palm and back of his hand. Meng Jiui, what do you mean? Wang Longlong said, brother, you and brother Jiui are all our brothers. It's not easy to betray them. Jiuo Kunan chimed in, yeah, Cuiu used to be a mess every day, and we are relieved that he can find a suitable girl this time. Meng Jiui thought about it, and it was true. You can't make things difficult for others when asking for help. He paused, frowned, and said seriously, "Brother Ma, I'm not acting selfishly this time. I'm purely considering my brothers. I'm worried that CUIU has been deceived." Ma Shicheng, what do you mean? So Meng Jiui told him about CUIU's fabricated identity. He also suspected that there was something wrong with that girl. "Can you help CUIU check it out?" Meng Jiui asked. "I'm just afraid that my brother will be deceived." "Lang Lang," Ma Shicheng shouted. Wang Lang Lang took out his mobile phone and started to check according to the information given by Meng Jiui. He first checked questions, then WeChat, and then found the Kuaishao platform. As Wang Lang Lang clicked to play the video of the woman, the students in the back row were all shocked. "Jiuo Kunan, fuck, is it so explosive?" Shan Kaikun shook his head. "CUIU is finished." Only Hujun was envious. "CUIU is blessed." Several people expressed various emotions. At this time, CUIU walked in from outside again. He was too excited. This kind of happiness was the greatest joy in life. He could only rush into the classroom back and forth and show off to his brothers to relieve his inner excitement. "CUIU, brothers, she smells so good. I like her so much. Every time I see her, I can smell her fragrance. That fragrance makes me feel at ease." Even someone as cunning as CUIU, when he is really in love, he can't help but show off, like a child showing off his toys. Meng Jiui looked at him with pity and asked, "Is the scent on her body a light milky scent?" CUIU was stunned at first, then his heart sank, and he immediately glared at Meng Jiui. "How do you know? Did you meet her behind my back?" Meng Jiui shook his head. CUIU stepped forward and looked directly at Meng Jiui. "How did you know?" Meng Jiui took out his mobile phone and a short video played. The screen showed a picture of a young woman holding a baby. Meng Jiui said, "The case is solved. She has a 5-month-old son." CUIU's love came like a tornado and went like a sandstorm. The more ostentatious he showed off before, the more miserable he was when he was laughed at. Everyone looked at CUIU with strange eyes. Only Hujun bought him a bottle of Red Bull and a pack of Want mini crisps, accompanying him and comforting him when he was most frustrated in his life. Moreover, Hujun stepped forward and asked CUIU for the woman's questions number with righteous words, ready to criticize the young woman and accuse her of why she came out to deceive people. "Do you know how much psychological harm this caused to a pure boy who yearns for love? If she doesn't give an explanation to her good brother CUIU, Hujun will make her pay the price." The wind and rain in the back row did not blow to the front row. Jiang Ning was eating candy. The colorful candies were packed in transparent glass bottles, which looked quite good. Zhu Yuantang bit the candy and said, "You're spending money indiscriminately again." Jiang Ning, "It's free. This was taken from the villa in Huqi Mountain." Xiao Shuang knew that he liked to eat snacks, so she often sent people to collect various snacks from all over the world and put them in the villa for him to use. "I believe you?" Zhu Yuantang snorted. "That's better than you managing the accounts." Jiang Ning retorted, "Don't think I don't know what you have done before." He had heard Chachu say that when she was a child, she picked up scraps in the village to make money. The two of them put their money together, and it was managed by Zhu Yuantang. It was stipulated that every expense must be recorded. Later, Chachu always felt that something was wrong because she didn't spend much every time, but the money was gone. Chachu decided to check the account, but the bill was fine, so she was relieved. Until many years later, Zhu Chachu had graduated from elementary school. By chance, she found the bill in a broken box at home. On a whim, she checked it again and found that Tang Tang had made false accounts. Zhu Chachu was so angry that she took it back with interest. Zhu Yuantang felt guilty when he looked at her. Her eyes shrank and she turned her little face to the side and ignored him. She thought to herself, "It must be Chachu who said bad things about me in front of him again." Obviously, Chachu has done a lot of evil to her, but she is the first to complain. Chen Xiao and Shang Keiwei walked into the classroom hand in hand. Zheng Lu, who was sitting behind Jiang Ning, was not there. Chen Xiao put Shang Keiwei there and complained to Jiang Ning, "I'm speechless. When I was going upstairs just now, the 4 girls in front of me held hands and crowded the stairs. Jiuo Kunan, who was on the other side of the river, poked his head out. Is it Pang Jiao and the others? Chen Xiaoyu shook her head. No, the two of them can take up the whole space, and there's no room for 4 people to stand. Jiuo Kunan was so happy. There's nothing I can do. People like this have poor quality. Once at mealtime, I was rushing to the cafeteria to eat, and there were people like this blocking the way in front of me, and there were also people riding side by side on the road. Jiuo Kunan sighed. Chen Xiaoyu asked, what would you do if you encounter this situation? Kei? Chen Xiaoyu asked. Shang Kei then raised her little face, and Jiuo Kunan took the opportunity to take a few more glances. Although they were in the same class, Shang Kei kept her head down all day, and he really didn't know what Shang Kei looked like. Shang Kei whispered, I begged them to get out of the way. Chen Xiaoyu, you're too cowardly, aren't you? Shang Kei's D-like eyes were full of timidity. That timidity made Jiuo Kunan's heart of pity burst out instantly, and he immediately wanted to prove himself like a man, saying passionate sentences such as I kicked them away. But, after all, he is not the immature Jiuo Kunan before. He has grown up, smoothed his edges, and become smooth. He thinks he can please girls better. In order to prevent Shang Kei from being accused of being too cowardly, Jiuo Kunan shared the pressure for her. He said, if it were me, I would kneel down and cry and beg them to get out of the way. Chen Xiaoyu, Jiuo Kunan carefully observed Shang Kei's expression and found nothing. But he felt that his considerate way must have won the other party's favor. Jiang Ning, what if they are still unwilling to get out of the way after begging? Jiuo Kunan was a coward to the end. He gritted his teeth and said, I will crawl under them. Evening self-study. In the first class, the physics teacher who went to the cram school every day handed out a test paper and asked everyone to do the test paper. In the second class, Jiang Ning handed out a test paper for the chemistry teacher Jiuo ran. The students who studied well used 2 classes to finish the 2 test papers. The students with poor grades used the last evening self-study to copy the test papers. Jiang Ning took out his iPad and opened a somewhat scary game to play. This game is the border of hell on the computer platform. Now it has been ported to the iPad platform. If you play this game alone at night, it is still a bit dark. Chen Xiaoyu bribed Zhu Yuantong and exchanged seats with her. She sat next to Jiang Ning and became his game guidance consultant. Bei Yuxia turned around. She was not as indulgent as Chen Xiaoyu. She was proofreading according to Jiang Ning's test paper, first going through the mistakes and then studying again when the teacher explained it tomorrow. Big spider! Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed in a low voice. The big spider in the game is extremely fierce and kills people like flies. Compared to the excitement here, Chen Qian, who was in the most C position in the class, had just checked the test papers. He had full marks in both subjects. Even though he was very demanding of himself, he was still slightly pleased with himself at the moment. Chen Qian rarely decided to relax his mind temporarily and play with his phone for 5 minutes. After he counted the time, he opened the questions space. As soon as he refreshed, countless classmates' comments appeared. Chen Qian browsed them one by one and liked the interesting ones. Hu Jian posted a message. I went to my grandmother's house last week. I just came back 2 days later and my dog got pregnant. Picture, dog, grin. Wang Lang commented, Brother Jun is quite capable. Chen Qian couldn't hold back and almost laughed out loud. He felt that Lang's talent was almost 90% of his own. Unfortunately, the last 10% was not something that could be surpassed. Chen Qian decided to show off his skills. He saw the message posted by the new monitors in Yaoling. I don't know when I started to become numb. When Chen Qian saw the message, he looked up at Xin Yaoling who was sitting high on the podium. He didn't say it to her face, but commented below, based on the symptoms, it may be a cerebral infarction. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. My neighbor just felt numb, but didn't take it seriously. Later, he became paralyzed. Xin Yaoling said. She looked at Chen Qian in the audience and secretly complained, has he become stupid from studying? Jiang Ning was controlling the character. After he died accidentally, it was Chen Xiaoyu's turn to play. Her skills were really bad, and her psychological quality was not good. When she was chased by a spider, she was so scared that she almost screamed, I'm going to die. Jiang Ning, hurry up. She handed the tablet to Jiang Ning. Bayuxia, who was checking the test paper next to her, thought something had happened to Chen Xiaoyu. Although the whole game process was not long, it was quite difficult. Chen Xiaoyu got stuck after taking a few steps. She didn't want to ask Jiang Ning for help all the time, so she handed the iPad to Bayuxia when she encountered a puzzle again. Bayuxia was very smart. Puzzle games require a lot of talent. She played well as soon as she got started. In this way, the game progressed forward. Only Chen Xiaoyu was dragging the progress, and Bayuxia was solving all the key puzzles. In a difficult level, Bayuxia finally solved the puzzle and handed it to Chen Xiaoyu. In less than 10 seconds, she stepped on a trap and died halfway. She returned to the save point and decrypted it again. Bayuxia couldn't help but complain, Xiaoyu, I suggest you practice more and play the game again. Chen Xiaoyu, I'm not good at playing, am I? I walked all the way forward. Bayuxia, haha. Chen Xiaoyu felt despised. She didn't ask Bayuxia for help again and turned to her second generation deskmate Zhenglu for help. Zhenglu has some experience in games. When she was running every day, she was one of the first in the class to play the game. After understanding the game mechanism a little, Zhenglu helped Chen Xiaoyu pass the level, and then the level that she had finally cracked was tossed away by her, and she needed to go back to the save point. Zhenglu questioned, aren't there traps on the ground? Why don't you jump? Chen Xiaoyu said innocently, is that a trap? Zhenglu sincerely suggested, change to another type of game. The puzzle game is not suitable for you, really. After the second blow, Chen Xiaoyu felt that the world was very cold. She turned back in despair, and her stupidity was gone. Jiang Ning comforted, just play your own game well, and ignore their gossip. When they talk about you, just think of them talking about a fool. Because of this sentence, Chen Xiaoyu's cold heart suddenly felt warm. He was so warm. Chen Xiaoyu nodded seriously, okay. Chapter 624 Lion Tongue invades Chu. The night is as cold as water. But no matter how cold the night is, it can't resist the coldness of people's hearts. She actually, an extremely sad voice sounded at the door of UK's small shop. Cuiu took a sip of coke and shivered. Brothers, I'm so cold. Wang long long, Yuzi, the iced coke you drank must be cold. His words interrupted Cuiu's miserable atmosphere and made his misery stop. Jiuo Kanan stood opposite them, holding a bowl of fried tofu, wondering, Yuzi, you watch so many movies. I thought you had already seen through life. Why are you still looking forward to love? Cuiu, nonsense. The more dirty I see, the more I look forward to pure love. He betrayed his good brother Meng Jiui for that fragrant girl, but he never thought that he would have such an ending. He was unwilling to accept it. It would be great if that girl didn't have a son. Jiuo Kanan offered a suggestion. You can pretend that she doesn't have one. Shan Kaikwan watched the fun and was amazed. You are quite innocent. Cuiu straightened his chest. If it weren't for the heart-wrenching love, how could I be so miserable? Wang Lang concluded. You are beating your chest and stamping your feet now just because you haven't met a better girl. Cuiu immediately retorted. You are talking nonsense. I'm actually very loyal to love. Although he usually looks very dissolute and is a famous playboy in class 8, Cuiu actually thinks of himself as a passionate man deep in his heart. He has liked Jiang Yanan since the first year of high school, and he still liked Jiang Yanan a few days ago. Even if he met countless competitors during this period, he never gave up. In terms of the degree of affection, he is comparable to Yan Xianpeng who likes Lu Kiki. Wang Lang asked, really? How loyal are you? Cuiu was angry. Fuck. However, in order to prove his loyalty to love, he said, this emotional failure made me decide not to date any girl this year. Even if she likes me very much. Wang Lang. Even if it's Zhao Jinglan? Zhao Jinglan is a girl in the senior year. She is very good looking. She has posted several photos on Li Bar and received countless praises. She is a mini internet celebrity of this era, but her influence is limited to the internet. Even the students of number 4 middle school don't know her. If it weren't for Wang Langlang's excellent intelligence ability, he would have missed this person. You had a blank expression. I said, even if a girl likes me, I won't date her. Okay, brother, you is really awesome. Wang Langlang thinks Cuiu is a real man. Cuiu, by the way, who is Zhao Jinglan you just mentioned? When he asked, Guo Kunan and Shan Kaikun who were present didn't know at all. High school is like this. Many people only know their classmates and the big names in the grade, and they don't know anything about other grades. Wang Langlang, girls in the first year of high school in our school, you can go to Tiba and search. Okay, wait for me. Leaving this sentence, Cuiu opened Tiba, searched for the name mentioned by Wang Langlang, and then saw Zhao Jinglan's school uniform photo. It was a photo with a hazy filter, which made her appearance and temperament full of the charm of 100 years ago, as if she had walked out of that era. Cuiu silently saved the post. He said, Zhao Jinglan is okay. At night, 11:30. Huang Yazu's clothes were covered with mud and dust. He asked for leave from evening self-study today, to go to the construction site. Originally, his task was to study, and the task of making money should not be given to him, but this job was revealed to him by Jiang Ning. There are not many such opportunities in life. If you miss it, you will miss it. In the night, Huang Yazu held a strong flashlight in his left hand, pushed the bicycle with his left wrist and right hand, and passed through the dark and damp alley. Sewage was flowing on the ground. I don't know where the drainage pipe was broken, and no one repaired it. He crossed the alley and looked at the stairs, where 2 electric bikes were parked. The electric bikes parked here can avoid being exposed to wind and rain. But such a good spot was occupied by others, so he and other neighbors could only park their cars outside. However, even if the spot here was not occupied, Huang Yazu still didn't dare to park. His parents' electric bike was parked here once before, and was pushed out of the stairs by the family on the first floor, and the car fell into the sewage. For this reason, Huang Yazu's parents had a quarrel with the family on the first floor, and since then, their family has often had water outages. Later, it was discovered that the family on the first floor secretly lifted the iron cover on the ground and screwed on their water valve in revenge. This kind of thing is not a big deal. But the sudden water outage is disgusting, and finally the police were called to stop the revenge on the first floor. Facing such a bad neighbor, unless you are more of a bastard than him, and fight violence with violence, it will be difficult to solve it. Even those middle-class families, when faced with similar things, most of them are helpless. If they want to completely eradicate it, they can only move. After all, in this society, it is illegal to use violence without the ability to reach the sky. What's more, honest people like Huang Yazu no longer dare to park their cars at the stairs in order to avoid retaliation. Huang Yazu parked the car by the alley and went upstairs lightly. The stair sensor light was broken. Huang Yazu's house was on the second floor. It didn't take much effort to climb a few steps. He remembered that some time ago, Shan Zhao asked him for the secret of long distance running, and Huang Yazu generously explained it to him. Shan Zhao also mentioned that, if you encounter some troubles in life, you can tell him, maybe he has a solution. Huang Yazu smiled. What can an ordinary student do? Telling it out will only add to the troubles. Huang Yazu pushed open the door, and the imagined darkness did not appear. He was greeted by a middle-aged woman in simple clothes and her straight eyes. Mom, are you still awake? Huang Yazu smiled. Yazu's mother said stiffly, why did you come back so late? I called your class teacher and found out that you asked for leave today. Where did you go to play with all the dirt on you? Huang Yazu answered honestly, I went to the construction site to move bricks. The construction site of Changqingai in our city. As she finished speaking, Yazu's mother scolded him. Yazu, you are going to school. Your current task is to study hard. Let your parents make money. Later, Yazu's mother's voice was extremely angry. We save money to send you to school, hoping that you can get into a good university. If you don't have enough money, tell us. Huang Yazu was shocked. He didn't expect his mother to react so strongly. He quickly defended himself. There is no teacher in the evening self-study class today. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. If you don't let me go, I won't go tomorrow, Mom. Yazu's mother shouted, don't call me Mom. Mom. Huang Yazu was anxious. Don't call me mom. Didn't you hear me? Huang Yasu quickly took out the money he earned and put it on the table. Okay, I won't go there anymore, but you can keep the money I earned today. He took out a 100 yuan bill and scattered it all over the table. Yasu's mother was stunned. You earned all this? Huang Yasu, yes, I worked from 6 PM to 11 PM and was paid 1,500 yuan. Yasu's mother's face changed. She worked hard for a month, getting up early and going to bed late, and only earned 3,000 yuan. The anger on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by peace. Call me mom. Son, let's talk about it again. Although learning is important, learning is also for finding a good job in the future. This is just one time, and it won't happen again. After finishing her words, Yasu's mother asked tentatively, by the way, son, where did you find this job? Can your parents go to work? Wednesday, early morning. As winter gradually approaches, the sun rises later and later, and getting up requires more and more overcoming laziness. Zhu Yuantang pushed open the door and saw the cold morning. A wisp of cake fragrance wafted from next door, rich and tempting. Zhu Yuantang knew the source of the fragrance. Chachu was making breakfast. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning now eat at the small dining table of number 4 middle school every day, leaving Chachu alone. After washing up, Zhu Yuantang applied some of the ointment that Jiang Ning gave her on her little face and gently patted her smooth little face. After she had sorted out everything, she ran to find Jiang Ning next door. In the end, she touched nothing. She stood at the door of Jiang Ning's house, thought for a while, and asserted he must have gone to Chachu's house to eat secretly. Yes, he must have. Zhu Yuantang hurriedly stepped on her legs and ran to Chachu's house. Sure enough, Jiang Ning was sitting behind the stove, helping to light the fire. When she broke into the house, Chachu was still talking about her past. Zhu Yuantang pouted her lips. You are too much, Chachu. Why did you tell Jiang Ning everything? Especially a few days ago, Chachu actually told Jiang Ning that she secretly made false accounts so that Jiang Ning could tease her. But Zhu Yuantang never told Chachu that before she made false accounts, a girl named Huli from the same village called herself and Chachu to her house to play. Zhu Yuantang and Chachu were relatively young among the children in the village. In that era, there were many messy children in the village. The poor rural areas of Anhu province have caused many young people to work in coastal provinces, which has led to a large number of left behind children. Most of those left behind children live with their grandparents, a generation apart. Due to cultural and vision issues, grandparents mostly spoil their children. In this case, many children are very likely to grow up crooked if they are not guided well. The girl named Huli is 2 years older than Chachu, but she is a big sister in the village primary school, very fierce and powerful. At that time, Tong Tong and Chachu went to her house and played a game called water pressuring. This game console has only 2 buttons. The inside of the game console is filled with water, but not full, leaving some air bubbles. There are 2 vertical pins and many plastic rings in the water. By pressing the button, water pressure is generated, and the plastic rings are put on the vertical pins. Chachu played for a few minutes, and Tong Tong was driven away by the big sister Huli before she could touch it. As a result, Huli found Zhu Yuantang in the afternoon and claimed that the game console was broken by them and leaked, and asked them to compensate. If they don't compensate, they will be taught a lesson at school. Zhu Yuantang knew that Huli's grandmother was very fierce. After quarreling with others, her scolding could be heard in half of the village. Even if Zhu Yuantang told her mother, the problem might only get bigger. She didn't want her mother to be scolded, nor did she want Chachu to be beaten. Then she agreed to Huli's threat and promised to pay in installments. She made false accounts from her and Chachu's small treasury to pay Huli back. It lasted for half a year before she paid off the compensation for the game console. Chachu didn't know anything about these things. Now thinking back to the experience of being threatened, Zhu Yuantang felt ashamed. She had never told Chachu the truth and let her think that she had cooked the accounts. After all, it was just a small amount of money, so Chachu wouldn't care. But she actually told Jiang Ning. Chachu naturally didn't know what happened behind the scenes. Facing Tong Tong's accusation, she chose not to respond. She glanced at Tong Tong, took another egg, cracked it, poured it on the pancake and spread it flat. As the egg liquid solidified, her slender and soft hands picked up the bowl and sprinkled the seasoned vegetables on the pancake. The vegetables were rich, including shredded potatoes, tofu, kelp, vermicelli, carrots, some meat strips, and chopped sausage cubes that she made herself. After applying the vegetables, she covered it with another layer of pancakes, glued them together, and then turned the pancake over. The gesture of her bare hands and wrists seemed to be dancing. Zhu Yuantang was attracted. Hey, a way of eating that I've never seen before. Hearing Tang Tang's doubts, Zhu Chuchu's cold face seemed to fluctuate a little. That was a kind of restrained self-confidence. Cooking skills? This kind of formulaic skills. If Zhu Chuchu is serious, she is also not to be underestimated. When the pancakes were finished, she shoveled the pancakes onto a plate and opened the rice cooker, which was filled with rice soup. The rice is ready. Let's eat together. Zhu Chuchu invited. Before she finished speaking, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning started to eat. Zhu Chuchu did not think they were impolite, but a little happy. This was the first time she made this kind of pancakes a day, and their impatience proved her cooking skills. It's delicious, Zhu Yuantang praised, mainly because there were a lot of ingredients in it, including meat and sausage. Jiang Ning drank a sip of the rice soup brought by Chuchu, took a bite of the pancake, and said, "It's delicious, but it's a bit troublesome. You need to cut several kinds of vegetables." "It's not troublesome," Zhu Chuchu said, "as long as you like it." Zhu Yuantang forgot about her task of going to the cafeteria to eat breakfast, and she took big bites of the pancake. She finished one pancake, and looked at the plate, where there were the last two vegetable pancakes. Normally, according to Chuchu's idea, these two pancakes must be left for herself and Jiang Ning, but Chuchu worked hard to make pancakes and cook today. If she took the pancakes without permission, wouldn't it disappoint Chuchu? Zhu Yuantang thought about it, then picked up a vegetable pancake and handed it to Jiang Ning. "You eat." Jiang Ning accepted her kindness, and he immediately understood. He picked up another pancake and handed it to Tang Tang. "You eat." Zhu Chuchu, who was left in the middle, was speechless, but she was very cultured and did not show it at all, and was still as gentle as water. Seeing him so cooperative, Zhu Yuantang smiled happily and did not forget to ease the atmosphere. "You should not say you eat, you should say you eat too." After hearing this, Jiang Ning looked at Chuchu's expression with his spiritual sense. He paused and said, "I gave it to you because I wanted to give it to you, not because you gave it to me first." As soon as these words came out, Tang Tang's mood suddenly became very happy. Her eyes curved into crescents, shining with bright light, as if there was endless joy hidden in them. This joyful color even infected the world. The sunlight outside the kitchen shone into the house, and the birds chirped. Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth slightly bent down, thinking, "You are amazing." Chapter 625. Give you a thumb up. In the early winter morning, the sky was not yet completely bright. The streets from north to south were lined with breakfast shops, adding a touch of warmth to the cold morning. Going south, we arrived at the gate of number 4 middle school. Director Wang of the security department, wearing a dark green coat, was guarding here with a fierce look. Next to him was Director Yan of the academic affairs office. He had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were like swords. Any student who dared to ride a bicycle into the school would be punished by him. The tall and burly Gao Hishuoi was on the side to flank them. The three kings guarding the gate of number 4 middle school were the nightmare of all students. Liu Chuandao walked on the road in a carefree manner. Because he was too hungry, he bought a spicy tofu bun, which tasted particularly delicious. He saw Director Wang's figure from a distance, cursed his bad luck, and his originally steady steps suddenly became lame. There was no way. He had disguised himself as a cripple in front of Director Wang. Once a person tells a lie, he must cover it up with countless lies. Liu Chuandao turned into a cripple and approached the school gate. Che Wei, who was walking normally beside him, saw this scene and was moved. He quickly passed by Liu Chuandao and pretended to be a cripple, limping along. Liu Chuandao knew that his leg injury had healed and was deliberately disgusting him. He cursed inwardly, "Nima, when I have mastered the lightning 5 whips and subdued Pang Zhao and the others, I will whip them to break your legs." Holding back his anger for the time being, Liu Chu and Ao limped into the school gate. After the two entered the school, there was not much time left before the start of the morning self-study. The students behind found that there would be an inspection today, and it was not easy to fool them, so they quickened their pace, fearing that they would be caught late. Once they were caught by the strict director Yan, they would definitely lose points in the class and be severely criticized. High school is different from junior high school. The school has great power. If you are often late and do not change after repeated teachings, you can even be persuaded to leave. Hurry up, speed. The students rushed into the campus in a hurry. When this group of students entered the school, Director Yan looked at his watch. There was only 1 minute left, and the names could be recorded immediately. Xiao Gao, you will be responsible for compiling the list of late students later. Director Yan gave the order. Gao Hishui agreed immediately. Although he was a young teacher hired by the principal and his salary was not low, the 4th middle school was valued by Jiang Ning and had a bright future. Director Yan was in charge of the class of Mr. Shao of Jiang Ning, and he had a close relationship with him. It would be beneficial to his future career to establish a good relationship with him. Gao Hishui is not young anymore, and he has to make plans for the future in advance. Behind the crowd, Ma Shichen pinched a piece of cake and ran over here. Director Yan stood at the school gate, glanced at the ticking stopwatch, and his eyes became more and more indifferent. In the last 10 seconds, Ma Shichen stepped into the school gate dangerously. Director Yan stared at the student with particular displeasure. He said coldly, "You are quite good at checking the time, aren't you?" Director Yan's momentum was aggressive. If ordinary students faced him directly, they would definitely feel the bone-chilling coldness and tremble for it. Ma Shichen took a sip of soy milk and said frankly, "I went to the street to have a fortune teller yesterday, and he said that I would meet a noble person at this time." After these words, Director Yan's original stern momentum suddenly reduced by more than half. He looked a little strange and waved his hand. "Believe less in that stuff and read more." Ma Shichen escaped the disaster without any danger. However, the students behind him were not so lucky. They were all stopped by Director Yan and recorded one by one. They knew the consequences without thinking. At the back of the crowd, Cuiu from class 8 stood like a minion. He looked at this scene and was a little dumbfounded. Since he knew that the girl had a son, he was in great pain. He watched 6 movies in a row last night and fainted at the end. When he woke up, he found that he had overslept. Life has already dealt me a heavy blow. Why does it come a second time? Cuiu was unwilling to accept it. That kind of strong emotion filled his mind, making his eyeballs red and actually feeling hot and scalding. There seemed to be a flame in his eyes, and flowers bloomed. 1, 2. He saw that the boys who were caught late were dejected. He saw that the girls who were caught late had tears in their eyes. The more inequality he saw, the heavier the anger in his heart, and the more determined that rampant idea became. The woman he loved had a child, which was an unchangeable fact. But whether his name would be recorded was a matter of the future. Yesterday's things cannot be pursued, and tomorrow's things are unknown. Cuiu said silently. He stared at the school gate, where there were fewer and fewer students, and he was waiting for an opportunity. Cuiu trembled all over. It was an excited tremor, which made his blood flow faster, and invisibly formed one big cycle after another. He felt that his body was warmed up in an instant. He exhaled, slowly took steps, and walked towards the school gate. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, rubbing and rubbing. A few meters away, Gao Hishui asked the female student, "Which class are you from? What's your name?" The female student gave her name in a low voice. Gao Hishui wrote down her name. "Prepare to invite your parents." The female student's face turned pale. Gao Hishui moved his eyes and prepared to look at the next student waiting to be recorded. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed. Cuiu stepped hard, and the whole person turned into a phantom, rolling up the dust on the ground like a mad dog, and rushed into the campus in an instant. He roared in his heart, "As long as I'm fast enough, the surveillance will not be able to capture my shadow. Fast, it's too fast." Cuiu's figure pulled out a phantom and moved over suddenly. Not to mention Gao Hishui, even Director Yan and Director Wang on the side did not react. When they noticed it, CUIU's figure had appeared 30 meters away. The students around were stunned. "Oh my god, who is this god?" Director Wang cursed, "Fuck," and hurriedly ran after him, but he couldn't catch up at all. CUIU rushed to building 3, took a few steps, and rushed to the second floor. Then he crouched and tucked his body under the guardrail to prevent the pursuers in the square from noticing his movements. He quickly entered Class 8 from the back door of the classroom. Class 8 was filled with the sound of reading aloud. He slipped to his seat and few students noticed him. CUIU eased his rapidly beating heart and said happily, "Are you stupid? The most primitive method is the most effective way." The morning self-study had not yet ended, and all the students in the school heard 2 blasts from the loudspeaker outside. Soon, the sound of reading in Class 8 stopped. Director Yan's voice came from the loudspeaker. "Today, a striking incident happened in our school. This morning, I was checking late students at the school gate. One student ignored the teacher and forced his way into the school. This behavior not only violated the school regulations, but also posed a potential threat to the normal order and safety management of the school. Here, we hope that this student can recognize his mistakes and take the initiative to stand up and admit his behavior. Otherwise, we will retrieve the surveillance and find out the student's identity. When we find you, you will be severely punished." This press release was broadcast 3 times, and all the students were shocked. Deng Qingfeng, what a talent. The school gate was so strict today, but he was able to run in. Yang Sheng, he is a seedling of sprinting. Chen Xiao opened his eyes wide. "Next time we are about to be late, can't we just run in?" Bei Yuxia, there are cameras. The classmates in the class talked about it. CUIU had 2 emotions intertwined in his heart. One was extremely proud because he did something that others could not do, openly defying authority, and succeeded. The second type was somewhat speculative and uneasy. He thought he was extremely fast, and when he was running, he used a dive style and felt that the camera could not clearly capture his face. But what if it happened? CUIU took the opportunity to sneak to the seat of the 4th company and asked, "Brother Ma, what do you think? Do you think that student will be caught?" Wang Lang counted with his fingers. "Don't worry, if the school is sure to catch the student, they will never find this press release. The truth is that they have checked the surveillance and failed to recognize the student, so they issued this press release with the intention of defrauding the student." His analysis made CUIU feel much more at ease. However, for the sake of caution, CUIU took off his coat to prevent anyone from following the clues and finding his person. It was a little chilly in the early winter morning, but as the sun gradually rose, the bright sunshine poured into the classroom through the window, bringing a strong warmth. During the big break, Tong Tong lay on the table and slept, and Jiang Ning stayed in his seat, holding his mobile phone, and was browsing the short video software of this era, Kuaishao. Now, before Douyin appeared, Kuaishao was the big brother of short videos. 2014 was a very strange year. Although the urban area had embraced the new era of civilization, in some towns, all kinds of non-mainstream were still popular. This led to the popularity of various local music, social shaking, shouting, and ash scattering at the entrance of the village on the Kuaishao platform, all of which became popular in the past 2 years. Jiang Ning, with a nostalgic mentality, went up to browse, and it was really awkward. But this is how it is these days. Not to mention 2014, even if it is pushed back to 2018, there is still a female internet celebrity who dances the Guxy dance in the parking lot and becomes famous overnight. Looking at it from the perspective of future generations, it is simply a mess. Jiang Ning used to play some social platforms. He was a typical dull person. He never shared his life and would not leave comments because his life was too ordinary. Like thousands of people in the world, no one would pay attention to it, even if he shared it. He was just a spectator. In this life, Jiang Ning tried a different way of life. He would post his daily life on the platform. Although the frequency was not high, the homepage was scattered and accumulated 5 or 6 videos without showing his face. In the middle of the classroom, Jiang Yanan was watching the dance video of her favorite Korean star Kwon Zilang on the short video platform. After watching this video, she continued to scroll down and ended up watching the video posted by Jiang Ning. The content of this video was very simple, just showing his wood carving. The video was clear and the wood products were small and exquisite. It attracted many users who praised his good carving skills. More female users praised his hands for being particularly beautiful. Jiang Ning is quite popular. Jiang Yanan was surprised. Shen Qinj next to her was even more surprised and a little unbelievable. Is this Jiang Ning's account? When did he open the account? Why didn't he tell me when he opened the account? In the past, even if Jiang Ning applied for a small questions account, he would report it to her. Jiang Yanan, weren't you and him classmates in junior high school? Why don't you know his Kuarishao account? Shen Qinj was choked. Only her high attainments allowed her to maintain her normal expression. She said lightly, I don't pay much attention to it. Seeing her calm look, Jiang Yanan felt that they must be ordinary friends now. After browsing Jiang Ning's latest video, she continued to watch G-Dragon songs and dances. On the contrary, Shen Qinj was a little absent-minded. Her mind was all on Jiang Ning's short video homepage. Finally, she left her seat, walked out of the teaching building, found a place where no one was paying attention and the light was slightly dim, and took out her mobile phone, entered the ID that she had just remembered silently and clicked search. Jiang Ning's life videos came into view. Shen Qinj clicked in and checked them one by one. There were carved woodcrafts, jade, and fishing videos. She was just watching silently and was ready to leave after watching them. As a result, while scrolling, she accidentally clicked a like. Shen Qinj was so scared that her heart almost stopped beating. Her nickname used the two words Qinj. If Jiang Ning saw it, he would definitely find out that it was her. Countless chaotic thoughts jumped out. If he found out that I was secretly watching his videos, how would he look at me? He would definitely laugh at me, right? After all, the last time Shen Qinj fell and went to the campus infirmary for treatment, Jiang Ning came to laugh at her in person. Countless scenes emerged from her mind. Jiang Ning stood in front of her condescendingly and said contemptuously, Shen Qinj, you are just a girl like that. Or, Jiang Ning sneered, Shen Qinj, you used to ignore me, but I will make you unable to reach me in the future. There is even more. Jiang Ning forced her against the wall and said magnetic words in an evil tone. Are you peeking at me again? Okay, this time I'll let you see enough. Jiang Ning approached, and the domineering breath suffocated Shen Qinj. Shen Qinj couldn't hold it in an instant. Her face seemed to be on fire, showing a deep red. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and she tried to suppress the panic in her heart. She couldn't bear the consequences of that, and she even wanted to abandon her account and run away. But these days, few software have the function of logging out. Shen Qinj used her wisdom and first changed her nickname to Blue Sea. Then she changed her cartoon girl avatar to a middle-aged bald uncle. She deleted all the videos she had posted in the past, and then posted a video of a second-hand car. After a series of operations, the account was packaged as a 40-year-old middle-aged man. Shen Qinj checked it carefully and finally felt relieved. She put her phone away and returned to the class as usual. Jiang Yanan watched some videos and saw a middle-aged man in the follow list. She wondered, who is this? Why am I following a middle-aged uncle? Yuan, hahaha, Yanan, you actually have this hobby. A minute later, hey, why am I following him too? Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Shen Qinj took a deep breath and calmed down. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.